Hello everyone, my name's Aloubell, and Miraculous Ladybug is a show with fundamental issues, and its canon origin for the plot and characters does not escape from being problematic. So out of my disappointment, and with a sprinkle of inspiration, motivation, and amusement, I not only rewrote the origin, but made some other tweaks to the lore as well, transforming this story into something I think would be more enticing as a show. Titled Bonds Beyond Fate instead of Ladybug, I wanted to emphasize that the story is not solely Marinette's story, or even just Marinette and Adrian's story, but everyone's, and to highlight how the bonds between everyone can shape their world for better or for worse. I'd also like to point out that in rewriting this show, I sort of ended up changing its genre. In my story, it's more of a slice of life / teen drama with some superhero elements to it, rather than the other way around. I prioritize character development above other things, as that is my forte. So if that seems like it's up your alley, then you're in the right place. This is the second arc of Bonds Beyond Fate, consisting of parts 11 through 20, which you can find individually on my channel. If you're completely new to Bonds Beyond Fate, then feel free to start at part 1. Or, if you like convenience, watch the compilation of the first arc. Just make sure to come back for the second arc when you're ready. For everyone else, sit back, relax, hit that like button for the algorithm, subscribe for more reviews, rants, and rewrites, and if you want to support me even further, please consider becoming a channel member where you can get cool perks. Anyway, put the candy emojis in the comments and enjoy the second arc of Miraculous Bonds Beyond Fate. Flashback to the morning after the Akuma attacked near the school. Chloe and Adrian sat in awkward silence as they rode to school in the limousine. Ever since Chloe blew up at Adrian for him seemingly not showing concern for her during the Akuma attack, she had been giving him the cold shoulder. Adrian wasn't used to getting the silent treatment from Chloe, as she was always the person to get the most enthusiastic when in his presence. For as long as he had known her, she had always been super clingy and interested in showing off to him. It was a bit uncomfortable at times to get that kind of attention, but at the same time, there was a cozy familiarity about it. Chloe was reliable, and she was basically his sister, so to have her go longer than 5 minutes in the same proximity and her not addressing him felt unsettling. The girl insisted on looking down at her phone, endlessly scrolling on whatever social media app she had chosen. The entire time, a very prominent scowl was on her face. Adrian couldn't help but stare at her, not knowing what to do or what to say. This whole situation was just so new to him. Finally, he plucked up the courage to speak. "Chloe, whatever you want to say, I don't want to hear it. For the record, I'm still not talking to you, so zip it." She said all of that without breaking eye contact with her phone. "Well, actually," Adrian smiled nervously, "you technically just spoke to me right there." She snapped her head up and glared at him. "And for some reason, you're still talking to me." "Well, yeah, you're my friend." Chloe folded her arms and looked away from him with a pout. Adrian sighed. "All right, if you don't want to talk to me, then just listen. My friends and I, Marinette, Nino, and Alia were wondering, well, if you'd like to hang out with us today." The girl then gave out a squeaky, "Ha! As if I would!" She let out a condescending laugh. "Such an utterly ridiculous idea. Why would I spend any amount of time with commoners and backstabbers? Besides, I know you're only asking because you feel bad about what happened yesterday. Well, for your information, I have no interest in joining your merry band of freaks." Adrian clenched his fists and frowned at her. "I told you to stop talking about my friends that way." "Or else what? You'll backstab me even more? I already know where your loyalties lie, so don't bother with some pathetic threats or ultimatums." "It's not that simple, Chloe. I like you, and I like them. Why can't I have you all as my friends?" Chloe leaned forward and raised her voice to a scream. "Because you can't!" And then, there was silence between the teens as they looked at each other in shock. Adrian wasn't expecting such an outburst, and Chloe couldn't believe that she lost her composure like that. More than that, she saw the hurt look on Adrian's face. As the seconds went on, her face reddened from the thought that her action made her come off as a toddler having a tantrum. She leaned back into the backrest and avoided Adrian's gaze. With a much quieter and defeated tone, she said, "I had you first. Why can't you just be mine? And only mine?" It was then that the limo reached the front of the school and halted. Without waiting for the driver to open the door, Chloe did it on her own as she began to step out. "Wait," Adrian called out. Chloe paused without looking back at him. "My friends are really nice. Chloe, please hang out with us. I want you there with me." Without saying a word, Chloe made her way out of the car and walked up to the school, leaving Adrian behind. After reaching the top of the steps, Chloe looked over and saw her usual group of admirers and groupies talking amongst themselves. They hadn't even noticed her yet, but in anticipation of the flood of their adoration, Chloe let out a deep breath before putting on her best and fabulously entitled grin. Walking up to them in confidence, Chloe exclaimed, "You can cease the worthless chatter. Your queen has arrived." For a moment, they all looked over at her with looks of discontent and annoyance before promptly ignoring her and continuing their chat. Chloe blinked in confusion. She cleared her throat. "Ahem! Excuse me! I'm standing right here. Quit your yapping and pay attention to me!" "Oh, we heard you, Queen Bee," one of the kids said in a sarcastic tone. "We just don't care." What? Chloe shrieked in disbelief. She then gathered herself together and chuckled. "Oh, I get it. It must be opposite day. For a second there, I thought you all forgot your place." "And where exactly is that place, Chloe? Nestled under your prissy little designer shoes? You don't own us." Chloe took a step toward them. Last time I checked, I did." Another one of the kids got between them and addressed the two of them. "Please, let's all just calmly talk about this. I'm sure there's a better way to express—" "No, I've been holding this in for too long. If the jig is up anyway, I might as well get this off my chest. That Akuma attack yesterday made me realize something. Crazy things could happen at any moment, especially with Hawkmoth threatening Paris all the time. Any one of us could literally die. If I end up getting killed, or any of my friends for that matter, I don't want to have the regret of being Chloe Bourgeois's dog and living a lie. I've just got better things to do than entertain her." They pointed at Chloe. By this point, a crowd of other students began to form around them, predictably with their smartphones out recording the whole exchange. Also present was Adrian, who had met up with Marinette and the others. They looked on at the scene, all unsure on whether or not they should intervene or if this needed to happen. Adrian looked on in concern. Moving the kid's hand with the pointed finger out of the way, Chloe began to talk. "Just so you know, the truth is, Chloe," the calmer kid stepped in, "we just don't want to be your friends anymore. None of us do." Chloe looked around at all of their faces. They weren't joking. You're all making a huge mistake. If you walk away from me now, we're through. No more gifts, no more vacations, no more money. We don't want you to give us stuff anymore. Don't get us wrong though, we really like the stuff, but it's just not worth it." Chloe scoffed. "That's cute and all, but I already paid for you." At that moment, the group of teens all threw a bunch of balled up paper at her. The crowd gasped. The paper bounced off of her and fell to the ground. "If you want the gifts back too, we can leave them at your locker if you want." Looking down at the paper in disbelief, she crouched down and picked up one of the balls and uncrumbled it. It was money. Her hand shook as she looked down at it. She then said, "Oh, I get it. I didn't give you enough. Well, there's a lot more money than this. I can always get more." "No, Chloe, we don't want it." "Yes, you do. Everyone likes money, so take it." Chloe tried to shove it in their faces as she began to tear up. Feeling a bit awkward and a bit bad for her, the group of teens looked around at each other. The initially aggressive one sighed. "This is getting sad. See you around, bourgeois." They then turned around and walked off into the school without her. Gazing on in their direction, Chloe slowly lowered her arm. Relaxing her grip, the money fell back onto the floor with the rest of it. Adrian took a step towards her. "Chloe." But before he had a chance to console her, Chloe turned around to face everyone with a menacing smile as she cackled. "Good riddance to them, honestly. I was looking to get new friends anyway. They just saved me the trouble." Addressing the crowd, she said, I hope you all got my good side during all of that. I'd hate the world to see this beautiful face in such an unflattering light. Just make sure to hashtag Chloe Bourgeois when you upload your videos. By the way, if any one of you want this money, you can have it. I don't need it. Now none of you can say that I'm not a generous queen. She forced another laugh. Anyway, I've wasted enough time here as it is. Sit there and gawk at where I stood as long as you want. I'm heading inside. For a split second, right as she turned around to face the open doors of the school, Adrian could see Chloe's mouth turn down into a frown before she sauntered in. Without wasting a beat, some of the kids in the crowd dove into the free money on the ground, as if they were a bunch of seagulls fighting over crumbs of bread. Along with that sad scene was that of some other kids who were recording Chloe's exit on their phones. Upon seeing this, Alia got annoyed and told them, Really? You all honestly have no tact at all. And can't you take a hint? The show is over, so scram! The authority in Alia's voice made most of them comply almost immediately. By that point, all of the money had been snatched up. After hearing Alia's demand, Chloe stopped in her tracks and looked back at them out of the corner of her eye. The two girls made eye contact. A few moments of tense silence passed between them before Chloe turned and continued on her way. Who needs any of them? Chloe thought to herself. I'll be fine. I'll be fine on my own. Now we're back to the present, and the soaked Chloe is looking up at the cute boy named Luca that she had met recently. He was holding an umbrella over her as the rain fell heavily around them. The boy smiled at her. So we meet again, Chloe Bourgeois. Putting on a scowl and turning away from him, Chloe asked, What are you doing here? Making sure to keep the umbrella over both of their heads, Luca replied, To be honest, I came looking for you. The unexpectedness of that statement shattered her facade. She turned to face him. You were looking for me? He nodded. I didn't exactly know where else to look, but I figured if you walked down the sidewalk one time, chances were you'd do it again. I guess I was right. Chloe's stomach flipped as she perked up. Wait, does that mean you accept my offer? You'll be my boyfriend? Before he knew it, Chloe was up on her tiptoes as her face was inches away from his. A look of hope was in her eyes. With a nervous smile, he replied, Not exactly. Chloe scrunched her face and frowned as she lowered herself back onto her heels. She crossed her arms and looked away from him. Then what do you want? The life of the mayor's daughter is a very busy one, so I don't have the time to mingle with you common folk. But you were just standing there getting drenched by the rain. You seemed pretty absorbed by whatever was on your phone, or were you getting soaked on purpose? A new fashion statement, perhaps? Humph! I don't have to explain myself to you. I suppose that's true. Anyway, I'll answer your question. The reason I was looking for you was because I wanted to ask if you'll be my friend. Eyes widening from surprise, she asked, Your friend? She looked over at him out of the corner of her eye. You want to be my friend? Why? He answered, Well, the truth is that I'm new around here and I don't really know anybody. You're the first person around my age that I've met, so I figured why not give it a shot? Besides, you fascinate me. Upon hearing that, Chloe blushed a bit, but continued with her attitude. But I don't fascinate you enough to go out with me. He chuckled. Sorry. Huh. Well, I am sorry too. The fact of the matter is that I'm not interested in making any friends right now. She then thought to herself, if I can't pay anyone to stay with me, then how can I count on someone to stay without being paid? It's illogical. It's ridiculous. Oh. Luca, a bit saddened, kept up his friendly smile. Well, that's too bad. You seem like you'd be fun to hang out with, but I won't force you. There were a few moments of silence between the two. All that could be heard was the pitter-patter of the raindrops. Before too long, he noticed her phone, and then he peeked up at the fashion ad behind her. Were you interested in buying that dress or something? He asked her. Chloe pouted. As if I'd wear that tacky thing. Of course, I'd look amazing in it, but it's beneath me. Luca squinted his eyes a bit. You know, it's weird. That model kind of looks like you. That's because she's my perfect older sister. If you knew anything about anything, you know that. She told him through her teeth. I'm sensing a bit of hostility there, Luca pointed out. Excuse me, you and we're not friends, so stop trying to pry into my personal life. Sorry about that, I didn't mean to make you upset, he told her. You're right, you and I are basically strangers, but isn't that all the better for you? What do you mean by that? She asked him. If you can't talk to people you know and trust about your problems, then sometimes it's easier to talk about them with a stranger. That way, you won't have to worry about being judged by someone that matters, and you can talk about what's on your mind. It's better to get all of that negativity out of you in a healthy way, you know? Chloe stood there and thought about it. Her lips curled and twisted, not knowing what to say. All the while, Luca continued to give her his friendliest smile and waited for her patiently. Gripping her phone tightly, Chloe, who was feeling a bit nervous as her face began to flush, began to say, Well, the thing is, She raised her voice at him. Why do you care so much anyway? Who gives a darn about how a stranger feels? Luca sighed. It's just, ever since we first met, and even today, your inner melody is erratic. It calms down at times, but easily goes back into a rough minor key that just seems so intense. Chloe frowned. There you go again, talking about some inner melody or whatever. You're so weird. Luca ignored her statement and continued. I can sense something within you, though. I can tell that your true melody is charming and unique, something I've never heard of before. I want to see that potential realized. Chloe continued to give him a confused, skeptical look. Luca chuckled in amusement. All of that is to say is that I feel like you're a special person and I want to get to know you. It's not every day you encounter a yellow hurricane. Still a bit flushed, Chloe avoided eye contact and said, Well, aren't you straightforward? I feel like it doesn't help to beat around the bush, he told her. What does this guy really want from me? Chloe thought to herself. He says he doesn't want my money or my stuff, and yet he's standing there trying to butter me up. I don't get it. If he doesn't want to be my boyfriend, then why even bother with me? He's so weird. Chloe reached for the end of her wet ponytail and started to twist it around her finger and fidget with it. Whatever. I'm not talking to you about anything, so just give it up. I'm not in the mood. Sighing again, Luca reached for the inside of his pocket. I figured you'd say that, and it's perfectly alright. But just in case you change your mind, here. He took out a piece of paper and handed it to her. It's my cell number. If you ever want to hit me up, I'd be happy to chat. She looked down at the paper with a look of disgust and perplexity. Ugh, who the heck writes down phone numbers anymore? What are you, a caveman? I kind of figured you wouldn't be willing to type my number into your phone, so this was the next best option. She puffed up her cheeks. You think you have me all figured out, huh? I wouldn't say all figured out, he responded. I just made an educated guess. Chloe then gave a frustrated growl. Yeah? Well, can you make an educated guess about what I'm going to do next? Stomp away angrily, he said. Her body shook in frustration as she did indeed stomp her foot down as a reflex. Realizing what she just did, Chloe blushed and turned around, making the conscious decision to calmly walk away instead of in the huff of a tantrum. The moment she got from under the umbrella, she was met with the falling rain, soaking her once more. Hey, why don't you take my umbrella so that you don't walk home drenched like that? Luca offered. I don't want your stupid umbrella, she shouted back at him. Maybe I want to be wet. It's quite refreshing and does wonders for my complexion. Luca shook his head in disappointment. Just as he was about to put the piece of paper back into his pocket, he saw Chloe turn around and run back towards him, snatching the paper out of his hand and putting it in her own pocket. Staring him right in the eye with a confident but menacing grin, she said, Bet you didn't predict I'd do that, did you? Luca blinked in honest surprise. As she spun around to walk away again, Chloe told him, Chloe Bourgeois cannot be easily defined or put into a little box. I promise I'll keep surprising you. Because... She gave him one last look as a clap of thunder could be heard in the background. That's how fabulous I am. Completely disregarding the rain and how slippery it was, she ran off and out of his sight. Luca couldn't help but grin. There she goes again. Good things come to those who wait, I suppose. Oh well. He then continued on his own way. Before too long, Luca found himself in front of a bakery. He smiled at the confectionaries and baked goods he can see through the windows. And there behind the counter was a girl around his age who had bluish-black hair tied in 2 pigtails. Marinette sat behind the counter at her parents' bakery. She watched the heavy rain as it fell, absent-mindedly admiring the lights being emitted from neighboring buildings peeking through the raindrops. So much had already happened that day, and she was emotionally and mentally exhausted. "We really lucked out today," she thought to herself. "Master Fu can be pretty strict and hard to approach at times, but I'm glad he understands the hot water we're in. If we were being graded on our performance, we'd probably get a C at best." She sighed. "I need to be more responsible with my powers." Tiki poked her head out from where she was hiding. She was politely snacking on a cake pop. "What's wrong, Marinette?" "Oh, sorry for being so quiet, Tiki. I hope you're enjoying your treat?" "Yes, it is quite yummy. How fortunate my sweetie pie new holder is also accompanied by sweets. Though of course, I'd like you just the same even if you didn't live in a bakery." Marinette smiled at her. "Thanks, Tiki. That's good to know. So, what's on your mind? I can tell you're worried about something." Mari blinked. "Can Kwami sense their holder's emotions?" "To a degree, I suppose. Considering our souls are connected, I have some idea of how you're feeling, but it doesn't come through as loud and clear as my own emotions. In any case, do you want to talk about anything?" Marinette thought about it. "Well, A customer came into the shop. "Hello, welcome." Marinette perked up and greeted them with a friendly smile and tone as Tiki hid herself. After a few minutes, Mari took their order, supplied the goods, and sent them on their way. Once the coast was clear, Marinette spoke lightly to her Kwami. "Is there even a way to become a better hero? Is there a school you can go to? A course of study? Tutoring? A YouTube channel?" She shook her head. "No, wait. That's ridiculous. YouTube didn't exist when the Guardians first got their jobs. Then again, we are in the 21st century. Surely one of them... Wait, no. I'm getting distracted. Yes. YouTube. That world in your flattened box in your room where you can watch others partake in frivolity, which was recorded in the past. I particularly enjoyed watching someone make that decadent chocolate cake," Tiki commented. Marinette giggled uneasily. "Wow, you remembered that so eloquently." "Well, I'm not sure about YouTube, but it is usually the job of the Guardian to train both potential holders as well as others willing to learn and live the miraculous lifestyle." Confused, Marinette was about to ask the small creature a question, but just then, another customer came in and she did her best to be completely hospitable, making sure they got what they needed. Once they left, her faux optimism shrunk away to make room for curiosity. "What's the miraculous lifestyle?" "It's a lot to explain, but basically not everyone can become holders of the miraculous. Many of the people who don't go on to continue living their lives as if they were still training to get the opportunity to. Master Fu didn't make this super clear, but there's entire communities of people, families with children, who grow up living the miraculous lifestyle and being completely happy. It's not all about combat and fighting bad guys. It's a whole bunch of stuff that goes on there that creates a whole unique culture." "What kinds of stuff?" Marinette asked. Tiki finished swallowing another bite. "Their education, what they eat, the games they play, the songs they sing, even the kinds of things they do in their downtime. Like I said, it's a culture and way of life." Marinette's eyes widened. "And all of them are trained to be miraculous holders?" "Not all of them, but many of them." The teenage girl grimaced. "There's communities of people more qualified than me to do this job," she mumbled to herself. "How old are people typically when they start training for a miraculous?" Tiki took another bite as she pondered. "Somewhere between 10 and 12, I believe." Marinette's spirits sank even lower. "There are 10-year-olds who are more qualified than me to do this job." Completely demoralized, Marinette said in a defeatist tone, "If you don't mind me, I'm just gonna go stick my head in a giant bowl of batter. Maybe after getting cooked for a bit, I won't be such a half-baked hero." Her head sunk down as she buried it in her arms on the counter. Tiki gave her a sympathetic smile. "Don't worry, Marinette. For what it's worth, I think you're doing great for someone who knew absolutely nothing about this world. Don't be so hard on yourself." The Kwami offered the rest of her cake pop to the sad girl. "This'll help you feel better." Seeing the offer, Marinette smiled sweetly to the kind creature as she lightly patted her head with her index finger. "Thank you, Tiki, but please enjoy it. I made it for you after all." Just then, a customer underneath an umbrella walked in from the pouring weather. Upon letting down the umbrella, Marinette saw that the boy around her age had black hair with cyan tips at the ends. He had bluish eyes to match, donning a relaxed expression on his face. Mari was instantly stricken by how attractive he was as her body unconsciously straightened into attention. As he walked closer, she then nervously blurted out, "Hello, my Marinette is name." There was then awkward silence between the two. Her face grew redder and redder upon the realization of what she said. With widened eyes, she curled her lips into a forced grin and inwardly screamed. Much to her surprise, the boy broke down and started laughing, making Marinette only feel more embarrassed. Sorry for laughing," the boy said. "I just wasn't expecting that. It's so tonally different from what I just went through. Plus, you gotta see what you look like right now." He took out his phone and pressed the screen a few times. Holding it up to her, Marinette, whose expression hadn't changed, saw what she looked like via the phone's selfie function. Upon seeing it, she couldn't help but relax and laugh at herself as well, helping to ease the tension. "I can't believe I actually looked like that," she gleefully exclaimed. Her face still felt hot, but at the same time, it felt good to laugh at that moment. Still chuckling a bit, the boy spoke up. "So, I take it your name is Marinette?" She nodded. "Yep, Marinette Dupancheng. Sorry for acting so weird. It's not the best way to greet a customer." "Don't worry about it. You ended up putting a smile on my face, which is a pretty valuable quality for any establishment, no?" Still blushing, Mari smiled and avoided eye contact. "I'm Luca Kufan. It's nice to meet you, Marinette. Is this your family's bakery, or are you just an unrelated friendly girl who works here from time to time?" "Your first guess was correct. It's my parents' shop. Every now and then I help with the baking and sales." "That's awesome. Well, I decided to stop by because I heard that this was the best bakery in all of Paris," Luca replied. "And you'd be right," Marinette enthusiastically and confidently said. "No one bakes better than my papa, and that's a fact." Luca warmly grinned at her. "So I guess you're the heir to the royal bakery throne?" Her energy died down a little as she began to fidget with her fingers. I guess that's technically true." Changing the subject, she said, "So, Luca, I've never seen you around before. I mean, Paris is an exceptionally busy city, so it's not like we don't get strangers around here, but you get what I mean, right?" He chuckled. "Yeah, I get you. You're right, though. I'm not from around here. In fact, I was probably only 3 or 4 when I left France, so I'm not super familiar with things around here." "Really? So, where are you from?" "Japan." And with that, Marinette's eyes widened with a short gasp as the world seemed to pause. Luca continued to talk, but she couldn't discern anything he was saying. "He's from Japan? Could he possibly be? Is it possible that he's—" She inspected how he looked. "He looks just like a regular teenager. Then again, I'm a regular-looking teenager. That doesn't mean anything. Would the Japanese miraculous users send over a teenager for this mission? Wait, maybe this is just a coincidence. Paris is one of the most popular cities in the world. It's not uncommon to have visitors from all around the world, including Japan. And why wouldn't a visitor come to my parents' shop? Our baked goods are awesome. But what if he isn't just a visitor? Does he know I'm Ladybug? I need to find out." Marinette subtly looked down at the hiding Tiki, but she had a difficult time reading the Kwami's expression. Marinette? Marinette? Snapping back into the present, Mari finally heard Luca calling out to her. Are you alright? You sort of spaced out there. She giggled nervously. Sorry, it's just, I got really worried about something. Oh, is everything okay? He asked with concern. She continued smiling uneasily. Perfect, I think. Coming from behind the counter, Marinette got closer to Luca and slowly walked around him, carefully inspecting him for anything that might look like a miraculous. Trying not to appear suspicious, Marinette asked, So Luca, you're from Japan, huh? Yeah, that's what I said. Interesting. If you don't mind my asking, how do you feel about accessories? He gave her a confused look. Accessories? Yeah, like rings, necklaces, brooches, earrings. They can be cool. Why do you ask? No reason. It's just that you can tell a lot about someone by what they wear, you know? She continued to walk around him, completely oblivious to the fact that she was a lot more obvious than she intended to be. I see that you wear earrings as well. And you have a ring. A bracelet too. Very interesting. Still confused and understandably a little awkward, Luca asked, Is that a good thing? Are you a fortune teller or something, able to tell someone's future by their accessories? No, nothing like that. I'm just a casual observer. By the way, she pointed to her own earrings. I wear earrings too. They are super special to me. One could call them my lucky charm. Do you have anything miraculous like that? She gave him an exceptionally toothy yet sweet grin as she tried her darndest to not seem suspicious. She stared at him for a few seconds, giving direct eye contact in hopes that she could find some hidden secret. Luca closed his eyes and let out a short chuckle. I see what's going on here. Marinette gulped. You do? He nodded. Relaxing a bit, Marinette began to ask, Does that mean You're secretly a jewelry maker whose passion is in fact making jewelry instead of baking, and you're trying to sell me some of your products. Am I right? Luca happily responded. Marinette's expression fell into disbelief and bewilderment. What? Inspecting her expression, Luca said, Oh, I was way off, wasn't I? The girl sighed. Majorly. Was I wrong about him after all? She asked herself. Wait a second. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think I've seen you before. Marinette looked up at him. You have? After thinking about it for a few moments and further inspecting Marinette's face, Luca's expression brightened. Yes, I know who you are now. You're the Marinette Dupancheng, the one from the picture. You have a different hairstyle, but I knew you looked familiar. I totally forgot that this was the bakery where you got that food from. Mari blinked in confusion. I'm sorry. What picture? Luca took out his phone and scrolled through one of the pages. He had to scroll for quite a bit before he found what he was looking for. When he held it up, Marinette was staring at her class photo from her first year at college, Francois Dupont. Huh? She took hold of his phone and intensely stared at the picture. How did you get this? She frantically asked him. Admittedly, she was a little creeped out. My little sister Julika was in your class. She texted this picture over to me not long after she got her own copy. Finally tearing her eyes away from the phone, Mari looked up at Luca. Julika? There was a Julika in our class? She asked herself. He nodded. You know, tall, long black hair, partially dyed purple. It's pink in that picture, but she's going purple nowadays. Part of her hair covers her face. He gestured down to his phone, which was still in Mari's hands. Further inspecting the picture, Mari scanned her previous classmates. Looking past Chloe and Nino, who were in the same class as her that year, she finally spotted a girl who seemed to fit the description. After a few moments of trying to jog her memory, Mari finally looked up at Luca in a panic, Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, I forgot who she was. Holding his hands up to face his palms towards her, Luca assured, Whoa, it's okay, you're fine. I'm not all that surprised she didn't leave a huge impression on you. He put his hands down. Julika is the nicest girl you'll ever meet, but she's so shy that she has a hard time making her presence known whenever she's in a room. That may be so, but still, I feel bad. Please don't. She wouldn't want you to either. So then, how do you know about me specifically? Marinette asked. During the year that photo was taken, Julika was having a hard time adjusting to things and couldn't muster up the courage to talk to anyone. Luca's expression saddened a bit. She didn't have any friends and was super discouraged. But one day, he smiled at Mari, you came into class and gave everyone a baked good from your family shop. You were the first one to reach out and offer something to Julika in kindness. You may not have known it, but that really left a good impression on her. And when she tasted the treat, it instantly lifted her spirits. From that point on, she paid super close attention to you and your friends. I don't remember the others' names, but I know it was you, that boy with the glasses, and this other girl who isn't pictured. Let's just say you gave her something to aspire to. It wasn't strange for Marinette to come to school with gifts of pastries for her classmates. She did so from once a month to once every other month. She enjoyed sharing her parents' creations as it brought joy to others and because of her pride in her parents' skill. Having done this so many times, she never noticed if one individual person was more affected by the gesture more than others. And for the life of her, she really couldn't remember Julika. Julika, who really just wanted a friend. It touched her to know just how much she meant to the girl. Maybe they could become friends? Have you had a chance to see your sister? I mean, I don't know if today was your first day in Paris or not. Luca shook his head. Julika doesn't live around here anymore. What? Why? Since she was having such a hard time socializing, our mother suggested that Julika have a fresh start with new people. Julika did her own research and found a new school to attend. In Switzerland. Switzerland? She went all the way there? Yup. She attends an all-girls boarding school called Serval-Montreux. It's quite a nice campus from what I've researched. Oh wow. A boarding school. I never got the chance to talk to her, Marinette thought. How is she doing? Well, Luca crossed his arms as he pondered on that question. About the same. Still having a hard time breaking out of her shell. He sighed. I really do worry about her. I'm sorry about everything she's going through. Marinette gave him a sympathetic smile. But it's super sweet how much you care about your sister. I'm sure she feels just how much you love her. Luca smiled back. Thanks. Do you have any siblings, Marinette? She shook her head. No, I'm an only child, but my best friends Nino and Alia are close to me like siblings, so I don't exactly feel like I'm missing out or anything. And I get a lot of love and support from my parents, so I've got it pretty good. By the way, do you have a plan on visiting Julika? With a slight melancholic expression, Luca replied, As responsible as she feels like I am, my mom understandably doesn't want me crossing country borders on my own. Besides, she wants to see Julika too and hasn't had a chance to get time away from work. Fortunately, I think Julika will be visiting us relatively soon, so it should be alright. And we text almost every day, so I have at least some way of keeping tabs on her and helping her as much as I'm able. And what about your dad? Lucas scratched the back of his head sheepishly. It's complicated. Oh. The two of them then stood in silence for a few moments. Marinette, marinating on things, looked around the bakery, taking note of the different pastries and confectionaries. Eventually, she came up with an idea. Hey, Luca? Is it alright if I write a letter of encouragement to Julika? I feel super bad that I didn't do more for her in the past, so I want to make things right. Would you give me her address so I can send it? She offered his phone back to him. Upon hearing the request and taking his phone back, Luca gave her a wide smile. That'd be great. Julika would love that. Thank you, Marinette. Once again, he scrolled through his phone for some information. I'll go get some paper so that you can write down her address. Actually, if it would be easier, how about I just text the info over to you? Marinette blushed a little. You want my number? Well, yeah. I can't quite text without it. That is, if you want me to have it, of course. If you're more comfortable with me writing the info down, then I don't mind. I don't mind it at all, she said very loudly. He once again chuckled at her reaction. The two of them then exchanged numbers, and Luca immediately texted Julica's address over to Marinette. Got it. Thanks. No, thank you, Marinette. I'm glad that my sister's judgment about you was correct. He closed his eyes as if listening for something. Such a pleasant melody, he told himself. Marinette tilted her head. What was that? Nothing, he smiled to himself. By the way, how come you aren't more suspicious of me getting your sister's address? I am technically a stranger. I could be planning something super unsavory, she said while narrowing her eyes at him. He gave a cheeky grin. How do you know I didn't give you a fake address? Or, he held up his hands, curling his fingers into a claw-like gesture as he bared his teeth in a joking way. What if Julica isn't even my sister and I'm just some weirdo? They both stared each other down. Before too long, they both relaxed their stances and burst out laughing. Luca spoke up first. For real though, if you're only going to write her a letter, I see no harm in it. Besides, he gave her a thumbs up. I'm actually a pretty good judge of character myself. You could call it a special ability of mine. Also, she goes to a fancy private school with top-of-the-line security. I think she'll be fine. Besides, even if anything were up, her big brother would always be there to protect her. Oh, wow, okay, good to know, Marinette chuckled. I suppose even if he were a weirdo, I could just deal with him as Ladybug, she thought to herself. I hope that's not the case though, because he's super nice. Anyway, I'm really glad I came here today. Thank you for being so hospitable, Marinette. She waved at him. Think nothing of it. Oh. Running back behind the counter, she prepared a small bag of treats and then wrapped it with a bow. Here you go. Luca looked at the bag and gave her a sideways smile. But I didn't pay for anything. It's complimentary, she said. Think of this as your welcome to Paris special gift. Will your parents get mad? I don't think so. They encourage kindness and hospitality. Besides, there's not much profit being lost by giving away a few macaroons. Plus, if you love it, and I'm sure you will, you'll be back here in no time to give us your business. She winked at him and put her finger up to her lips. Just don't tell anyone you meet that these were free. Reciprocating her gesture, Luca winked back as he placed his index finger over his lips while politely taking the bag. Not too long after, the boy opened up his umbrella and prepared to leave. The two new friends waved to each other. See you around, Marinette. Come back soon, she kindly replied. And with that, he exited the shop. Later on, in another part of town, Alia, Adrian, and Nino were all hanging out in Alia's room. While Alia and Trix were attending to her lady blog, Nino, Adrian, and Plag were listening to some hip-hop beats coming from Nino's phone. Wow, you really composed that yourself? Adrian asked Nino, completely impressed. Yeah, dude. Sounds awesome, right? More than awesome, Adrian commented. Plag then asked, how did you even do that? A lot of practice, little dude. It's still not at pro status yet, but if I can get heads bobbing, it's headed in the right direction. Music sounds so different these days. I don't know how I feel about it. I mean, it's no camembert, but I think it's good, Plag remarked. It's more than good, it's so cool, Adrian added. But wait, I thought you were Alia's cameraman. If Alia wants to be a reporter, weren't you going to work with her? Being a DJ or music composer is really what I want to do, but if I can help Alia with her dream as well, double bonus. There's never a dull moment when you have a lot of stuff going on. Without turning to face them, Alia told them with confidence, I like a guy who can wear many hats. She then looked intently at a photo on her screen. It was a picture of her and her alter ego, Rena Rouge, posing together. Do you guys think it's tacky that I used my power to take a picture of myself with myself? I mean, no one knows we're the same person, but still. I don't see any inherent problem with it, Trix said. And when you think about it, it'll discourage people from connecting you with Rena Rouge. Exactly. Who says that chasing clout can't also double as a good alibi? You totally understand me, Trix, she patted his head. Plus, you look super cute in that photo, Nino assured. She flirtatiously smiled at him. And my guy knows just what to say. Adrian chuckled in response to what was going on. And then, without warning, Marinette kicked open the door and shouted, "Emergency meeting!" What did I say about kicking my door like a mad lady? Immediately after Marinette kicked open Alia's door, Alia, with an annoyed expression, walked over to her friend and began to painlessly pinch and pull the girl's cheeks to stretch out her face. And now she was lecturing her.
Don't do it?
Marinette replied with an altered tone, considering her cheeks were being pulled. And what did you do?
I did it.
Now what do you say?
I'm sorry.
Nino and Adrian simply watched on at the scene. Nino was mostly amused, while Adrian had previously attempted to get up to appease Alia when she strolled over to Mari, but Nino wordlessly gestured for him to chill out. Once Alia had let go, Marinette, in order to atone for her actions, left the room, closing the door behind her. She then opened the door calmly. Alia nodded in approval. That's better. Mari sighed, followed by her and Alia giggling to each other. Now spill the tea, Alia said. Marinette closed her eyes and took a deep breath.
So I was at the boulangerie helping my parents, same old, but then this boy walks in. He's so sweet and super cool. I said something kind of stupid and made us both laugh, and then we started talking. Turns out he's from Japan, and I was like, whoa, could he be the one Master Fu called? And while I was trying to figure that out, he was like, whoa, I've seen you before. And I was like, what? And he was like, yeah. He then showed me our class photo from last year, and I thought that was super creepy until he revealed that his sister Julika was in our class, and I felt so bad because I had no idea she existed. And now she's in Switzerland because she wasn't making any friends, and now she's still not making friends, so we have to cheer her up somehow. Once she was done explaining, she caught her breath. Her friends all stared at her in silence, attempting to process everything that was just said. Wait, so you met someone from Japan? Adrian asked. Right on, Nino pumped his fist. I had no idea we'd meet our guy so quickly. Slow your roll, you two, Alia told them. How old was this boy who walked in? He's Julika's older brother, but looks around our age, so maybe a year or two older?
Alia shook her head and shrugged. That's a no-go then. No way the contact in Japan would send another teen. It just wouldn't make sense. From what I've learned, it takes years of training to even be allowed to wield a Miraculous. 17 or 18 at the earliest, but not usually into maybe the mid-20s. Considering the severity of the situation, it would be irresponsible to send another teenager. And I don't know about you guys, but personally, I don't want another teenager. I want someone who's been training for years, who knows what they're doing, and who can help us the most effectively so that we don't die. She addressed Mari and Adrian. You two are only holders because of an accident, and I'm one because I'm awesome. The others gave her an exasperated look. She cleared her throat. I mean, because I'm Ladybug's best friend. We all know none of us were Fu's first choice for a reason, is all I'm saying. It's not impossible, though, Adrian reasoned. This guy, or whoever, could be an exception. I suppose that's true, but still, we can't run around making wild guesses. We'd go crazy. After all, do you know how many Japanese tourists we have a year?
I thought about that, Mari responded, but Luca isn't a tourist. His family lives here. Well, some of them do, and that's what I wanted.
See, he would have come anyway if his family already lives here. It's just a coincidence, Alia commented. Plus, it's not like she saw a Miraculous on him or anything, Nino added. Even if she did, she wouldn't recognize it, Plag said. How come? Nino asked.
All Miraculous have a cloaking charm on them. When not being used, and while being worn by their holder, they change their appearance as to not be easily detected,
Tiki explained.
The charm isn't all that necessary in miraculous communities, but in situations like with Hawkmoth, it very much is, Trix said.
Imagine the hot water you'd all be in if your miraculous were obvious. You'd probably be dead by now, Plagg thoughtlessly added.
Marinette, Adrian, and Alia all had a grim and horrified expression. Tiki shot the black cat Kwame a look. Plagg? What? It's true. I'm saying the charm is a good thing. Anyway, Alia tried to change the subject as she addressed Marinette. You didn't get all extra with this boy trying to find a miraculous, did you? Extra? I don't get extra. Marinette sounded offended.
Dudette, you forgot to buy something from a store one time and felt so awkward about seeing the same cashier that you bought a glasses, nose, and mustache disguise from the party store next door just to pretend you were someone else, Nino told her with a bit of a chuckle.
Marinette blushed as she grimaced. Her eyes quickly darted over to Adrian, who was also giggling.
Wait, she actually did that? The blonde boy asked.
Totally. I think I have a picture of it.
No, he doesn't want to see that, Mari frantically told him.
I don't know. I think I kinda do. Adrian flashed her a flirty smile. She gave him a light karate chop to his head.
No, you don't. And there was that other time when a baby duck was 10 yards away from its mother and couldn't find her, and instead of picking it up, you got 3 colors of chalk to draw a line to its mother and used your flashlight to try to guide it, Alia relayed.
Adrian puffed his cheeks to hold back his laughter.
Face completely red, Mari exclaimed, My method was perfectly valid. Besides, you can't touch the babies of wild animals or else their mother can't recognize them anymore because of their scent.
Wasn't that disproven? Alia asked. I thought that was only with deer, Nino added.
We're getting off topic here, Marinette shouted, completely embarrassed. I came here because we need to help Julika.
Julika?
Yeah, Luca's sister. She was in our class last year. I know it might be hard to remember.
I remember Julika, Alia said. She was the quiet girl with the cool dark clothes and pink hair, right?
Mari blinked in surprise. You know her?
Not personally, but I know of her. We don't have that many kids in our school, so I make a point of being aware of everyone in our grade, especially the interesting ones. And she was interesting. Her looks alone already put her on my radar, but with how she always kept to herself, it was like she was hiding something. Kind of a cool vibe, honestly.
Mari turned to Nino. Do you remember her?
Maybe? I do sort of remember someone with pink hair. I can honestly say I didn't know her name, but now that I think about it, I feel like I said something to her once. I think she forgot to plug in her earbuds one time and some of the music on her phone started playing. It was a super obscure song from a super obscure but awesome band that I didn't think anyone knew about, so I complimented her taste. She didn't really respond to that.
Marinette frowned. I think she was just being shy. Luca did say that she had a problem connecting with others. Why didn't you try to talk to her, Alia?
I didn't know that she didn't have any friends. I thought she had her own thing going on. I honestly probably figured that she was too cool to not have friends. We just never had a chance to get to know each other, you know?
Mari groaned. At least you two sort of remember her. I saw her picture and didn't even know she was in the same class as me for an entire year. It was like looking at someone for the first time. I feel just awful.
Adrian got up and walked over to her, placing a hand on her shoulder. It's okay, Marinette. We all know you're a great person and would never purposefully leave anyone out. I don't think any of you would. Don't beat yourself up over it.
But it still sucks, you know? She moved all the way to Switzerland because we didn't befriend her.
Whoa. Hold up. Girl, you're giving us way too much credit here. We're not the only ones who didn't approach her. There were other friend opportunities in our grade, Alia told her, and then she thought about it. Except Chloe. Adrian glared at her. Alia rolled her eyes.
Still, I plan on making this right, Marinette declared.
How? Nino asked.
I have a plan, she triumphantly said.
Oh boy. Alia, exasperated yet amused, sat down. This ought to be good.
Okay, so Luca said that Julika enjoyed my papa's baked goods, so I figured we'd trick my parents and get them out of the bakery for an afternoon. Maybe we can pretend that we're in charge of a big sweepstakes company and give them a call, saying they earned a free lunch somewhere. We could pay off the owners of said restaurant to play along and give them this lunch. While they're gone, you guys help me bake the goods. And then we hide the baked goods. When my papa asks where the ingredients are, we say we're borrowing them for a science project. After that, I secure passage to Switzerland, either via train or plane. Might have to sneak on board. You three have to camp out at a rooftop near my house so that when my parents come back to check on me, Rena Rouge can use an illusion to pretend that I'm there. And if need be, Cat Noir, or Adrian, or Nino can distract them until I get back. I'll drop the package off to Julika, and then I'll sneak back into Paris. What do you think?
Marinette's eyes were basically shining from excitement. Nino tried to think of an appropriate answer. Adrian looked away. His body was shaking from trying to hold back laughter. Alia sighed and shook her head and gestured to Mari in front of the boys. See what I mean? Super extra. Marinette blinked in confusion.
What? That was a lovely plan, Marinette, Tiki encouraged. I'm sure that could technically work.
Does anyone else's brain feel like it's on fire?
Plag dryly asked.
What do you mean by that?
Mari asked him, slightly agitated. Alia got up and wrapped an arm around her bestie's shoulder. I've got you, girl. I can see your general vision, and it isn't terrible. It's actually quite creative. But let's brainstorm this to make our lives a bit easier. Ladies and gentlemen, time to plan Operation Cheer Up Julika. And so the group put their heads together for the next 30 minutes to an hour thinking of an effective plan. Here's what they came up with. Step 1. On the upcoming Friday evening, Marinette would go up to her father and nicely ask him for a dozen of his best pastries.
Papa? Would you do a favor for me?
Sure, sweetie. She had her father Tom's full attention.
My friends and I are going to hang out at the amusement park tomorrow, and Adrian has never tried your creations before. Can you believe that? Never, ever.
Oh, and how is he doing, dear? Her mother Sabine asked as she walked in. It must be so hard being without his parents. Mari chuckled nervously while also feeling bad.
Yeah, but his spirits are high, so that's good. We want to cheer him up by taking him somewhere super fun. Yup, super fun.
Marinette, honey, are you alright? You're looking a bit tense, her dad asked, concerned. She forced a grin.
Yup, couldn't be better. Just super duper excited about going to the amusement park with my friends and nowhere else. I mean, what do you think I'd do? Go to a different country or something? Ha! That would be so silly. You're so silly, Papa.
Her parents continued to stare at her. Back while discussing the plan, Nino asked, Isn't Marinette, like, super bad at lying? Maybe you should be there with her, Alia. Mari couldn't even make a retort because she knew he was right. Nah, she's got this. Plus, her folks are super cool, you know that. But they wouldn't just let her leave the country, Adrian asked. Would your parents? Alia asked, before immediately regretting it and feeling awful. She avoided eye contact with him. Knowing she meant well, Adrian smiled at her. You don't have to tiptoe around me like that, Alia. It doesn't quite seem to be in your personality anyway. I like that you're usually so straightforward. You know, except when you're bad-mouthing Chloe. She shot him a cheeky grin. Yeah, that's probably not gonna stop, but thanks for the green light, Agrest. Still, you're my friend, so I don't want to say out-of-pocket things like that. No worries at all. And to answer your question, my mom probably wouldn't have let me go without adult supervision. It is a pretty big trip after all. I don't think she would have said no, just would have wanted me taken care of. And my dad, he smiled sadly. He'd be too busy to hear me out.
I'd probably be able to go and come back without him noticing.
Marinette gave him a sympathetic look. She didn't quite know how to respond to his answer. So, Alia took the lead. Well, I think most of our parents are like your mom, but who knows when an adult would actually have the time to take us to Switzerland?
I'm sorry, I'm technically asking you all to be sneaky,
Marinette randomly said.
Nino smiled at her. You're superheroes who have to keep your identities a secret. Being sneaky is part of the game.
With saving the day stuff, sure, but this is a bakery delivery, she said.
Not just a bakery delivery, it's a friendship delivery, right? And we're not about to diss friendship. Alia winked at her.
I just really don't want you all to get in trouble because of my idea.
You're not making us do this, Marinette. We want to help you, Adrian said. He gave her a bright smile that made her heart unexpectedly jump. I just super appreciate that you're including us in your plans. Thanks for trusting us. Upon seeing her friends being so supportive, Marinette couldn't help but feel warm and fuzzy inside. She then put on a look of determination and nodded. Fast forward to the plan initiation. Marinette continued to laugh nervously. Her dad chuckled.
Yeah, imagine that. You and your friends going on some adventure in Spain or something.
Oh no, we're definitely not going to Spain. That would not be an approved activity. At all. So, would you make the pastries for us? I promise we'll pay you back.
Marinette, you silly cinnamon roll. You don't have to pay me back. I'm your papa. I'd give you the world if I could. You're such a wonderful daughter that I'd be more than happy to make you and your friends some pastries.
The guilt immediately shot through Mari's heart, and it took all of her willpower to not fall over. Her mother walked over to flatten Mari's flyaway hairs and adjust her cardigan's collar. All we ask is that you be safe, have fun, and tell us what your friends think of the treats. Can you do that for us, honey? Marinette wanted to cry. She really had the best parents ever.
Yes, of course. Thank you, guys.
Step 2. The next day, bright and early, once the boxed pastries were secure, the group of friends would meet up at the front of the amusement park and go over their plan of action one more time. Alright, so Nino and I will stay here. You two know what to do, right? Alia asked. I'll stay in the city and patrol as Cat Noir. There will be no chance that any of your parents sees Adrian Agreste, Adrian proudly answered.
And I'll head to the train station nearby and buy a ticket to Montreux.
She groaned.
Almost 6 hours on a train.
She gave a small smile and a thumbs up.
It'll be worth it, though.
She looked at her phone.
Thanks to Luca, I have Julika's exact location, so hopefully she'll be in her dorm and easy to spot.
I feel bad that you'll be cramped in such a small space for so long while we get to stroll about, Adrian told her. I feel bad for you that you won't be able to have fun with us here at the park. Alia referred to Adrian. Hey, someone has to keep Paris safe, and I'm the only one who can destroy Akumas. He slumped his shoulders. I do agree, though. It does suck. I haven't been to this park since I was a kid. And I can't even have one of Mr. Dupont's scrumptious pastries. His mouth started watering as the aroma of the fresh baked goods floated up to his nose. Marinette giggled. Your sacrifice is appreciated, Kitty, and I promise you'll get to try one some other time. Dude, I'm not even sure why you haven't yet, Nino said. You've been friends with Marinette for a while. Pastries weren't exactly on our minds at the time, Marinette said. You'll get your chance, Agreste, Alia said, and we'll have a real day where we can all hang out here. Promise. Scout's honor. She saluted him. Are you even a scout? Adrian asked her. Anyway, here's the tricky part. Alia changed the subject and addressed Marinette. You'll have to leave your phone with me just in case your parents call to check in on you. If that happens, I'll transform into Rena Rouge and make an illusion to talk to them. It'll be no big. And if you need to contact anyone, you could become Ladybug and contact me with your yo-yo, so no worries, Adrian told her. Marinette nodded and handed her phone to Alia.
So I guess we're really doing this, huh?
She asked everyone. Nino gave her a thumbs up as they all smiled at her with determined looks. She reciprocated their expressions in confidence.
All right, Adrian, I'll let you know once I've arrived, when I'm about to leave the school, and when I'm back here.
Say no more, milady. You've got this.
And with that, the friends split up and enacted the plan. Step 3. Alia and Nino go hang out at the amusement park. Adrian heads back to town and transforms into Cat Noir. He patrols throughout the city. Marinette purchases her train tickets and takes the long ride to Switzerland. While on the train, aside from the occasional nap, Mari brought some puzzle books to pass the time as well as some fantasy books to read. This whole experience was super nerve-wracking but also super exciting. She hoped everything would go off without a hitch. When she looked outside the window to the quickly passing scenery, she wondered if this was the same scenery that Julika saw when she left Paris. It was entirely possible she left via plane, but it was still interesting to think about. What went on in that girl's head? What was she gonna be like? Would she be happy to see her? Would she be angry that they never extended their hand in friendship? Did she blame them for feeling like she had to leave Paris? Mari took a deep breath and calmed her thoughts.
No turning back now. Can't worry about the what-ifs. I'm doing this. We are doing this. Come what may. Hold on, Julika. I'll be there soon.
While at the amusement park, Alia and Nino had fun on the rides and attractions, but not too much fun. They were on a mission after all. Still, they appreciated the time to spend together alone. Predictably, Marinette's parents did indeed call at some point, and Alia did what she said she'd do. She found a secure and secret place to transform into Rena Rouge. Nino guarded the place she was hiding. Using Mirage, Alia created an illusion of herself in her civilian form as well as Marinette. Nino answered the phone and made it a video call with her parents. Because the illusions weren't solid, he had to hold the phone up to them. "Hi, sweetie. We don't want to be helicopter parents or anything, and we respect your space. We just wanted to make sure that you and your friends were having fun," Sabine said.
Aw, thanks, Mama, said the fake Marinette. We're having so much fun, and everyone loved the pastries.
"Yummy as always, Mr. Dupin. 5 stars, fake Alia told him.
Why, thank you, Alia. That's always great to hear,"
Marinette's dad said with much cheer in his tone. "Where's Nino?" Marinette's mother asked.
Right here, Mrs. C. And might I say, you're looking as exquisite as always.
Sabine giggled and leaned on her cheek bashfully. "Oh, Nino, always such a charmer."
"What about that Adrian boy? He's there too, right?" Tom asked. "I want to know what he thought about my pastries. I love hearing the reviews of first-time tasters."
Fake Alia and fake Marinette looked at each other nervously.
Adrian? Well,
"About that."
He's right here, said a voice approaching them.
Rena Rouge figured that there was a chance that Adrian's presence might be requested, so she played her flute and created another illusion. Fake Adrian walked up to the phone and said hi.
"Sorry about that. I was just using the bathroom. I'm so glad I got the chance to say thank you. You're definitely the best baker in town, Mr. Dupin."
Tom let out a boisterous laugh.
"Thank you very much, my boy. You certainly have good taste. As always, you're welcome here anytime. All of my daughter's friends are."
"Well, we don't want to keep you all from your fun. Bye-bye now." The illusions and Nino all said goodbye. Once the phone hung up, they all let out a deep sigh. The illusions returned to Rena Rouge, and, exhausted, she released the magic and they disappeared. After detransforming back into Alia, she came out of her hiding spot and sluggishly walked over to her boyfriend.
"Nice job, Alia. But hey, are you okay?"
"I'm good, just a bit worn out. I might be able to create any illusion I want, but I'm still technically out of shape magic-wise, so it takes a bit out of me to do more creative and separate illusions. I'll recover in no time, though." She smiled at him. "We were both awesome. Let's just hope that everything is going to be just as awesome with Marinette." Meanwhile, Cat Noir was doing his own thing in the city, making sure that no shenanigans were taking place. Step 4. Marinette arrives in Montreux, Switzerland. She was immensely relieved to be off the train. However, There was no time to enjoy her freedom or fully take in the beauty of this new country, with its vast blue skies, majestic mountains, and fresh greenery. It was time to get to work. Once she found a hiding location of her own, she transformed.
Tiki, spots on!
And with a bright flash of pink, she became Ladybug. Using her yo-yo, she called up Cat Noir to confirm that she made it to Switzerland.
Just be careful, milady. You're almost there, he encouraged her.
Right. And I hope everything is going well on your end?
Things are perfectly fine over here. Hawkmoth has been giving us a bit of a break lately. It's both refreshing and concerning.
Ladybug chuckled uneasily.
I feel you there. But we'll worry about that later. Keep up the good work and talk to you soon.
Copy that.
Once the call hung up, she proceeded to use her yo-yo as a GPS. She had already studied the map on her computer the night before, but just wanted to make sure. And with that, she secured the box of pastries onto her back, and then she was off, leaping and swinging and using her enhanced agility where she could in order to get to the school Serval-Montreux. When the buildings became more scarce, she got creative by hitching rides on trucks and other vehicles without the drivers knowing, by securing a spot on their tops. Step 5. Arrive at the school and sneak past security. Sure enough, just as Lucas said, the school, located next to a large, lovely lake and surrounded by lush greenery, was surrounded by a gate with security points, reminiscent of a gated community. However, she overestimated how big it was. The school itself seemed to be the size of a medium-sized hotel. Even then, it looked like a giant, comfy home, not at all what she had imagined. In her mind, the school would house hundreds, if not thousands, of students, so it would be easy for Juleka to feel overwhelmed and make it hard for her to make friends. But this school probably had no more than 70 students, if that. Still, though, Marinette realized that it's possible to feel lonely and helpless no matter the size of the group around you. It wasn't difficult to get past security. Then again, she was a superhero and didn't exactly have the limitations of regular humans. Once in the school proper, and being absolutely certain that there were no security cameras around her, Ladybug hid herself in some bushes and detransformed back into Marinette. Step 6. Find Juleka. Now in her civilian form, Marinette still tried to be stealthy and stay out of sight of any adult she happened to notice. It was Saturday, so theoretically, most of the teachers and staff shouldn't be on duty. Then again, they're taking care of a bunch of teenage girls, so it would be irresponsible to leave them on their own. So, must stay vigilant. With a lot of wall hugging, ducking, sneaking, and sweating, Mari was able to avoid the obstacles. That is, until she tripped on a crack and fell face first onto the floor. She groaned.
Are you okay?
Asked a sweet voice. Marinette looked up and saw a small, cute girl with short blonde hair and bright blue eyes wearing so much pink. The girl extended her hand out to Marinette. Mari took the girl's hand and the girl helped her up.
Yeah, I'm okay. Thanks. I'm sorry, I can be a bit clumsy sometimes. It's fine. I'm just glad you're okay. By the way, I've never seen you before.
She blinked at Marinette with her big blue eyes. Mari tensed up.
I'm new. Maybe. I'm touring the school with my parents. They're in the office right now. I kind of went off on my own. Oh, okay.
The girl smiled at her.
That was easy,
Marinette thought to herself.
By the way, do you know a girl named Juleka Kufan? She and I used to go to the same school. Is she a friend of yours? Hopefully. Oh, well, sorry. I don't know who that is. Do you know her room number? Yeah, here.
Marinette showed the girl the text that Luca sent over.
Ah, no worries. You're actually super close. Go up this stairway. It should be one of the rooms on that floor. Really? Thank you so much.
The girl giggled.
No problem. I hope you find your friend, and I hope you get to enroll here. It's super wonderful. What's your name, by the way? My name? It's, come on, Marinette, just give her any name. Maybe your mom's name. Or maybe Chloe? Chloe would be kind of funny. But without thinking, she answered, My name is Marinette. Darn it, Mari! She yelled at herself. Ooh, what a pretty name. I'm Rose. Nice to meet you, Rose. Can you please not tell anyone that I was here? How come? It's just, it's a secret. Surprise? There was a few moments of silence between them. Oh, okay, Rose replied cheerily. Wow, super easy. This girl really doesn't have a care in the world, does she? Marinette thought to herself. She then told Rose as she slowly tiptoed away from the girl. Well, I gotta go now. Bye. Bye-bye, Marinette. Mari sprinted up the stairs and very soon managed to find Julica's room. She couldn't believe that she finally made it. Feeling a bit nervous, she recalled what Luca said about Julica, how Julica admired her and her friends and how she was always off by herself. Taking a deep breath, Marinette knocked on the door. She waited a few moments. There was no answer. She knocked again. No answer. This time when she knocked, she called out, Julica? Julica Kufan? Are you here? It's Marinette Dupin-Ching from Francois Dupont. Are you home? Still no answer. Marinette sighed, feeling defeated. What could she do now? If she couldn't find Julica, it would ruin the whole plan. Not only would they fail the mission, but she might get back to Paris too late and get everyone in trouble. More than that, she wouldn't be able to help Julica. Julica wouldn't get to know that she had friends in Paris cheering for her. But just as she was falling into despair, Marinette heard the door crack and slowly open, but only slightly. Marinette? Said a gentle and quiet but unfamiliar voice. She didn't reveal herself. Mari perked up. Julica? Is that you? Why are you here? I came to see you. You came to see me? Why? Well, Marinette tried to find a way to not trace the motivation back to Luca. Didn't want Julica to think she was there because her big brother asked her to be. I was suddenly reminded of you and I wanted to see you. What? Yeah, so, can I see you? Are you okay with that? Mari asked. How did you find out where I was? Shoot, Marinette thought. I'll have to bring up Luca anyway or else I'll look like a creep. Alia found your information online, so I followed it here. My information is online? Anyone can just find me like that? Julica's voice suddenly became very distressed. No, wait. I'm sorry. That was a really bad joke. Marinette laughed uncomfortably. I just didn't know how you'd feel if I told you that Luca told me where you were. Luca? Upon opening the door fully, Julica revealed herself. She was a taller girl with long black hair dyed purple on her bangs covering her left eye, as well as purple halfway through her hair falling down her back. Her outfit was more goth-leaning and super fashionable. She had striking red eyes, but had on a concerned and timid expression. You know Luca? Yeah. We met the other day. He's super nice. Did he put you up to this? What? No way. Do you think he'd actually ask me to come all the way over here to Switzerland just to see you? Marinette smiled at her. I actually told him that I'd write you a letter, but little did he know that I'd show up in person. I hope that's all right. Julica began to fidget with her hair and avoided eye contact. So you really came here for me? Marinette nodded. Yup. Are your parents here? I mean, you're not here by yourself, are you?
Marinette once again chuckled nervously.
What? No, of course not. That would be completely irresponsible. Hey, actually, I came to deliver something to you. I unfortunately can't stay long, but I want you to have this.
Marinette untied the box from her back and handed it to Juleka.
What's this?
The girl asked.
Well, when Luca mentioned how much you liked my papa's pastries, I wanted to bring you a bunch. Just to remind you of home and to tell you that you have people in Paris who care about you. Oh, and sorry if the pastries aren't as neatly packed as they were when they were first put in there.
Juleka opened the box and her eyes widened. She saw the assortments of baked goods. They smelled amazing. But what really caught her eye was the photograph placed on top of them. It was a picture of Marinette, Nino, Alia, and some blonde boy she had never seen before, Adrian, smiling and holding up pieces of paper with giant words written on them. Each person held a different word. Placed together, they wrote out, "Your friends from Paris." She stared at the picture.
The blonde boy's Adrian Agreste. He is the son of Gabriel Agreste, the famous fashion designer. We befriended him recently. I think you'd like him.
Still staring at the picture, Juleka asked,
"You're my friends?"
Marinette closed her eyes and nodded.
"Yes. That is, if you want to be friends."
Suddenly, Marinette could hear sniffling. She saw Juleka's shoulders trembling.
"Juleka, are you okay?"
Without warning, Juleka dropped the box and pulled Marinette in for a hug as she cried on her shoulder. Her emotions coming in loud and clear, Mari's smile warmed as she reciprocated the hug. She began to stroke Juleka's hair.
There. It's okay." "Yes,"
Juleka hiccuped.
"Please, yes, please be my friend." "Of course,"
Marinette continued to comfort her.
"It's nice to meet you. I'm Marinette Dupencheng. What's your name?" I'm Juleka Kufang."
Her crying continued.
"Thank you, Marinette."
After a while, Juleka calmed down and they broke the hug. Juleka apologized for dropping the box. Marinette was not offended at all, and fortunately, the pastries were still intact.
"I do have to go now. I have to make the train before it gets too late. But next time you're in Paris, please call me so that all of us can hang out."
Marinette then remembered something.
"Oh, shoot. I forgot I don't have my phone." It's okay. I'll, tell Luca to send you my, number, if that's okay,"
Juleka said.
"That's more than okay," Mari beamed. "And enjoy your pastries. I hope they're just as tasty as you remember. Good luck at school, okay? You're a super sweet girl, so I know you'll do just fine."
Realizing that she had been there for too long, Marinette became aware of the fact that she had been playing with chance here, since it was only a matter of time before an adult came around. She waved to Juleka and said her goodbyes before running off. Step 7. Go back home. Feeling super good about how things went, Marinette found her hiding spot again and transformed into Ladybug. She then made the trek back to the train station, making sure to not be spotted. On the way, she called Cat Noir to tell him that the mission was a success. "Way to go, Ladybug," he praised her. "But technically, the mission will only be a success once you're back in Paris. So, try not to get abducted by aliens. I know how much they like going after cute girls like you." Ladybug blushed and chuckled uneasily.
"Interesting flirting tactic, mixing a compliment with a horror story."
"Wouldn't it be a sci-fi story?"
"Does the genre really matter?"
"Depends. Can I still come and save you as your knight in shining armor?" Genuinely amused, Ladybug giggled.
"Nice try, kitty, but you'll be plenty noble just by being there for me on time at the train station."
"Can do, m'lady." Ladybug smiled as she continued on her path.
"It should be smooth sailings from here."
They hung up and Ladybug made it back to the station, detransformed without anyone noticing, and got back onto the train. During the ride, she couldn't help but think of the day's experiences.
"Psst, Marinette, Tiki whispered from her bag. Tiki, shh! You have to be quiet so that people don't see you. I'll be careful, but I really want to say something to you.
Looking around to make sure no one noticed, Marinette placed both of her hands into her bag and cupped Tiki into her closed palms. She discreetly brought her cupped hands up to her ear, leaning over slightly to make it less conspicuous. Tiki whispered,
You don't have to respond, just listen. I know you were worried about whether or not you were a good hero, but you went out of your way to make that sweet girl smile. Today, you were her hero, and I couldn't be prouder of you. I think you're doing beautifully. You are a fantastic ladybug.
Tiki then discreetly peeked her head out and gave Mari a quick kiss on the cheek. Mari blushed a little from the gesture and kind words.
Aw, Tiki, thank you.
She placed the Kwami back into her bag and snuck the little creature a sweet snack. While Tiki happily ate, Mari sat in blissful silence with the biggest content smile on her face. Step 8. Meet back up to finish the mission. There wasn't much more to the plan. Marinette successfully made it back to Paris. It was already nighttime. Just as she was about to transform to call Cat Noir, Adrien was already there waiting for her. It was a relief to see him. Without skipping a beat, they gave each other a jubilant high five. The two of them met up with Alia and Nino outside of the amusement park. Upon seeing Marinette's face, along with her giving them a thumbs up, Alia and Nino grinned victoriously. The group of friends put their fists together for a pound it. The day ended and they all felt so accomplished, equally exhausted, but fully triumphant. That same evening, Julika texted her brother while he was practicing playing his guitar to tell him about Marinette's visit. Wait, she actually went all the way there just to visit Julika? Lucas smiled to himself. That Marinette really is something, isn't she? Julika sent over an image of the picture of Mari with her friends. They look like a pretty cool bunch, Luca thought. His eyes couldn't help but be drawn towards Marinette. Upon Julika's request, Luca texted over her number to Marinette, along with a very sincere thank you. The next text came in, and it was from Julika. She said that she shared the pastries with her roommates, who, in turn, invited the other girls on her floor to try some. She sent over a picture of the other girls partaking in the baked goods. Luca continued to smile. He texted her, "Great job, sis. You're so strong. Love you," and added a heart emoji at the end. Just before continuing his guitar practice, something told him to look back at the picture of Julika in her class from last year. Seeing how lonely she looked then, he felt so much better about her future. Marinette gave her the push she needed to crack open that shell little by little. That gift was much more valuable than any pastry, that's for sure. His eyes once again wandered over to Marinette. She really was a super special girl. But then, something else caught his eye. Something he didn't notice before. Or rather, someone. It was Chloe. Chloe was in Marinette and Julika's class. He had never noticed before since he had no idea who she was when Julika first sent him the picture. But without a doubt, that was definitely Chloe. She had on an entitled expression which made Luca chuckle. That girl deeply entertained and fascinated him. She was so starkly different from Marinette, pretty much her polar opposite. But wait, if she was in Julika's class, and Julika was so aware of the things and people around her, he couldn't help but wonder. Picking up his phone again, Luca texted his sister. "Hey Jules, this is a bit random, but I see that a girl named Chloe Bourgeois was in your class last year. Can you tell me about her?"
If you don't mind, Miss Narrator, I'll be taking over the story for this chapter. First person just seems more appropriate, you know? For all the folks listening, I promise the story will go back to its usual third-person point of view format for the next part. Well, let's get started. For those who don't know, my name is Adrien Agreste, and I have a pretty big secret. I'm a superhero named Cat Noir. Pretty cool, huh? No need for applause, but I appreciate the love. Life was always so drab and predictable before. Any vibrancy that existed in my life came from my family. My mom, my dad, Chloe, and even Natalie to some degree. After Mom died, My father basically shut me out of his life, and because of that, life started to lose its color. He said he cared, but rarely showed it. He hadn't looked me in the eye for the longest time or sat down to have substantial conversations with me. Sometimes it felt like he didn't think he had a son. I don't blame him for how he feels. I miss her too. So much. And I know his actions come from a place of pain and desperation. I know that because of what he's willing to do about what happened. Without boring you with the details, he basically became a supervillain named Hawkmoth in order to get my and Marinette's powers to resurrect my mother. And to add to things being even more messed up, Marinette and I would have to die in order for that to happen. Now I know what you're thinking. What kind of monster is my father that he'd try to kill his own son? Well, that would be messed up if he knew that I was Cat Noir, but he doesn't. Don't get me wrong, it's still messed up, but I can sleep a little better at night knowing he isn't consciously trying to kill me. I know, my standards are super low. It's all honestly the biggest mess to ever exist. I get total freedom as Cat Noir to do almost what I please, and I feel like anything is possible, but I wish it didn't come paired with my father being my worst enemy. It would be so easy to be depressed about it all, and I'd be lying if I said I was okay all the time. When left alone to my own thoughts, things could get pretty dark. Why wouldn't it when I've basically lost everything? Well, not everything. Amidst all of the grayscale confusion, I see my friends. Chloe may not be speaking to me right now, but she is the most consistent, vibrant color in my life. She's irreplaceable and a source of comfort. More recently, there's Alia and Nino. They're so much fun and they bring a unique, charismatic energy that just makes you want to hang out with them. And then there's Marinette, my ladybug. She's the most wonderful person to ever exist. She's brave, kind, loyal, smart, and absolutely beautiful in every sense of the word. I fell for her after our first mission as heroes. Of course, I didn't know she was Marinette at the time, but I knew I'd love whoever was behind the mask. To know that she would risk her own well-being just to comfort me for the sake of camaraderie by revealing her identity only confirms that she's the best person ever. Her reassurance gives me hope that things will ultimately be okay. I don't know what okay looks like in regards to my father, but thanks to her, thanks to all of them, I can take things one day at a time. And speaking of how amazing Marinette is, let me get you up to speed on our current situation. Marinette is on a train ride to Switzerland to cheer up the little sister of this guy she met the other day. Now, I could look too far into the fact that she's going astronomically out of her way to help the little sister of a guy she just met, which I could interpret as her trying to impress said guy, but I choose to believe that she's only doing this out of the kindness of her heart and would do so for anyone, which she totally would because she's nice like that. And from what I understand, she's also extra like that. I heard and saw her conviction when talking about the whole thing with us. She really feels like she wronged this girl, and she's putting so much time and energy into making things right. I feel so blessed and unworthy to have her as a friend. And so, I must do my best to keep up my side of the plan. I'll hang around Paris and do exactly what Cat does best. Save the day with the utmost amount of style. Marinette will be so totally impressed that she'll no doubt fall for me. Not that I'm doing this just to make her fall for me. It would just be a bonus, is all. I honestly do want that girl Julika to be happy too. After all, I know what it feels like to be alone, and I wouldn't wish that on anyone. The more friends, the better. And I look forward to meeting her properly one day. Now, what to do for 12 hours? All of a sudden, I find myself in the streets of the city. The sky is an ominous purple, and for some reason, I'm all alone. Just then, I hear a faint scream. I run and leap towards the sound. It's Alia! She's face down on the ground, completely motionless. Alia! Just as I start to run to her, something appears out of the corner of my eye. Nino! Just as with Alia, he lies motionless. What happened to you guys? Say something! That was when I started to hear maniacal laughter. Looking up, there's immediately a large mass being thrown at me, and I instinctively catch it.
Adricans.
My eyes widen as I inspect a weakened Chloe. Chloe, why are you...
Why didn't you save me?
She weakly asked before her body went completely limp. By this point, I finally realized that tears were running past my cheeks and dizziness overwhelmed my senses. And then there was another scream. Standing near the top of the Eiffel Tower was my father, Hawkmoth, choking Ladybug, who was struggling. She tried to kick and punch, but she couldn't reach her assailant. With his free hand, he took off her earrings and she de-transformed back into defenseless Marinette. "Marinette!" I growled. "Father, don't do this! You don't have to do this!" Right as I tried to move, I found that my body wouldn't budge. I was in someone's shadow. My mother's. Her body materialized behind me. Even though she was out of my line of sight, I somehow knew it was her who was there.
"It'll be all right, Adrian,"
she assured me.
"We'll be a family again soon."
Unable to speak past distressed whispers, all I could muster was, "Mom, please." My father then yelled out, "Adrian, you don't give me enough credit. I would never harm this girl. Why would I when gravity can do it for me? Accidents happen all the time after all. My hands are clean." He then let Marinette go and she went hurtling towards her doom. I screamed, but no sound came out. The shadow before me lifted its arm and revealed a long dagger that went plunging into my back. And then I woke up, panting and totally freaked out. I was on a random rooftop on a beautiful day. I could hear the sounds of the city and absolutely no distress whatsoever. Just to be sure, I leaned over the side of the building and watched the people blissfully walk by and carry on in their schedules. Taking a deep breath, I sat back. Everyone's okay. Man, did I really fall asleep? I'm supposed to be on patrol. I checked the time. It's only been a couple hours since Marinette left for Switzerland. And here I am napping. I can't believe I actually gave in to the cat stereotype. I blame Plag for this. Alright, Cat Noir. Time to be productive. Gotta prove that I can do things without Ladybug calling the shots. For the next few hours, I went around Paris and helped out any civilians who needed my services.
Young man, would you be so kind as to help carry my groceries?
An old lady asked me. Sure. And so I helped her cross the street and get the groceries into her pantry and fridge. Hey, Cat Noir, you're tough, right? Mind helping us move this furniture into the apartment complex? Some movers asked me. Not a problem. Thank goodness the Miraculous gives me enhanced strength. Even then, furniture is still tough to move after so many trips. Still though, we rocked the job, obviously.
OMG, is that Cat Noir? Hey kitty, come take a picture with us,
called a cute group of teenage girls I didn't recognize. Let's take some meow-tastic photos, I replied. When the photo op was done, I couldn't help but wonder if those photos could somehow end up on Alia's lady blog. I couldn't help but further wonder if Marinette would be jealous that I was surrounded by other women. She'd be like,
"Oh, Adrian, I never noticed how handsome you were. Seeing you with those girls made me realize that I want you all to myself."
Never fear, my dear. I only have eyes for you. I was simply making my fans happy, but I remain loyal to my lady. I nodded in agreement with my imagined scenario and smiled to myself. After basking in my fantasy, I then shook my head rather aggressively. No, you're on duty. Gotta stay focused. After that, I helped some more people out, cleaning some stuff, using Cataclysm on some unwanted garbage, finding a lost child who wandered off, and, funnily enough, saving a cat from a tree. Saving several cats from several trees. Once things began to calm down, I went back to perching on a rooftop. So many things are going on today, and yet it feels so muted compared to everything my father tries to throw at us. Speaking of which, why hasn't he tried anything in the past few days? I'm not complaining, the extra sleep was nice, but I can't help but feel a tad nervous. I shook my head again. Best not to think about it right now. Easier said than done though, considering, when left with my own thoughts, I can't help but think about it. I want to search the city for his and Natalie's hideout, but I feel like we looked everywhere. I don't know if it's actually possible to check everywhere, but it is super overwhelming. I just want this whole cat and mouse thing to be over with already. I want things back to normal. Well, relatively normal anyway. I don't want to go back to how things were before, since I have new friends now. But I do want my father back. Could we even treat each other normally after this? Even if he doesn't find out that I'm Cat Noir, he still knows that I know he's Hawkmoth and has been causing Paris grief. Unless our memories get wiped, I don't see a comfortable conclusion to all of this. I clenched my fists. Stay positive, Adrian. Things will be fine. We'll worry about that when the time comes. For now, Marinette and the others need me to be at my best. My thoughts couldn't help but drift over to Master Fu, who is technically my grandfather. So yeah, apparently I have a grandfather now. I have no idea how to properly process that information. Do you know how awkward it is not only knowing that you had a secret grandfather and that said grandfather feels so responsible for my father going rogue? He probably knew I existed and never came to visit. Although I can 100% believe that that was Father's decision and not Master Fu's. Father's been keeping secrets from me my whole life. I'm not surprised in the least. As a miraculous holder myself, I can kind of see why, but it still stings. The only reason I even met Master Fu was because of the Hawkmoth situation. What exactly am I supposed to say to him? Hey, Master Fu, or Grandfather, or Grandfather Fu, you've missed a lot of my life. Should we talk about how everything went horribly wrong with my father? By the way, you're invited to my next birthday party. Let's make a family Christmas postcard while we're at it. I felt silly just thinking about that. He honestly seems like a very nice old man. You know, when he's not being stressed out and unreasonable. But I'm positive that he has a lot on his plate, and trying to bond with his grandson who is being hunted by his son is not at the top of his list right now. And that was when my stomach growled. I couldn't tell if I felt it more than I heard it or vice versa. At this point, I could practically smell those delectable pastries that Marinette brought along with her. They smelled so good and looked even better. Her dad must really be a genius baker to have such a sensation linger on even when his creations were miles away at this point. Or were they miles away? I sniffed the air. Wait, that's not just me remembering the smell. I actually smell it. Peeking over the edge of the roof, I had only just realized where I was, across the street from the boulangerie. My eyes lit up and I instantly got down from my perch and approached the shop. Pressing my face up against the glass, I marveled at the assortment of goods. It was every kind of sweets and bread you could ask for. My mouth was definitely watering. I sighed. Too bad I don't have any money on me as Cat Noir. And I can't turn back into Adrian because Marinette's parents would wonder why I'm not at the amusement park with them. Darn it, Adrian, why didn't you consider your food situation? As I wallowed in my own self-pity and hunger, I hadn't noticed that someone was standing at the counter.
Hey,
called out the man. As swiftly as he could, he joined me outside. It was Marinette's dad.
You're Cat Noir, aren't you?
Yeah, that's me. At your service, sir. I then immediately thought, this wasn't the confrontation I was expecting today, but thank you, magical cloaking.
You certainly are. My wife and I are big fans of you and your ladybug friend. You two are heroes.
The man was so large, he towered over me by a good margin. He was larger than any natural person I've ever met. He looked like he could flip over a house if he put enough effort into it, but he had such a soft, sweet energy about him that he had virtually no intimidation factor, almost like a giant teddy bear. I grinned proudly and stood confidently. Well, it's nice to meet you, sir. My friends and I are happy to serve. Oh, and we do have another hero on our team, Rena Rouge. She joined up with us recently. She deserves some credit too.
Oh wow, more and more heroes popping up. These are way more exciting times than anything I experienced in my youth. Still, you all are pretty young. Must be a lot carrying such a big load.
I laughed nervously. Nah, all in a day's work. I took a step back. Well, duty calls and all that. I should get back to—
Nonsense. You must be hungry, right?
I blinked in surprise. You heard my stomach growling? He chuckled.
Didn't need to. You left a pile of drool in front of my shop.
I frantically looked over.
I did? The man bursted out with a jolly laughter. I like you, boy. You're funny. And then, without much warning, he lifted me up and placed me inside his bakery. By the way, you can call me Tom. Marinette's mother then walked into the room.
What's all the commotion, dear?
He pointed to his wife. And this is my wife, Sabine. Turning to her, he said, Look, honey bun, it's the Cat Noir.
Oh my, it really is. How exciting.
She came over and shook my hand.
It's an honor to meet you.
Marinette's mom had the same sweet, inviting energy as her father. Looks-wise, she was the total opposite of her husband. She was short, even shorter than Marinette, but she had a smile that could light up a room. No wonder Marinette is so awesome. She was raised by such nice people.
Cat Noir here came in to get a snack,
Mr. Tom told Miss Sabine. I shook my head. Wait, I don't have any money. I couldn't get a snack even if I wanted to.
Nonsense, Miss Sabine said. You and your friends risk your lives all the time to save Paris. I think you've earned yourself some free pastries. It's no trouble at all. In fact, it would be my pleasure to help fuel one of our city's heroes.
I couldn't help but blush from all of the praise. Really, you're too kind, but I don't want to abuse my authority like that. It would leave a bad taste in my mouth.
But sweetie, it's really no trouble, she assured. Besides, a growing boy such as yourself needs food. Speaking of which, do your parents even know what you all are doing?
Stepping away, I once again laughed uneasily.
It's a bit complicated. Can't say too much though, secret identity and all that. I hope you understand.
She gave me a worried expression.
Mr. Tom then spoke up and said, All right then, if you don't want the food for free, how about you help me make a batch of croissants? That way you earn it.
But I don't know how to bake.
You don't have to know. I'll show you the ropes.
And without further discussion, he once again lifted me up as if I were a lampstand and walked me into the kitchen.
First, we prep, he announced.
I guess we're actually doing this, I thought to myself. Mr. Tom first had us wash our hands, and then he put a chef's hat on my head. He told me exactly which ingredients to gather up, where to put them, and which bowls and such we needed.
Baking and, well, cooking of any kind is a super delicate process, he explained. It may not look like it, but there's a lot of chemistry and timing involved. And unlike when cooking more savory foods or things that don't require baking, you can't always have opportunities to taste test in the middle of the process. So, it's a lot of trial and error when you first get started. And after a while, it comes easy to you.
So I can't just throw everything into the mixer, then toss it in the oven and call it a day? I innocently asked. The man laughed again.
No, you can't.
Per his instructions, I cut up the butter in very specific sizes and placed them in the mixer. He placed a different kind of attachment to the part that spins. When I asked about it, he said that one was specifically for dough. I had no idea there were different attachments for different types of cooking. We then added in some of the ingredients, leaving others out, and allowed the mixer to do its thing. Man, it was so cool watching all of the different elements get mixed together like that to form something completely new. Not gonna lie, I kinda just wanted to watch it for a while and I'd be content. That is, until my stomach growled again. This growl was completely audible and I looked over at Mr. Tom, who had a huge smile. We both bursted out laughing. We went through the rest of the process of making the croissants, and just as he said, there were very specific steps to follow. There was no way I'd remember them if I were to do this on my own. When it came to the task that required me to handle the dough, well, in my hands, I didn't feel comfortable using my clawed gloves, so I just watched Mr. Tom handle those steps. It was like watching a master at work, a true artist. I had no idea that baking and cooking were basically art. He truly looked like he enjoyed what he was doing. It was something he got to do every single day, and he was having the time of his life. And you know what? It was super fun. Probably the most fun thing I've ever done other than Cat Noir stuff. After a while, the croissants were done and they smelled amazing. And before I knew it, Miss Sabine was resting a box in my hands, placing 5 large croissants within it.
"You're sure you don't want more?" she asked me.
"Nah, one for me and each of my friends should be enough," I told her.
Regardless, she placed an extra one in, winked at me, and smiled. Feel free to eat 2 of them then, so that you have enough strength to keep doing what you do. I returned the smile. Thanks, Miss Sabine.
You were such a great helper, Mr. Tom exclaimed. Come back anytime if you want to bake anything else. I can always use an extra hand.
Without thinking about it, my smile widened and eyes brightened from the thought of coming back to make something else. You can't ask that of him, dear, Miss Sabine said, a bit sternly but sympathetically. He's a superhero after all. I'm sure he has other important things to do. She gave me a pat on the shoulder. But if he or his friends are ever hungry, we've got you covered. I'll make sure to relay the message to them. This is the best bakery in all of Paris, after all, I exclaimed. Mr. Tom chuckled.
You're such a capable young man that I wouldn't mind you meeting my little Marinette. I think she'd be quite fond of you.
My body went rigid, but I still cracked a smile. Marinette?
Oh, did I forget to mention? I have a sweet, precious, adorable daughter around your age. Shame she's not around today. I'm sure she would have loved having you here.
You don't say.
In fact, I think you'd make an excellent boyfriend for her. I'd certainly feel better knowing she's safe with you.
My face instantly went red as my smile widened.
Tom, you can't just say statements like that out of nowhere. You'll embarrass the poor boy, Miss Sabine scolded.
But everyone loves Cat Noir. Marinette probably does too,
her husband tried to justify. And I'll admit, hearing that felt pretty nice. I'm glad so many people have such a nice opinion about me.
Even so, I don't think Marinette would want you sizing up a boy she never met and setting them up together. Let Marinette's love life happen naturally, like ours did.
Mr. Tom sighed and gave me a slight bow.
My wife is right. Sorry about that. I just got a bit excited.
I shook my head and grinned at him. No worries at all. I'm flattered, really. And in the deepest recesses of my mind, I thought, I wish I got this kind of glowing review to give to Marinette. If only she felt the same way about me that her parents do. Even though I'm Cat Noir now, hopefully this means they'll accept me in my civilian form as well. Could I be just as exceptional to them as Adrien? Anyway, I've gotta go now. Duty calls. Give my best to your daughter. She sounds like a nice girl, so hopefully I'll meet her one day. And with that, I took the box of croissants and leapt away from the shop. Before too long, I heard my staff start to beep. I stopped in my tracks and held it up in front of me. The green cat paw on it was blinking. Upon clicking it, a screen popped up and I saw my beloved Ladybug. She told me she successfully made it into Switzerland. As far as I'm concerned, the hard part is already over. Of course, she still has to locate the target, but I'm sure that won't be as exhaustive as taking a 6-hour train ride. She's got this. I left out the fact that I spent time with her parents. Part of me couldn't help but wonder if she would find that weird. To be fair, it's not like I made the plan to go there. It kind of just happened. I just don't want that to come off as creepy. She already knows I have feelings for her, so I hope she doesn't interpret this in a weird way. Nah, I'm sure it'll be fine, but I'll withhold the info for when this whole mission is done. After our call ended, I contacted Rena Rouge. Apparently our miraculous devices can only communicate with one another when we're transformed. Her miraculous must have notified her of my call and she had to find an opportunity to transform. I told her about Marinette's progress and she was over the moon with how smoothly the plan was going. I was instructed to just keep doing what I was doing and to let her know either when Ladybug called again or if Hawkmoth was attacking. Once that communication ended, I once again found myself unsure of what to do. Wandering around, my body unconsciously brought me in front of Le Grand Prairie, Chloe's home, which also happened to be my momentary residence, as well as a hotel. Leave it to the bourgeois family to live in some place as glamorous as the highest-end hotel in Paris. Considering knowing Chloe my whole life, I was used to visiting this place, but I still haven't fully been able to call it home. I looked down at the box of goods I was holding, and then I glanced up to the top floor of the building. Contemplating my options, I took a deep breath and used my pole to launch myself several stories high before using my abilities to scale the walls. And before I knew it, I was on the balcony rooftop, perched on the railing, glancing down at Chloe, who was lying down sunbathing with her sunglasses over her eyes. She hadn't noticed me.
I opened my mouth to speak, but I realized that I didn't know what to say. Oh, right. I'm Cat Noir right now, not Adrian. I could always detransform, but I don't know if she'll even talk to me. The more I thought about it, the more I realized it's weird for a superhero to randomly show up to see her. Nevertheless, I'm curious. Hey there, I called out. Chloe immediately yelped and scrambled a few feet away in fear.
Who is it? Who are you? Why are you here? Take my money. Just don't hurt me.
Panting hard, she looked up at me. Finally having the time to process my presence, she brought her sunglasses away from her eyes and stared at me.
Wait. Oh my goodness. You're Cat Noir.
She jumped up to her feet as she practically had stars in her eyes. I saluted her. In the flesh.
Oh wow. And you're here. Wait, does that mean I'm in danger? Have I been akumatized?
No, nothing like that. Things are actually pretty peaceful. I got off of my perch and approached her.
Huh. Well, in that case, could it be that you're actually here to see me?
She leaned into me with a wide and expectant smile. Feeling a bit awkward, I held up the box. Do you want a croissant? She blinked in surprise.
What?
A croissant, freshly baked.
You came to deliver me a croissant? Is that something superheroes do?
We do a ton of nice things for people. It's not always about fighting bad guys.
Aw, Cat Noir came to give me a gift. I must be so super important that he would think about me. But then, why wouldn't he when I'm the most desirable girl around that even superheroes swoon over me?
She reached into her pocket.
I've got to get a selfie with you.
Before I had the chance to say anything about that, she took out her phone, wrapped her arm around me, and snapped a photo of us together. She then stepped back and admired the photo with a huge, dreamy grin. I suddenly empathized with Alia and Nino when it came to Marinette's more exaggerated behaviors. I haven't had the years of exposure to Mari's shenanigans, but I've had my own version of it with Chloe. Maybe that's part of why I feel so comfortable with Marinette. In some weird, twisted way, she reminds me of Chloe. So, do you want a croissant? I asked her. She continued to admire herself.
Oh, no thanks. I don't do carbs.
I probably knew that, but it was worth a shot. I see. No problem. I guess I'll just be on my way then. She shot her arm out at me as if reaching out.
No, wait. One carb every once in a while is fine.
I chuckled to myself. I also knew about her fear of missing out. She reached into the box and grabbed a croissant. Staring at it for a few seconds, she took a bite. I followed suit, finally allowing myself to eat. We sat down next to each other and ate. It was nice hearing happy eating sounds coming from Chloe. It was nice in general getting to be with her in a friendly atmosphere. I missed this. I wish this side of her right now wasn't reserved only for Cat Noir. We sat in comfortable silence.
It's so weird, she said. I feel like I've known you forever. I'm starstruck for sure, but not like with a regular celebrity. I wonder why.
Yeah, I getcha. So, how is your croissant?
I must admit, it tastes really good. I haven't had one in such a long time.
At this point, she only had a few bites left. I guess she was just as hungry as I was.
Where did you get these?
She asked. Oh, from the boulangerie, I blurted out. In a blink, she froze. I looked over to see what was wrong. Her hands trembled, face burning with anger. Without giving it another thought or word, she threw the rest of the pastry to the floor, stood up and stomped on it, grinding it with her foot.
Garbage,
she spoke in a chilling tone. That comment cut pretty deeply. Hey, why did you do that? A lot of work was put into those. Without looking back at me, she answered,
I don't associate with such an unworthy, awful place.
How could you say that? The people who work there are so nice, and even you were enjoying yourself. Shut up, she screeched. I was taken aback.
I warn you, Cat Noir, don't ever go back there again. An evil witch lives there, a pathetic, unattractive baker girl who takes and doesn't give anything back.
My body then moved on its own. Fueled by my own anger, I grabbed her by the shoulders and turned her around to face me. I growled at her. "Don't you ever say anything like that about Marinette ever again!" I shook her as my grip tightened. "You have no idea—" There was a gasp, and the red finally left from my vision. Chloe's big, bright blue eyes were staring at me in horror as she cried and trembled. A wave of guilt instantly flooded over me and I loosened my grip. It was only then I realized how tightly I was holding her there. Feeling my adrenaline die down, I couldn't help but rest my forehead on her shoulder. I'm so sorry. I don't know where that came from." Chloe must be so confused and scared. I feel the same way. It was a mistake for me to come here. She eventually stopped trembling and spoke in a quieter tone.
I know exactly where that came from. You're friends with her, aren't you?
Friends with who?
You're friends with that Baker girl.
I made my fondness for Marinette a little too obvious there. Still, maybe I can clean this up. Regardless of the situation, I found the capacity to give a little smirk. Cat Noir is a friend to everyone.
Oh, save it. She shoved me away.
Giving her my pleading eyes, I didn't want another chasm between us. I couldn't lose her as Cat Noir as well.
Anyone who is friends with her can't be friends with me.
Sadness flashed in her eyes.
It's literally impossible.
She hugged herself.
I don't blame you for your little rage moment. It wasn't your fault. It was all hers.
"What happened between you two?" I asked. She didn't respond. Ordinarily, I would leave this alone and respect her boundaries, but it felt wrong to back off from this. My sister had a grudge against one of my best friends. I was caught in the middle and both have gotten hurt. I need info. Please, I really want to know. Maybe I can help.
You can't. Just go,
she said in a dry tone. Searching my mind for another option, I offered something to her. "If you tell me, I'll give you a piggyback ride and carry you around the town. I'll show you what it feels like to jump up high, leap around, and feel free. What do you say?" Chloe frowned at me, and then her eyes made their subtle, frantic movements as she was lost in thought. She then blinked hard and grit her teeth.
Follow me.
We left the balcony and went into her room. She went to a large bookshelf and scoured through it, trying to find something. Eventually, she found a thick, old photo album and pulled it out. Turning to a specific page, she showed me a few pictures. They showed a very, very young Chloe, maybe in preschool, playing and smiling with another little girl who looked awfully familiar. She wasn't wearing glasses as I was used to seeing her, but the resemblance was uncanny.
You see this? This is me, obviously. I'm the cute one there. But that girl next to me? Her name's Alia.
Alia? I couldn't help but shout out. I knew they looked similar, but I didn't think it was actually true. Chloe looked at me suspiciously. Alia! It's such a pretty name. I tried to fumble through. Never heard of it before, but it's definitely not as pretty as Chloe. Chloe is the nicer name. Yep. So, tell me what happened. Narrowing her eyes at me, she continued her explanation.
There's not much to say. Alia was my best friend up until that stupid loser Net moved to Paris. She stole my friend and didn't even care about how I felt.
Chloe turned the pages and eventually Alia wasn't present anymore. For a while there, it was only pictures of Chloe. It was so hard to believe. Chloe and Alia were friends. I'm sure it wasn't like that, I tried telling her. Marinette isn't the type to purposely leave someone in the dust.
Well, she did. Chloe slammed the book closed. And that's that. Well, there's more than that, technically, but that's how it started. Everything went wrong because of her. Throughout the years, just lather, rinse, repeat. I'm better than her in literally every single way. And yet it keeps happening.
But that can't be.
Look, I held up my end of the bargain. I told you what happened, so just drop it.
Okay. There were deeper issues here than I ever could have thought. I needed to bring this up with the others. Knowing Chloe, she wouldn't let all this go from just this one conversation. All right, thank you, I told her. I then gave her a smile. Are you ready for that piggyback ride now? With a pout, she turned away.
I'll have to take a rain check on that. I'm not feeling it anymore. I want you to go.
She walked over to the bed and lied down, still hugging the book, back facing towards me. I looked on at her, feeling her heart break. What a mess. And she didn't even have that group of fake friends to call and fall back on. I felt bad, but I couldn't let them take advantage of her and lie about caring about her. Even if they were still around, I don't think they would have given her the sympathy she actually needed. She was alone. Marinette and the others gave me the okay to invite her to our friend group, and naturally, Alia was the least in favor of it. But considering how Chloe still refuses to speak to me as Adrian, and knowing her disdain for the others, it probably wouldn't work. Without saying another word, I left her room, gathered the croissant box, and left the hotel altogether. As I was on my way, still contemplating things, my staff beeped once more. Putting on my best charming and enthusiastic expression, I met Ladybug's face with a smile. She reported that she met with Julika and delivered the goods. I knew she could do it. I'm glad everything went well with her. Our mission was almost a success. She just needed to get back safely, which she definitely would because she is Ladybug. After the call ended, I found a secure place and detransformed. Using my cell phone, I checked in with Alia and Nino, giving them the good news. Well, of course they were very happy to hear about the success. They were worried about why I was Adrian.
What if someone sees you? The plan was to stay as Cat Noir until we all met up again.
Alia told me. Trust me, I know. And I'm going to transform again in a minute. I just have to make a call to someone as Adrian. I promise I'll be careful. Catching the downcasted tone in my voice, Nino asked,
Hey dude, is everything alright?
I smiled at him. Yeah, I mean, maybe.
Adrian? I know it's not the ideal time, but we're here if you want to talk.
Alia told me.
Yeah, we'll definitely make the time.
These two are really nice. I couldn't help but think how different Chloe would be if she had grown up with them and been in their group. Alia, I stopped myself from talking. I wanted to ask again if she'd be willing to let Chloe join our group, or at the very least talk to her.
What is it?
She asked. I went to the bakery and made croissants with Marinette's parents. She gasped loudly.
You what?
Nino bursted out laughing.
You look so serious there. I thought it was something way worse. Cat Noir in a bakery sounds hilarious. Please tell me you were at least Cat Noir.
Alia demanded. I rolled my eyes and sighed, ending in a smile. Yes, I was Cat Noir.
Still though, how does something like that even happen?
I'll tell you guys about it when we all meet up. I promise. And I held up the box. Free croissants for all of us. Alia grimaced. Nino, however, was more impressed.
Fortune has smiled on us. We gave pastries and pastries came back. I see this as an absolute win.
Alia groaned.
At least I know they're yummy.
She then chuckled.
I look forward to hearing the story, Agrest. Make your call and suit up again, you hear?
Yes, ma'am. And with that, the call ended. I was mentally kicking myself for being such a coward. It's just that, in my gut, I didn't feel like the timing was right. In any case, there was just one more thing left for me to do. Using my finger, I scrolled through the contacts on my phone. Once I found the number I wanted, I pressed the speed dial and held the device up to my ear. After a few rings and a mound of uncertainty, there was a voice on the other end.
What do you want?
Hey, Chloe.
That didn't answer my question.
I just wanted to hear your voice.
Well, you heard it. Are we done now?
Wait! Come on, Chloe, it's me. We've always been able to talk. How long is this going to last? She didn't say anything. Chloe.
You're out with the baker girl and her loser friends, aren't you?
I had to restrain myself from scolding her. Technically, I'm by myself right now.
Then, come and see me.
I clenched my fists. I can't.
Figures.
There's just something I have to do is all. I wish I could tell you about it. At that moment, I considered telling her that I was Cat Noir. I wanted to fill her in on the secret so that we could have that sense of camaraderie again. We'd have a secret, another thing to bond us. But it wasn't just my secret to give. Telling her only about me wouldn't make sense since I'd still be hanging out with the others more often than her in order to protect their secret, and thus she would eventually make the connection. And telling her about everyone without their permission would complicate things. They wouldn't want her to know, and I don't want them mad at me. Besides, she would be in danger with that knowledge. If my father ever found out, he'd never leave her alone. I couldn't do that to her. If there weren't the complication of us being superheroes, I could muster up what it takes to try to fix things between all of my friends. But as it stands, I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. It's a secret right now, Chloe, but I promise that it won't be forever. I'll tell you one day. Again, there was silence. Just as I was about to speak, she said,
You better tell me one day, Adrikins. I'll hold you to that promise.
Then she hung up. There was a tiny glimmer of hope. At least, I think there was. I feel like she's still mad at me, but it felt a little better knowing she'll be willing to hear me out one day. Until then, I just gotta give it my all like the others are doing. Plag, claws out! In a flash of green, I transformed back into Cat Noir and continued my patrol. The rest of the day was history. After another 6 hours, I went to pick up Marinette at the train station, and even while she was exhausted, she looked as radiant as ever. We then met up with Alia and Nino at the amusement park. Totally tired from the day's events, but high off of our victory, we did a group pound it. Of course, Alia noticed the box of croissants and gave me a funny look. It was time to come clean about my bakery adventure. Leaving out the part about Marinette's dad trying to set me up with her, of course.
It was morning, and Nino was waiting outside of the school, looking on at the streets, frantically checking his watch every few seconds. Come on, he'd say under his breath, anxiously. His other peers were making their way into the school, chatting amongst themselves and giving him no attention whatsoever. Come on, guys, what's taking so long? After several moments, Nino was left all alone. He checked his watch again. Just then, from around the corner on the other side of the street came Marinette, Alia, and Adrian sprinting at top speed. Nino breathed a sigh of relief. They ended up having to bob and weave around some of the cars that had slowed down after noticing them, but they were in one piece. Once they reached their friend, they all stopped and toppled over, sweaty and catching their breaths.
Whoa, cutting it pretty close there, guys, Nino said with a grin. You should learn not to underestimate us, Adrian said through his heavy panting.
Ugh, I always hated track and field, Alia commented. I'm literally suffering. Too bad we couldn't stay until we got closer to the school. We could have gotten here earlier if we did. Marinette breathed heavily as well.
You know why we couldn't do that.
Yeah, secret and all that. Alia then took a deep inhale and then let it out. Okay, I'm no longer dying. You two good? She turned to Adrian and Mari. They both gave her a thumbs up as they continued to recover. Nino placed his hand on Adrian's shoulder. Come on, man. Let's drop by our lockers before class. You can hit the water fountain on the way. Adrian chuckled. Sounds good. He turned to face the ladies. See you both in class, all right? They waved to him and the boys went off on their own.
Must be nice having lockers right next to the classroom,
Marinette said, referring to the boys as she and Alia journeyed to their own lockers.
Why do ours seem especially far today?
Exhaustion will do that to ya. But let's just make sure to thank our not-so-friendly neighborhood hawk moth for making our morning oh so super exciting, Alia said sarcastically.
Yeah, what's up with that? Who initiates an attack so early in the morning?
Mari complained.
He goes several days being completely silent, and then he decides to be the world's worst alarm clock.
Let's look on the bright side, Marinette. I've never seen you get ready for school so quickly. That's a personal record for you. Marinette groaned. And I gotta say, the disheveled look is pretty charming. Alia giggled. With a grimace, Mari patted the top of her head and attempted to flatten her hair. She then adjusted her pigtails.
I didn't even get a chance to brush my hair. I'm a mess.
We're teenagers, Marinette. Most of us are a mess. You fit in just fine. But you know, I'm sure Adrian finds it adorable. Mari immediately blushed. Oh, my lady, how can I count the ways of your loveliness? I shall do so for each letter of your name. Meow. Alia made a dramatic pose as she mocked Cat Noir. Mari bumped her friend's elbow as she giggled. Stop it. She then tried to change the subject.
You were pretty awesome out there. I'm so glad you're a hero now too. You have no idea how much relief it gives me. And Adrian too, of course.
Alia clicked her tongue and gave her friend a thumbs up.
Like I said, I've got your back, girl.
Just say the word and I'm at your service, milady. She gave Mari a sly smile. Marinette lightly elbowed her.
You're the worst, but also the best.
Now, don't give me all the credit. After all, Hawkmoth did us a solid today. It was so nice of him to lose so easily. I didn't know he liked us that much.
Maybe I should create a nice gift basket for him for his troubles.
Marinette played along.
After all, he must really care about our education.
Alia laughed. There you go. The two girls continued laughing as they made it to Marinette's locker. However, the moment she opened it, the fun immediately stopped as she gasped in shock. Sensing her friend's dread, Alia asked, "What's wrong?" Before looking into the locker herself, her eyes widened. There were several layers of yellow, thin, sticky, silly string covering every inch of the contents of her locker. No crevice was ignored. Its consistency felt more like slime, though, as it wouldn't easily depart from the surfaces when Marinette reached in to take it out.
All my books and school supplies. It'll take forever to clean this up. Who would do this?
Alia scowled. Do you really have to ask? It was obviously Chloe.
But how would she even get in? There's no sign of anyone using force.
She's stupid rich. And if Batman and Iron Man have taught us anything, that's basically a superpower. Alia reached into the locker as well to feel the gunk.
Ugh.
Actually, there is something super surprising. She's not usually so bold when Nino and I are around. Still feeling dejected while trying to clear the mess to get the books she needed for the upcoming class, Mari asked,
"How do we even know that Chloe did this?"
Very interesting that you'd give her the benefit of the doubt after everything she's done to you.
We still can't jump to conclusions.
Alia sighed. It has Chloe's name written all over it. Yellow is her signature color. After all, she did say,
yellow is the new pink.
Besides, even if you ignore that, she's the only one who has a problem with you enough to do something like this. Grabbing her items covered in the slimy substance, Marinette dejectedly closed her locker. Any and all amusement she had before was long gone. With a frown on her face, Marinette sluggishly made her way to class. "Oh no, we are not doing this," Alia proclaimed. Placing her hand on Marinette's back, she lightly pushed her forward, forcing the girl to walk faster. "We're gonna be late if you do your walk of shame."
But Alia, I can't go to class like this.
You can, and you will. Don't let a bully like Chloe get you down. That's precisely what she wants. Don't give her that power. You march into that classroom with your goopy books with confidence, because I guarantee you that the moment we walk in, Chloe will have that slimy grin on that smug little face of hers. If you show her any weakness, you lose. And Marinette Dupan-Chang doesn't lose.
You're kidding, right?
Are you? You're not the same little girl who got tossed around by Chloe Bourgeois. Dig deep down into your inner superhero and channel that energy into finally defeating her.
Marinette searched her thoughts. I guess I can use Lucky Charm to make a solvent to dissolve this icky stuff.
See? There's my favorite problem solver. And even if you didn't have powers, you could either order new stuff or wait for the goop to dry and have some, unique materials. I mean, I don't have any books covered in slime. Honestly, I'm kind of jealous. Alia grinned at her. As bad as she felt, Marinette chuckled.
Feel free to take mine.
And by that point, they finally reached their classroom. Everyone else was already there, including Nino and Adrian, who immediately noticed that something was up, although they couldn't tell exactly what it was at their vantage point. Their other peers faced them as well out of curiosity. Although most of them lost interest quickly and resumed with their own business, some others did happen to notice the slime and couldn't help but stare and whisper amongst themselves. And, predictably, upon eyes gliding over at Chloe, she was grinning evilly and looking Marinette right in the eye. Alia glared at her while Mari looked frightened. Chloe didn't linger too long, though, as she turned her head to face the teacher, still grinning and glancing at them out of the corner of her eye.
Marinette, Alia,
I'm glad to see you girls. You're right on time with 10 seconds to spare, Miss Bustier said cheerily. Please, take your seats. Remembering her misery, Marinette begrudgingly made her way to her spot with Alia following closely behind. After they slid into their seats and sat down, Adrian bent over a bit and whispered, "Are you okay? What happened to your books?" Without looking at him, Marinette answered, "I'll explain later." And so, class started and Miss Bustier began her lecture. At first, Mari had a hard time focusing, both because of what happened to her stuff, but also knowing that Chloe's atmosphere was looming over her. It filled her with anxiety knowing that Chloe was willing to harass her while her friends were around, while Adrian was around. Although, she didn't do anything directly in front of him, and it's still not confirmed that she actually did anything. Sure, she was grinning when she saw Mari, but that could have just been her noticing that Mari was having some trouble, and she was just laughing at her misery. This morning really wasn't going well. Meanwhile, Adrian was concerned. He had so many questions, but what he did know was that the girl he liked, his friend, was upset. He also had a hard time focusing on the lesson. Alia, meanwhile, was stewing in her anger. She wanted to chew Chloe out so badly, and it took a lot of self-control to not get on her case right this second. And poor Nino was detecting all of this negative energy and just didn't know what to think or what to do. There were bad vibes everywhere. Eventually, Miss Bustier's lesson came to a close just as nutrition break was underway. When she dismissed everyone, Marinette and her peers all gathered their stuff and stood up from their seats. And then, curiously, there were snickers heard throughout the room. It took a few seconds, but Adrian looked down at Marinette and he saw it. Marinette? Your pants are all brown in the back, Nino announced. Alia peered at Mari's behind and gasped.
They're what?
Marinette frantically turned her body around in circles trying to see what they saw, but couldn't with her bodily limitations. Once Miss Bustier had a good look at what happened, she gasped and held her hand up to her mouth. Oh my, how did... Watching Marinette spin around like that made her classmates laugh a bit louder, but the one cackling the loudest was Chloe. She made sure her laugh was heard above them all. Eventually, Marinette stopped spinning and felt behind herself. She was surprised to find that it was wet. When she brought her hand up to her face, she saw that her hand was covered in what looked like brown, chemically smelling paint.
Uh-oh, looks like Marinette had a little accident. How sad,
Chloe mocked. After shooting Chloe a dirty look, Alia escorted Marinette out of the room. Chloe continued to laugh. Chloe, Adrian scolded.
What? It's not my fault.
She shrugged before chuckling to herself. Adrian and Nino soon followed after the girls. Chloe then glanced over at Miss Bustier, who also shot her a look of disapproval and disappointment. She shook her head at the girl, which made Chloe stop laughing as she put on a little pout. Staring down at Marinette's seat, she narrowed her eyes and grinned to herself. While that was going on, Alia had led Marinette into the closest girl's bathroom.
These are my favorite pants. Oh.
Mari rushed over to the sink.
Maybe if I wipe off the paint super quick, they can be saved.
Right as she turned on the sink, the water shot out at her in a rushing stream, completely soaking her and partially soaking Alia, who was standing nearby. As Mari recoiled backwards, she slipped and fell onto her bottom. Hearing the commotion, Nino called into the bathroom from the outside. What's going on in there? You girls all right? Alia replied with a loud groan as Mari just sat in her puddle of defeat. Alia? Marinette? Adrian called. You know what? No, not today. Alia helped Mari up, who was still slipping and having a hard time getting her balance. I have no idea how that yellow snake did this, but I'm getting sick of it. She eventually managed to get the girl up and on her feet. Alia then stomped out of the bathroom with purpose in her eyes. Whoa, you're all wet, Nino pointed out. Oh, don't worry. I'll soon be dry from the heat of my righteous fury, Alia roared. Did who I think did this do this? Nino asked. Who, Chloe? Adrian asked skeptically. I can believe she put the paint down, but she's not exactly a plumber. This was probably just an accident. Oh wow, she really has you fooled, doesn't she? Alia addressed him bitterly. She's not some innocent angel aggressed. She's a menace that needs to be stopped. Uncomfortable, he scratched the back of his head. I know she has some problems. Oh, it's way bigger than just some problems. And I intend to do something about it.
But before you do anything drastic, Mari interjected, I think we should just take some time and, calm down.
Calm down? Marinette, you're the first one who should be upset about all of this.
I am upset, but, I don't know. This just doesn't seem worth it. It's like you said, Alia, don't let her get to you. I'm not sure why she's so aggressive today, but if we don't give it attention, she should go back to mostly leaving us alone.
Mari sighed.
I think we should just go to our gym lockers and wear our PE clothes for the rest of the day. I mean, it's all we can do, really. It's not like we have any proof that she did it.
Alia's face trembled with anger, but after a few moments she sighed and her body relaxed. Yeah, you're right. The last thing I want to do is give her the satisfaction. All I really want right now is to get out of these clothes. She forced a chuckle. As much as I know I can pull off any look, this one is not it. The group then started to make their way towards the gym, trying their best to ignore any nosy onlookers. However, right as the two girls passed under a balcony, a waterfall of cooking flour spilled over on top of them, stopping them in their tracks as they stood completely stunned. Whoa! Nino exclaimed. What the heck? Adrian added. A crowd had begun to form around them. Naturally, some of them couldn't help but take their phones out and started taking pictures or video recordings of the spectacle. Neither Alia nor Marinette could fully process what just happened. They both simply remained in place with shocked, unbelieving expressions. The flour was starting to mix with the water, turning into an unappealing dough-like substance. It was in their hair, all over their clothes. It was a mess.
Oh dear. What happened here?
The crowd parted, and there was Chloe, standing with such a condescending attitude as if she owned the whole world. She had on a sleazy grin as she sauntered up to the girls.
Ooh, what an awful accident. What an absolute mess. Such a series of unfortunate events, she said in a mocking tone.
Chloe, did you do all of this? Adrian asked with an authoritative tone. He then shook his head. No. Why did you do all of this? She scoffed at him.
I assure you, Adrikins, I have no idea what you're talking about. I simply walked by and noticed the commotion. My poor classmates here were in trouble, so of course I came to make sure they were okay.
She placed herself several inches away from Marinette's face.
Then again, Baker Girl seems like she's right in her element. A little dough never hurt anyone, right? She snickered.
Alia clenched her fists. Marinette avoided Chloe's judgmental blue eyes. All she wanted to do was shrink into the smallest size and escape the situation. She wanted to run away and go home. She started to remember what Alia said earlier about not letting Chloe get her way. It was even the advice that she threw right back at Alia only a few moments before. Of course, it was easier said than done. It required a very specific strength to stand up to a tormentor after such a long history of being tormented. Did she even have that strength? That's when something finally clicked in Marinette's head. A literal madman has been trying to kill her. For a while now, she's been having to fight against said madman, who had magical powers to create other villains with magical powers. That could kill her. All of her friends and family were in danger more often than she'd like. Suddenly, Chloe's petty little pranks didn't amount to much. What could Chloe possibly do to her anyway? She's Ladybug. She has superpowers and super friends by her side whenever she needed them. In fact,
You know what, Chloe? I feel bad for you, Mari blurted out.
Chloe frowned and blinked in confusion.
Excuse me? You're just lonely and pathetic.
The crowd gasped, mixed with sounds of cautious awe. Chloe's eyes twitched as she frowned.
Yeah? Well, I'm not finished.
Marinette looked the bully in the eye, completely staring her down.
You're not worth the worry. I don't know what your problem is, but instead of taking your anger out on me, try fixing what's going so wrong in your own life. To be honest, I wouldn't mind trying to be nice to you and being your friend if you weren't so rotten and didn't have such a toxic personality. You're all alone, Chloe, and yet you never stop to even consider how you are the problem. Money will only get you so far, and I wish you learned that lesson before something really, really tragic happens to you. But if you honestly insist on being set in your ways, fine. If you want to keep trying to mess with me, then by all means, bring it on. But I promise you that you'll never bring me down or break me. Never again. And even if I can't handle it, I have my friends here to support me. So, although I'm not sure what game you're trying to play at, you've already lost.
The crowd of kids burst out in roaring applause and whistles, while Chloe was left wide-eyed and speechless. Both Alia and Nino looked on at their friend with smugness and pride. Adrian, however, was completely conflicted. It's not like Chloe didn't need the wake-up call, but he didn't want her put on the spot like that. But at the same time, he didn't want to refute Marinette. Still stuck in shock, the cheering shot through Chloe's very core. In her mind's eye, she saw her and Marinette standing on a stage. The audience was fawning over the blue-haired girl, completely enamored by her, while they laughed at and booed at Chloe. She felt so very small. In fact, she was looking on at a child version of Marinette, while she herself was also a small child.
What an utterly exceptional young girl.
Very astute. You have a bright future ahead of you, said a woman's voice as the woman bent over to pat a cheery Marinette on the head. Stunned, child Chloe said,
But I'm exceptional too.
The woman, now frowning, looked on in disgust at Chloe. The only exceptional thing about you, my dear, is your sister and your fabulous mother. Chloe gasped, and behind the woman she saw the child Marinette smiling like a Cheshire cat. Completely breaking, Chloe, in the present, let out a shrill scream as she threw her head back and held it in her hands. Everyone went completely silent. She then started to yell at the real Marinette, who wasn't grinning at all.
Everything is all your fault. You're nothing but a witch, an ugly evil witch who uses her magic to bewitch everyone. I wish you were gone, Marinette Dupanchang. I hate you.
In the blink of an eye, Alia slapped Chloe across her cheek. Chloe reeled back, completely stunned by the attack. She was so overwhelmed by disbelief that she couldn't feel how badly her cheek stung. The crowd that had been watching gasped before becoming deadly silent. Without skipping a beat, Adrian called out, "Chloe!" He rushed over to her, placing a hand on her shoulder while inspecting her reddened cheek with the other. "Are you okay?" He then glared at Alia. "What the heck, Alia? That was totally unnecessary." Even Marinette spoke up.
Yeah, I think you went too far.
Alia didn't respond.
Alia?
Marinette approached her friend, and when she finally got a good look at her, she found that the girl was holding the hand she had slapped with. Her gaze was distant, as if she was in a trance, but her expression was utterly conflicted. Anger was there, obviously, but her lips quivered, and eyes glossed over with tears from guilt. Understanding the duality of Alia's emotions, Marinette softened on her and sighed.
Oh, Alia.
Upon hearing Marinette's voice, Chloe's neck slowly turned so that she could see her two rivals standing there. But despite the fact that Alia was the one who struck her, Chloe's focus locked on to the pig-tailed baker girl. Chloe was seeing red, and the whole world disappeared. In what seemed like an instant, Chloe lunged at Marinette, letting out an almost feral screech. Reacting swiftly, Alia blocked the girl's path and shoved her away. "What the heck is your problem? Back off," Alia demanded. "I attacked you, not her."
This is all her fault!
Chloe shrieked as she tried to claw and fight past Alia. Both Nino and Adrian had gotten involved at this point. Nino was trying to help Alia fend off Chloe, and Adrian was attempting to hold the blonde girl back. But in not trying to hurt her, and with her unpredictable jerking movements, it was tough. Marinette looked on at the scene, completely horrified and not knowing what to do or how to help. For all that bravado she just had, it all melted away. Eventually noticing that this position was getting them nowhere, Alia had the idea to suddenly tackle Chloe to the ground. This way, she would have a harder time getting to Marinette. However, this didn't stop Chloe from trying to get up and launch herself at her, so Alia wrapped her arms around the girl's legs, weighing her down. "Chloe, you dumb brat! Stop blaming Marinette for all your problems. You are the problem, not her." Chloe growled as her awareness of the ongoing situation became clearer.
"Back off! No one gave you any right to touch me!"
She was eventually able to wiggle one of her legs free as she tried to use the foot of said leg to shove Alia's face away.
"And who do you think you're calling a dumb brat, you four-eyed tool? I'm sick of you getting in my way!"
Not appreciating the shoe squishing her face, Alia turned her cheek and leaned back. She put on a devilish grin as she caught Chloe's free leg. "Well, won't you look at that? These shoes look expensive. It'd be such a shame if you lost one." Chloe angrily gasped.
"Don't you dare!"
Her grin widening, Alia slipped off Chloe's shoe, rubbed it against her dough-soaked body, and threw said shoe several yards away. Her voice squeaking in disbelief, Chloe whispered,
"That's designer brand. A Gabriel Agreste original."
"Yeah, shame that," Alia said smugly. "Maybe you can salvage it if you go after it fast enough. Now, be a good little girl dog and fetch." Taking advantage of Alia's lowered guard, Chloe sat up and turned to return Alia's slap with one of her own. With her cheek now pained and reddened, Alia didn't need nearly as much processing time to lunge forward and try to hit the rich girl once more. But this time, Chloe was prepared and fought back. The two girls rolled around on the ground, pulling each other's hair and clawing at the other. It was a total mess. With this now being a straight-up fight, the crowd became rowdy once again, with a mix of those egging on the conflict and others judging it. And of course, the smartphones were recording everything.
"Guys, you both need to stop this."
Marinette tried to interject, but neither of the girls were having it.
"I get it. Both of you are hurt, but this is no way to settle things."
She stepped towards them with her arms reached out as if to attempt to manually get them to stop. Placing his arm out in front of her, Adrian said, "No, Marinette, you'll get hurt." She looked up at him.
"But, Adrian, they..."
"I know," he responded. Adrian couldn't help but partially blame himself for all of this. For the most part, Chloe had been leaving Marinette and her friends alone, aside from the snide comment here and there. This was the first time he had ever seen Chloe be so overtly aggressive towards them. It wasn't until he forced Chloe to bring up her past with Alia, when he was Cat Noir, that the pain must have resurfaced to the point where it erupted into this ugliness. Marinette had already suffered enough that day. He couldn't allow her to get hurt in this brawl. And Alia too. Although her initial physical strike was unwarranted. Nodding over at Nino, who immediately understood the assignment, the boys carefully approached the catfight and reached down. They were both met with resistance as the girls had no intention of backing down, but they persisted on. Eventually, Nino was able to get a hold of Alia, and Adrian got a hold of Chloe. The two of them dragged the disheveled girls apart and forced distance between them. Chloe and Alia heavily panted as they glared each other down. But before any more words could be exchanged, a deep, loud, authoritative voice cut through the crowd. "What is the meaning of this?" All the kids turned to face the origin of that voice. It was the school's headmaster, Mr. Damocles. Not too long later, Alia and Chloe were forced to take the walk of shame to the headmaster's office. Once there, and Mr. Damocles had sat down in his fancy chair, Chloe slammed her hand down on his desk as she spoke in a heightened volume.
I demand to speak to my daddy's lawyers.
Appalled, the headmaster replied, "Fix your tone there, Miss Bourgeois. And this isn't even a legal matter, so lawyers aren't necessary."
Like heck they're not. I shouldn't even be here. I didn't do anything wrong.
Alia scoffed in disbelief. "Are you kidding me? You literally tried to attack Marinette, and before that you set up a whole bunch of traps just to mess with her." Crossing her arms, Chloe stuck her nose in the air.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Don't say such outlandish things. Poor Marinette. She was just having a bad day. We all have those, you know.
Pretending to cry, Chloe took out a handkerchief out of seemingly nowhere to dab at her tear ducts as she put on these big puppy dog eyes towards Mr. Damocles.
I honestly felt so bad for what she was going through. All I wanted to do was cheer her up, and then I was so brutally attacked. Where's the justice?
Just as Mr. Damocles was about to respond, Alia cut in. "Oh, cut the crocodile tears. You aren't fooling anyone. You might be able to slither out of responsibility for the pranks, but there's no denying you did in fact try to attack Marinette." Shooting Alia a sharp, cold glare, Chloe responded,
"Where's your proof?"
Slamming her own hand on Mr. Damocles' desk, Alia flashed her phone in his face. "Sir, there is literally video evidence of what she tried to do. And even if there wasn't, there was a literal crowd of witnesses."
Are you thick or something? Chloe accused. Videos can be edited and people can be bought off to say or do anything. So that's barely proof.
You must be the dense one, because there was no time for either of us to mess with the evidence like that, Alia retorted. You might be able to use your rich girl money to make people lie for you, but there's enough footage of what happened in enough angles to paint a pretty clear picture of what happened.
Fine. If you want to play the video card, then let's acknowledge what you're trying to avoid. The fact that you struck first.
Chloe turned to face her headmaster, once again putting on her innocent lamb act.
Mr. Damocles, Alia smacked me right in my perfect cheek for absolutely no reason.
Alia's confidence immediately fell as her worries welled up. Chloe continued.
Everything after that was an act of self-defense on my part. I was honestly so scared.
Is this true, Miss Césaire?
Mr. Damocles stoically asked Alia. With an uneasy tone, Alia replied,
Well, it's not untrue, but you don't understand. Chloe was acting crazy.
Any violence at this school is strictly prohibited. It is a serious violation of rules, and you put not only yourself and Miss Bourgeois at risk, but potentially any other peers or staff who try to break up the conflict. And to add to that, you hurt both yourselves and the reputation of this school. Do you honestly think I don't understand how social media works? Hundreds, thousands, and even hundreds of thousands of people could watch the footage from that fight. Our reputation would be tarnished.
Chloe merely looked over at the internally panicking Alia with a wide, satisfied, menacing grin. Mr. Damocles continued.
I am very, very disappointed with your conduct, Miss Césaire. You had recently already broken school rules by leaving the premises of our campus during an emergency, no less, with Mr. Laif, and now you're not wasting any time in causing more grief for us. What happened to you? You were such a good student.
Sir, please, let me explain. Alia tried to reason with him. You just need to watch the video.
Just stop, Alia,
Chloe said while once again pretending to cry into her handkerchief.
Can't you see you've already upset our dear headmaster? Your poor decision-making has given him such a headache. When, oh when, will your reign of terror come to an end?
She blew her nose into the cloth. Finding her rage again, Alia was about to blow up at Chloe. Now look you!
I've had just about enough, Mr. Damocles announced with authority. Miss Césaire, I'll have no choice but to expel—
Wait just a minute, sir. Miss Bustier spontaneously opened the doors to the headmaster's office with a look of distress and determination on her face. Her entrance shocked everyone in the room.
Bustier, what's the meaning of this?
Mr. Damocles demanded. Miss Bustier cleared her throat and composed herself. My apologies, sir. I was listening in for the past few minutes. I realize I could have come in at any time, considering both Chloe and Alia are my students, but I didn't want to disturb you. And I was also curious as to what your verdict might be.
The headmaster sighed. Listening in on something you're tangentially related to is understandable, but scaring me half to death by barging in is what took it too far.
Miss Bustier gave a nervous chuckle. Again, my apologies, sir. Settling down, Mr. Damocles asked,
In any case, given your rather extreme reaction, I'm guessing you disagree with how I'm handling the situation?
To be honest, sir, I don't think you're giving Alia much of a chance to defend herself here. Chloe gasped.
What?
Ignoring her, Bustier continued, I think you should watch some of the videos that were posted regarding this fight. I recommend the ones that capture the entire conflict. With a look of complete and utter betrayal, Chloe was at a loss for words. At the same time, Hope was rushing back into Alia.
It shouldn't matter, Bustier. Miss Césaire was the one who caused the fight.
That may be true, but context really matters. Surely a great and wise man such as yourself is aware of that. Mr. Damocles paused and marinated on that thought. He sat back in his chair and stroked his thick beard.
Great and wise, Yes. Yes, that is absolutely true. Context does matter. I will need time to study the evidence and come up with a fitting consequence.
Mouth agape, Chloe tried to weasel her way out of this outcome. But I'm the victim. Placing a comforting but stern hand on both of the girls' shoulders, Miss Bustier suggested, If you wouldn't mind, sir, may I be the one to come up with and administer the consequences? After all, they are my students, and I feel personally responsible for their actions. Perhaps there was something I could have done or said to prevent this.
I don't know. You're awfully soft on your students, Bustier. How do I know you won't let them off easy?
Miss Bustier chuckled. Do you really see me as being that much of a pushover? She then became serious again. I will, of course, come to you first to review my final decision. Feel free to make any changes if what I decide doesn't suffice. Although, I would deeply appreciate it if you would instead be willing to work with me on the consequences. What do you say? For a few moments, Mr. Damocles thought about the proposal. Both Alia and Chloe waited on bated breath, the two of them hoping for opposite outcomes. Eventually, Mr. Damocles relented, much to Chloe's detriment and Alia's delight.
All right, I approve of your request.
Miss Bustier gave a small smile and a slight bow. Thank you very much, sir. She then addressed her students as she gestured towards the door. Well then, shall we go? When Miss Bustier, Chloe, and Alia arrived at the classroom, the teacher shepherding the teen girls inside, both were unsure of their fate. This day had been a complete roller coaster for everyone, and the ride wasn't even over yet. Miss Bustier stood in a relaxed stance in front of her podium as she waited for the girls to get situated before her. But just as the two of them got into place, Alia politely raised her hand and spoke up. Miss Bustier? I'm really sorry about this. I've been trying to ignore it, but I just can't anymore. Would it be okay if I cleaned up a bit and put my gym clothes on? I feel super gross. After trying to help Marinette fight off the broken faucet and having loads of flour dumped onto her, Alia looked like a doughy mess.
Huh. Serves you right, honestly,
Chloe snidely said. Chloe, Miss Bustier scolded before addressing Alia. I can imagine how uncomfortable you must be. Can I trust you to come right back afterwards? Alia nodded. Of course. After all, I am already on thin ice here. Then you may go. And Alia, I don't want you to take this as an opportunity to socialize. You'll have plenty of time to check up on Marinette and your other friends later. Wash yourself up and then come right back, okay? Understood. Alia began to walk away. Feeling that tug of guilt that she had experienced earlier, she then stopped and turned to face her teacher. Oh, and Miss Bustier? I'm sorry. Miss Bustier gave her a small sympathetic smile. I know. Thank you, Alia. Just as Alia had cleared the door, Chloe said,
Oh, hold on, Alia. You dropped something.
Chloe caught up with Alia and reached down to pick up the unknown item from the ground. With a bit of skepticism, Alia asked, "What did I drop?" Chloe stood back up and whispered in her ear so that their teacher couldn't hear.
Your mother's job security. I hope she enjoys unemployment.
Feeling her stomach drop, panic arose in Alia as she gasped in alarm, her eyes widening in fear. In an interesting set of circumstances, Alia's mother, Marlena, worked as the head chef of the hotel that the bourgeois owned and lived in. She was a very talented cook and well-renowned in the culinary world, a source of pride for the bourgeois for sure. However, since the youngest bourgeois, Chloe, seemingly has her father, the mayor, wrapped around her finger, she'd simply need to make a complaint and he'd likely do whatever to make it right, no matter how ridiculous. This is what Chloe believed anyway. To her, that's all her father seemed to be good for, buying her stuff and keeping her happy and out of the way. Would he actually be willing to fire his prize chef just to appease her? Good chance. After all, with their money, they could easily find some other talented chef who would be more than willing to work for such a prestigious family. Knowing Chloe's thought process, this idea horrified Alia. Seeing the panic overcome her adversary, Chloe took a step back as she grinned coldly at Alia before slamming the door shut in her face. Being acutely aware of Miss Bustier being in the room, Chloe, pretending to be appalled with her actions, audibly gasped and reopened the door ever so slightly just to speak to the person on the other side.
Oh, my goodness. I am so sorry for slamming the door on you, Alia. Sometimes I don't know my own strength. Go get cleaned up now, okay?
Shutting the door more gently, Chloe turned around with a sweet smile and approached her teacher's podium. "You can drop the smile, Chloe. I already know it's fake," Bustier said sternly. Chloe giggled.
Oh, it's not fake. They say that forcing yourself to smile will eventually put you into a good mood. So right now, I'm trying to make myself positive enough to receive the brunt of your complete and utter betrayal.
Miss Bustier sighed. Chloe. The mask instantly starting to crack and grin beginning to tremble, Chloe spoke through her teeth.
I had everything under control until you just had to tell Mr. Damocles to go and watch the video.
If you're truly innocent, then you should have nothing to hide, her teacher told her. Do you have something to hide? Completely dropping the faux positivity, Chloe crossed her arms in a huff and turned away from Miss Bustier.
Of course not, but just as always, no one will see it that way. All because of little Miss Perfect Marinette's ability to skew reality in her favor.
Putting on a high-pitched mocking voice, she added,
Oh, what's that? Marinette Dupanchang is in the video? She must be the good guy here. She could never do anything wrong. Chloe is the monster. Let's blame her.
We weren't even talking about Marinette, Miss Bustier said. How did Marinette come into this conversation?
Because she's always involved when things go bad for me. It's just so... Ugh!
With a little bit of a defeatist tone, Chloe then said,
It doesn't matter what you see in the video. No one will ever have the full story. Like I said, I'm the victim.
Frowning, Miss Bustier took out her phone and scrolled a bit, tapping a few times along the way. She then held up her phone screen towards Chloe as a video began to play. Still having her back towards her teacher, Chloe only heard the audio. It was all too fresh and familiar.
Everything is all your fault. You're nothing but a witch, an ugly evil witch who uses her magic to bewitch everyone. I wish you were gone, Marinette Dupanchang. I hate you.
Chloe scowled.
That doesn't prove anything.
After fast-forwarding the video, Miss Bustier held up her phone again.
This is all her fault.
The present Chloe growled as she turned to face Miss Bustier.
So what? What are you even trying to get at? Did you conveniently skip past the part where Alia slapped me? She should be in trouble here, not me.
Giving a bit of a sad sigh, Miss Bustier reached out for Chloe's face with gentle hands. I did see that, Chloe, and I'm really sorry that happened to you. She inspected the girl's face, lightly brushing her hand over the reddened spot. I honestly should have asked this first. Please forgive me.
Are you all right? Chloe winced with her teacher's touch. It really hurt, and it still kind of does. Do you need any ice? Reeling backwards, Chloe held her cheek protectively. What? Ice? That might make it sting more. It'll probably give you some relief. At the very least, it'll help the swelling go down. My face is swollen? The rich girl was boiling hot at this point. She held up her fist in a threatening manner. Just wait until I get my hands on... Seeing the judgmental look on her teacher's face, Chloe regained her composure. She cleared her throat. No one in particular. Miss Bustier then said, Chloe, I promise you that Alia will not get away with what she did. She will absolutely have a punishment. Unless it's in the case of self-defense, assault of any kind is never okay. Taking a sigh of relief, Chloe grinned. Good. Justice at last. But just as she was feeling confident again, and just as she was feeling assured about her bond with her teacher, Chloe was told, However, you need to understand the consequences of your own actions, Chloe. Smile fading, she replied, What? Myself, the rest of the faculty, and all the adults in your life do their very best to keep you and your peers safe. But there's only so much we can do. What I'm essentially saying is, if you play with fire, we can protect you if we have our eye on you. But at the same time, if you persist and we take our eyes away for just 1 second, you'll get burned. What's your point? Chloe impatiently asked. My point is that we can do everything in our power to keep you safe. But if you choose to do something stupid, you can't be surprised when it comes back to bite you. Upon seeing the puzzled look on Chloe's face, Miss Bustier gave an exasperated sigh. You've been messing with poor Marinette all morning, so you can't complain when you're met with retaliation at some point. Chloe gasped. You don't honestly believe that I'm the one who pulled all of those nasty pranks, do you? I would never stoop to something so convoluted and petty. Miss Bustier shook her head in disappointment. You know this school utilizes security cameras, right? I already saw everything. Chloe's air of entitlement immediately fell as she was caught completely off guard. Security cameras? Since when? Now paranoid, the girl frantically searched in the upper corners of the room. I don't see any cameras. Are they hidden in the walls or something? Darn it! I should have known a school like this would have security cameras of some sort. Actually, we don't. Well, we do, just not in the classrooms quite yet. They're more so at the entryways of the school, in the cafeteria, and some hallways. But hopefully we'll get some more installed soon. Wait, there aren't any in this classroom? Nope. Did you just trick me to get a confession? Chloe's volume rose with her accusatory tone. How could you? Giving her a stern look, Miss Bustier replied, You have no right to be upset. You are the one who betrayed my trust when I left you alone in here while I went to get some coffee. You vandalized my seats to torment another student. Chloe scoffed. I'd hardly call that vandalization. The paint is the exact same color as the bench. Once it dries, you'll never know the difference. In fact, I probably did you a favor since those seats were looking a bit lackluster anyway. So I renewed it for you. You're welcome. Miss Bustier facepalmed in aggravation. Please don't try to add a positive spin to all of this. Chloe kept going. In any case, you've only got me on the bench prank. You can't prove I had anything to do with Marinette's locker or the faucets in the bathroom. Alarmed, Miss Bustier's eyes shot wide. The what and the what? I didn't even know anything about those. Oh! You didn't? Chloe chuckled nervously. Well, neither do I. Groaning, Miss Bustier stretched her neck back in frustration, and with a bit of a whine in her voice, she pleaded, Chloe, I'm really trying my best to help you out here, but you're making it really difficult. Why are you making such a big deal out of this? They're just pranks. Harmless pranks. It's not my fault Marinette and her posse have no sense of humor. It's not harmless if it makes someone want to slap you and cause you pain, Chloe, Miss Bustier retorted.
Chloe grimaced and looked away. It's not harmless if your prank makes someone want to cry or if you ruin someone else's property. You didn't do these things for a quick laugh. You did them to hurt Marinette. Still avoiding her teacher's eye contact, Chloe responded,
That's a pretty big accusation, don't you think?
Perhaps, but your record supports it.
My record?
Feeling a bit unsure of her decision to discuss this sensitive topic, Miss Bustier hesitantly proceeded. Chloe, when it was discovered that you would be attending the same school as Alia and Marinette, all of your teachers, myself included, were informed of past mishaps. Upon hearing that, worry struck Chloe's inner being. She bit her lip nervously. Miss Bustier continued, The powers that be were convinced that you should have no contact with the two of them, but I wanted to believe in your potential to grow and blossom, and I still do. Seeing the young girl's distress, Miss Bustier approached Chloe and put a reassuring hand on her shoulder. You're so young, Chloe, that I believe you have time and can bounce back from anything. So I advocated for you all to be in my class together. I don't regret my decision, but I do regret not having done more for you. For all of you. Without looking up at her, Chloe spoke in a monotone.
Is that why you let me stay with you during lunch and nutrition so often? Because you saw me as broken? As someone who can be fixed?
No, of course not. I do that because I want you to feel seen, heard, and safe. I want you to know that I support you and take my role as your teacher seriously. Chloe shoved her hand away as she spoke with an accusatory tone.
As if! You're not supporting me. You're backing up Marinette just like everyone else on the planet does.
Exasperated, Miss Bustier retorted, I'm not backing... Ugh. Chloe, do you even hear yourself? Why are you only focusing on Marinette when Alia was involved as well?
Because it's all her fault.
What's her fault?
Anything. Everything. You wouldn't understand.
Chloe dropped into a squatting position as she covered her ears with her hands. She closed her eyes tight and bit down hard with her teeth. A bit surprised from this reaction, Miss Bustier's heart hurt for Chloe. She had only met the girl at the beginning of the school year, and even after being debriefed about the situation, the full scope of its messiness couldn't be felt until she was smack dab in the middle of it. Chloe was right, though. Bustier didn't completely understand what was going on and why. Whatever was happening, it was more complex than a bully and victim situation. The longer this exchange went on, the less confident she felt in being able to fully help her. In fact, Bustier was feeling pretty useless at the moment. Squatting down to meet her, Miss Bustier rubbed a comforting hand on Chloe's back. Chloe, sweetie, have you considered going back to therapy? Chloe's eyes shot wide open when she heard that. I know you went for a little while when you were a little girl, so...
No, not therapy. I don't need it,
Chloe yelled. But, Chloe...
No. I'm a bourgeois. I'm not weak. I can handle anything. I am not a disappointment. I'm not crazy.
Disappointment? Crazy? Of course you're not any of those things. Did someone tell you? Chloe sat up with a burst of energy.
Just look at me. I'm Chloe Bourgeois. I'm beautiful, smart, elegant, and completely exceptional.
Chloe was forcing herself to sound more upbeat and positive.
I'm the daughter of Paris's brightest star, Audrey Bourgeois, and just like her, I can handle anything. I am perfectly poised and perfectly all right. Yup.
She gave a fake, obnoxious laugh, and the laugh kept going on for several more moments. Upon further inspection, Miss Bustier could see that Chloe was crying. Tears were running down her cheeks as she continued to laugh. The young girl's eyes displayed nothing but pain as her smile shook from instability. Without giving it much thought, Bustier reached out and brought Chloe into a warm hug. The laughing stopped. Chloe just sat confused as her teacher's embrace tightened. It didn't take long for the walls to fall and for Chloe to succumb to her misery. She broke down into complete sobbing, and the two of them just sat like that for a few moments, not a word being exchanged between the other. Eventually, Chloe spoke through her tears.
Please, please, Miss Bustier, don't make me go to therapy. My mother wouldn't even see me as her daughter anymore. The last time I went, I was a complete disgrace. She looked at me like I was a worm. Please, 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 please.
Chloe, Is her mother really that bad? Miss Bustier thought to herself. I hear almost nothing of her beyond her exploits in the fashion world. All I know is that she's absent in Chloe's life, and that she left one heck of a mark on her. As far as her father goes, he's barely ever around. I get that he's the mayor and is super busy, but he's got to make time for his daughter. Bustier loosened the hug and separated a bit from the girl. Chloe looked up at her with her big blue pleading eyes. Bustier's frown deepened. She sighed. I think therapy is the best solution for you. But I won't put in a formal recommendation since it'll probably make life harder for you. And I don't want to do that. Wiping away her tears, Chloe hiccuped.
Thank you. You really do care about me.
Giving her a small smile, Bustier patted Chloe's head. Yes, I do. But, Chloe, the teacher's voice became stern, but compassionate once more. Something really needs to be done about our current issue. I can't have you tormenting Marinette like that. Or Alia. I need you to help me come up with a solution.
Expulsion is always an option. For them, I mean,
Chloe said dryly. No one is getting expelled, Bustier replied.
Then put them in another class, far away from me.
That completely defeats the purpose of my plan of keeping you together to sort out your differences. Chloe scoffed again.
No offense, Miss Bustier, but I can promise you that there will never come a time when Marinette, Alia, and I hold hands and become besties.
She flipped her hair.
I'm too good for them.
Ignoring that last statement, Bustier replied, I still have hope for all of you, so I'm not abandoning my plan.
Then send them back a grade.
I refuse to needlessly stunt their educational growth. But that does give me a thought. Chloe, how would you feel about going on to high school a bit early? With a disgusted look on her face, Chloe responded,
What?
Miss Bustier sat in a more proper position as she addressed her student. You know, I know, how bright you are. You finished every non-group project and assignment within your first week of school, and you've consistently had perfect grades on everything you work on. Everything academic, that is. Chloe nonchalantly checked her manicure.
I would have gotten the work done sooner, but I'll admit I got a bit lazy.
Miss Bustier continued, I've looked into your standardized test scores over the years. You're in the top percentile compared to everyone in your grade in all of Paris. Probably in all of France if I had to guess. And Miss Bustier inspected Chloe's lack of enthusiasm. You've heard all of this before?
Of course I have. I know I'm brilliant. Most of my teachers would go on and on about how I could go on to cure diseases by the time I was 16 or something like that. They've been trying to get me to skip grades since I was in first grade. It's no big deal.
No big deal? Chloe, you have so much potential. While I do want you, Marinette, and Alia to get along, I have the rest of your future to consider. I can put in a good word for you and expedite your graduation from here. I have no doubt you'll be well on your way to university courses in a year or two.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to pass.
Flabbergasted, Miss Bustier asked, But why? With slight frustration, Chloe flipped her hair.
Because then everyone will know how smart I am, and I don't want that. Why do you think I asked you to keep my scores and grades a secret from everyone? I'd rather be caught dead than be seen as some egghead nerd. Besides,
Adrian's image appeared in Chloe's mind as her tone became more sincere.
I have my reasons for wanting to stay right where I am.
Flashback to when Chloe was in early elementary school. Audrey, Chloe's mother, squatted down to speak to the small child at her level. She had a proud look on her face. Chloe, dear, I was a bit skeptical for a while there, but I always knew you were exceptional. You are my daughter, after all.
Chloe's eyes lit up. Really, Mommy? I'm exceptional?
Of course. Not in the same way as your sister and I, but in your own unique way, and that's fantastic. With that big, beautiful brain of yours, you will extend the bourgeois name beyond into new horizons. With you, we will make our name in science, technology, engineering, and even math. You'll have the world at your fingertips. And with the money we have, you'll have the resources to do so. With Zoe Lee taking over the arts and you taking over academia, we'll end up ruling this very planet. How does that sound? Audrey excitedly asked. Still absorbed in the bliss of her mother's adoration, Chloe happily asked,
Will that make you happy, Mommy?
Happy? I'll be elated.
Then let's do it,
Chloe exclaimed. Excellent. Audrey took out her cell phone and began to type on it. We'll just get you out of that peasant school and send you off to a school for geniuses. I believe there's one a few 100 miles away from us in New York. If not, we'll find one somewhere in the States. Upon hearing that she'd have to leave, Chloe's enthusiasm fell.
Wait, I can't stay here?
Of course not. Don't be ridiculous. There's nothing left for you here.
But what if Adrikins returns from his trip? He'll be lonely if I'm not around.
Audrey frowned. He'll get over it. He's a cute and intelligent child. Not as intelligent as mine, but he must be smart if he's Gabriel's child. He'll make new friends.
No, he won't,
Chloe advocated.
He doesn't go to my school. He doesn't go to any school. His teachers teach him from the computer because he travels so much. And what if he wants a friend to come with him? I have to go with them again. It was fun going with them.
Getting annoyed, Audrey replied, Honestly, Chloe, you'll be so busy that you won't have time to go with them anywhere. In fact, you probably won't even get a chance to chat with him. When you're a teenager and have won the Nobel Peace Prize, you can meet up with him for some coffee or something.
But wait, if I'm that busy, will I even have a chance to be with you?
Chloe worryingly asked. Well, no. I'll be busy with my own business and helping your sister, and you'll be busy with your studies. I'm sure we'll be able to get together for Christmas sometimes.
Sometimes?
Feeling the weight of reality falling on her tiny shoulders, Chloe fidgeted with her dress as tears began to well up in her eyes.
Mommy, I don't wanna.
Her voice started to become more desperate.
Can't you and Zoe Lee just come home? Can't you come back home to Paris? I promise I'll study a lot and become even smarter if we just all stay together.
Audrey was repulsed. Absolutely not. You'll be absolutely useless to me if you stay with us. Besides, I can't leave New York. I'm needed there. And so is Zoe Lee. Sometimes sacrifices must be made. I was hoping you'd be smart enough to understand that. I need you to go and make that big brain of yours even bigger so that you can make something of yourself and make me proud. She grabbed Chloe's chin and pulled her closer towards her. Don't you want to make me proud? Tears were completely falling down Chloe's face now.
Yes, but I'm scared. I'm scared of being alone. And if I'm scared, what about Adrikins? If I can't stay with you, then I want to be with him.
Listen to me. I won't let you mess this up. Do as I say. By this point, little girl Chloe was full on crying, unable to speak past her loud sobs. Chloe? Chloe! Stop crying this instant! Audrey tried to calm her daughter down, but to no avail. Clenching her fist, she swiftly stood up and took steps away from the girl, turning away from her. Noticing the distance between them, Chloe spoke through her hiccups and sniffles.
Mommy?
Do whatever you want, Audrey said with a cold tone. What a waste of talent. You truly disappoint me. That stung in Chloe's heart as she reached out for her mother. Mommy! I'm going back to New York. Audrey began to walk away. Chloe chased after her. Mommy, wait! The flashback ended and present-day Chloe, who had a troubled look on her face, sat on the floor next to her teacher. Understanding that Chloe must be really conflicted at the moment,
Miss Bustier placed a sympathetic hand over her student's. She gave her a smile. That's all right, Chloe. You don't have to make that kind of decision at this very moment. You can think it over, and I will respect whatever choice you make. Still in disbelief of her kindness, Chloe's lips trembled as if she were about to cry again. She then shook her head, trying to force the tears away. She changed the subject.
So, what's my punishment?
What?
I pulled those pranks, tried to attack Marinette, and got into a fight with Alia. You said there'd be consequences, so what is it?
Completely surprised by Chloe's showing of maturity, Miss Bustier brought her mindset back to the original reason for their meeting. Clearing her throat, the teacher stood up and put on a more authoritative tone. Yes, well, since you refused your right to therapy and refused the most productive means of separating yourself from your triggers, I have no choice but to enforce a more traditional punishment. 2 weeks suspension. Chloe sighed.
Yeah, that sounds about right. But wait, you aren't going to tell my parents, are you?
Chloe, you got into a physical fight and vandalized school property. I am ethically obligated to let your guardians know. In a panic, Chloe stood up to plead her case.
No, you can't. My mother would definitely disown me if she found out. Besides, she's not even around to punish me anyway.
To be honest, I don't even want to speak to that woman, Miss Bustier thought to herself. It would actually probably be wiser to not involve her in this, for Chloe's sake. Fine, I won't contact your mother, but your father still needs to know. What if he ends up telling your mother? Chloe spoke under her breath. Honestly, that's even assuming my daddy will notice that you even tried to call him. However, with my luck, he will. She then spoke up in a more discernible tone.
Please, Miss Bustier, let me tell him. I can be very persuasive. I'll make sure he doesn't tell my mother anything.
Miss Bustier gave her student a skeptical look. Rolling her eyes, Chloe assured,
Look, you can call him tomorrow to confirm that I told him, all right?
The two stared each other down, but it wasn't too long before Miss Bustier sighed. All right, Chloe, that's fair.
Yes,
Chloe cheered. But before you start your suspension, you will mop up the mess you caused in the bathroom, as well as clean up your mess from the flour and the junk in Marinette's locker. Am I clear?
Ugh, but that's grunt work, Chloe complained. Can't you just give me extra homework or something?
Crossing her arms, Miss Bustier replied, You and I both know why that wouldn't be a punishment for you.
Can't I just pay someone to do it? I have the money. In fact, I'll just pay the guys I paid to do most of that stuff anyway.
Wait, you paid someone? Never mind. No, Chloe, you'll do it on your own, and you will do it well. Chloe whined.
You're not gonna make me apologize to Marinette and Alia, are you?
Miss Bustier shook her head. No, only because it won't be sincere and I don't like forced apologies. Although, one day I hope you will come to a place where you'll say it and mean it. Chloe scoffed. Fat chance. As to why I'm suspending you, 2 reasons. 1, I want to make sure that Marinette is safe, and I'm not sure you're in the right headspace to be around her right now. And 2, I want you to take the time to reflect on your actions and hopefully do some much needed healing. I want to see a completely new Chloe when you return. Puzzled, Chloe asked,
What the heck is a new me supposed to look like?
Miss Bustier smiled confidently. I'll know. And you will too. Chloe sighed and rolled her eyes again.
Whatever you say.
Without warning, Miss Bustier pulled Chloe into a hug again. While at first she was surprised, Chloe quickly accepted it with a smile and hugged her teacher back. Alia, wearing her gym class outfit, stood outside the door of her classroom, holding an ice pack on her own bruised cheek. Her hair and skin were finally refreshed, only well enough, after Chloe's cruel prank. One could not thoroughly get dough out of one's hair in such a small amount of time, but with her fate still uncertain, she had to rush through the cleaning process just so that she could at least feel less gross. But never mind that. Never mind the ache on the side of her face. Never mind that her and her friend's lunchtime had been taken away because of this drama. Those were inconveniences, but none could emotionally stack up to Chloe's threat to get Alia's mom fired. What an awful thing to even consider. Chloe was petty, but she'd stoop that low? Why had things gotten so bad? It wasn't always this way. And now, even Alia's freedoms and responsibilities to save the free world were at risk because she had to deal with Chloe's lack of chill. That girl was a menace, and she deserved punishment. There was no justification for what she had done. So why did Alia's heart ache? There were voices on the other side of the door. It was Miss Bustier and Chloe. How long was Alia standing there? Long enough to realize she was clenching her fists and her hands were cramping up. Long enough to not even notice that trails of tears were drying on her cheeks. The voices kept going as the conversation seemed like it was coming to a close. How long had she been standing there? Remembering that she wasn't supposed to be gone that long, while also attempting to avoid any awkwardness, Alia wiped her face with her hands, took a deep breath, and opened the door. Chloe's face was slightly flushed as she stood a few feet away from their teacher. Her hands were behind her back as she awkwardly avoided making eye contact with Alia. Miss Bustier looked considerably more relaxed and even had a small smile. Alia put on a confused expression as she dropped the ice pack from her face for the moment. "Did I interrupt something?" "Not at all," Miss Bustier replied. Chloe narrowed her eyes at Alia as she folded her arms.
Took your sweet time, didn't you? I'm sure you did exactly what Miss Bustier said not to do and went to talk to your loser friends. Admit it. Or maybe it's just hard to clean wet dough out of your hair. In a sink. Did you consider that? Alia retorted. Giving a devilish grin, Chloe's eyes darted away. Yeah, that does seem like a bit of a nightmare. Sorry you had to go through that. Her tone sounded sarcastic, but Alia was uncertain. Alia's frown deepened as she looked on at her rival with skepticism. Is this you admitting that you did this? Chloe chuckled. Well, She quickly cut off her speech as she glanced over at Miss Bustier, who raised her brows in expectation. Rolling her eyes, Chloe gave an annoyed sigh. If I were to hypothetically admit that I did do this exceptionally hilarious act, all I would add is that I had no intentions of getting you involved. If you weren't so darn close to Losernet, you wouldn't have gotten caught in the crossfire. It doesn't matter if I was involved or not. What you did wasn't right, Chloe. Avoiding Alia's gaze, Chloe quietly scoffed. Whatever. I'm done here. The rich girl began to make her way to the classroom exit. Miss Bustier called out to her. Chloe. The girl stopped in her tracks but didn't turn around to face her teacher. I'm going to inform Mr. Damocles about our agreement. So go wait in the proper area, all right? Yeah, okay. But before Chloe took another step, Alia had one more thing to say. I'm sorry, Chloe. The blonde girl gasped. Her large blue eyes widened in surprise, mouth agape. Miss Bustier also gasped, but her shock fell into a proud smile. Taking a silent gulp, Chloe closed her eyes tight, trying to hold back some very strong emotions, before opening them back up and putting on a more neutral expression. Why are you apologizing? Chloe asked. I shouldn't have hit you. I mean, you had it coming, and it honestly felt kind of cathartic for a second there. Chloe growled. I thought this was an apology. It is, and I eventually decided that I didn't like hitting you. Telling you off would have been more than enough. But more than that, I just wanted you to know that I didn't just slap you to save Marinette. I did it to save someone else as well. Expression softening even more, Miss Bustier let out a gentle, "Aw." Chloe's frown, however, went crooked in confusion. What's that supposed to mean? I wasn't going after anyone else. Alia sighed. I'm not gonna spell it out for you, bourgeois. Figure it out yourself. Giving an aggressive huff through her nostrils, Chloe said, Weirdo, and then exited the room, closing the door behind her. After a few moments had gone by, Miss Bustier addressed her student. That was very big of you, Alia. I know apologizing to someone you don't get along with isn't easy.
You can say that again, Alia shrugged in exasperation. Would have been nice to get an apology back, you know. She'll get there, Bustier assured. Yeah? What makes you so sure? Bustier winked at Alia and put a finger up to her own lips as if telling a secret. I have a superpower where I can see into the future. Alia giggled with skepticism. With all due respect, Miss Bustier, if you had that power, you wouldn't be a teacher. You don't think so? How come? If you could see into the future, then you'd know which students would pass and which ones would fail, so you might not even see a point in teaching them. Au contraire, Alia. It is because I can see into the future that I know who needs more help than others and in what areas. Regardless of the future, someone has to teach you kids, or else no one would pass anything. And besides, I believe that the future is malleable and that we have the power at this very moment to change it. The exciting part about being a teacher is seeing your students progress in the present and having hope for their bright futures. Bustier cheerfully smiled at Alia. Appreciating the thought, Alia chuckled nervously. Just to be clear, you can't actually see into the future, right? She immediately perked up with stars in her eyes upon thinking of the possibilities. Unless... No, I was just messing with you. Alia playfully pouted. Darn. After a few moments of silence between them, Alia's mood gloomed a bit. So, am I in trouble? Making her tone a little more appropriately serious, Bustier replied, You slapped your classmate. What do you think? Does the reasoning matter at all? It depends. Were you or your friends in immediate danger? We theoretically could have been. You heard how unhinged Chloe sounded in that video. Alia became more worked up as her volume increased. None of us knew what she was about to do. You read her file. You know what she's capable of. Immediately knowing she messed up, Alia slapped her hands over her mouth to silence herself. Keeping her cool, and while somehow not being all that surprised, Bustier spoke up. So, you were listening in on our conversation. Alia's face reddened. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. I know that wasn't cool, but I don't know why. It doesn't matter. Chloe has assaulted Marinette before, when we were kids, and it didn't only happen once. Chloe had to be taken away because of how violent she was. Do you know how scary that was for Marinette? She needed her own therapy back then just to deal with that anxiety. I understand you're just trying to be a good friend, Alia, but... And then there's the stuff that the files don't tell you. Alia cut her teacher off. Chloe has mellowed out since we came to this school and as she got older, but she found more subtle ways to mess with Marinette in order to avoid getting into trouble. Last year was a mess whenever the two crossed paths. Attempts to trip Marinette, pretending it was an accident, gum stuck in Marinette's hair after accidentally bumping into Chloe, some mysterious box from nowhere filled with spiders. That was fun. Couldn't prove it was Chloe, but of course it was. Other things happened too. Thank goodness they were in separate classes or else things could have been so much worse. And I can only suspect that things were better this year because Adrien was around and she wanted to impress him. Those files can only tell you so much, Miss Bustier, but I know Chloe. Things could have gotten really, really bad. Waiting a few seconds to see if her student was done talking, Bustier replied, I appreciate your perspective on things, Alia, and your insights are definitely useful. I now have a better picture of how things have been going between you three. Would I be correct to assume that you and Chloe used to be friends? Alia blinked in surprise. Oh, she bashfully looked away. With sympathy on her face, Bustier added, Look, I won't pretend like I understand the complexity of the situation. Given what you told me, what's in your files, some extraneous factors, and even what you overheard between myself and Chloe, I know it's a lot. It's so much. You kids honestly shouldn't have to go through all of this. And I'm sorry for how big of a mess this all is. But one wrong on top of a whole bunch of other wrongs doesn't make a right. You shouldn't have hit her because of the possibility that something might happen. You know this. I know you know this, Alia. Energy depleting, Alia confirmed. Yeah, I know. And I'm sorry. Again. But please, she begged, please don't suspend me. Please do not tell my parents about this. Alia, please. It's not like I don't deserve punishment. I know I do, and I'll take it. But I can't. Not right now. If my parents find out, they'll ground me even longer than with the last incident. And I can't afford to be grounded. Not when Her voice trailed off. Yes, Alia? What reason could you possibly have for why I shouldn't tell your parents about this? I'm all ears. Alia searched her thoughts very carefully. It was a deeply sensitive situation, and she had to approach it with the utmost respect and finesse in order for this to possibly go her way. I have a secret job. Bustier crossed her arms as she waited for the explanation. Uh-huh. And the job is a surprise. Or rather, it has a surprise outcome. Uh-huh. So, if I'm grounded, I can't do my job. And this job just hired a random 14-year-old without her parents' permission? Okay. I know that sounds suspicious, but I'm telling the truth. Unconvinced, Bustier cocked an eyebrow and lightly puckered her lips. And I know saying that doesn't actually guarantee that I'm telling the truth. Alia's shoulders slumped. I don't know what else to say. Observing Alia's sense of hopelessness, Bustier frowned as she felt bad for the poor girl. She sighed. Walking towards the door, the teacher opened it up and peered outside of it, cautiously looking for something. Alia watched her in confusion. Miss Bustier? What's wrong? Just making sure no one is around. I wouldn't want another eavesdropping incident. She then straightened up and gently closed the door to the classroom. Rejoining Alia, she calmly said, I know you're a superhero, Alia. For a moment, the world around the teen girl seemed to stop as she was reeling from the whiplash of this accusation. She had to be very careful about what she said next. Alia chuckled nervously but kept her tone confident. Oh, I get it. First you have the superpower to see into the future, and now I'm super as well. Let me guess. This is some metaphor that teachers use to make their students feel special. Like, I'll bounce back from this whole experience because I'm so awesome. You are awesome, Alia, that's for sure. But no, this isn't a metaphor. I know you're a superhero. You're that fox hero, right? Rena Rouge? Alia, starting to sweat at this point, brought the ice pack she was holding back up to her cheek as she mentally flipped out, wondering where she went wrong. Haha, very funny. How would I even be a fox superhero when I'm completely human? Alia, I was there that night when you chased after Ladybug. Realizing how sunk she was, Alia's usually confident and calm demeanor began to shrink until she felt like nothing more than a small child who got caught doing something wrong. I was out running some errands when I was on a quieter street than usual. I saw you calling out for Ladybug, who was swinging by. You chased after her, and I was concerned for your safety, especially after the incident with the Akuma attack near our school and how you and Nino got involved. So, I followed you, and, long story short, I know that Marinette is Ladybug and that you are Rena Rouge. And if I had to guess, either Nino or Adrian is Cat Noir. Alia covered her face with her hands as she contemplated everything. After taking a deep inhale and letting out an exaggerated exhale, she asked, Is there any possibility that I could convince you that you dreamed all of that up? Miss Bustier shook her head. Nope. Sorry. Dropping her arms to her sides in defeat, Alia unzipped her fanny pack around her waist and said, Might as well come out. Nothing happened. You heard her, Trix. The jig is up. And with that, the tiny fox-like creature levitated out of his hiding spot and made himself known.
Hello!
Miss Bustier perked up in surprise upon seeing him.
Oh my, I think I remember seeing you as well.
Alia gestured to both of them towards each other. Trix, Miss Bustier. Miss Bustier, Trix.
Well, hello there, Trix.
It's nice to meet you. Miss Bustier smiled as she held up her index finger to the small creature. Trix politely placed his hands on her finger pad in a greeting.
Likewise, Trix said. I gotta say, I liked the little bit of foreshadowing earlier with the joke of your own superpowers. It was kind of poetic, and I appreciate that.
You're way too calm about this, Alia told him.
It's not the ideal situation, but what's done is done. And if someone is going to find out, at least it's someone nice, fair, and trustworthy. From what I can tell anyway. Besides, what's life without a little chaos, you know?
Alia face-palmed with the hand not holding the ice pack. This wasn't the plan. How did I mess up so badly? Of everyone who was going to make such a slip-up, I didn't think it would be me. She groaned. I was so careless and excited that night. I should have paid more attention to my surroundings. If it's any consolation, I was keeping myself hidden and silent, Bustier admitted. Part of me wanted to get you out of there, but the other part of me was very curious. I guess you can take away some of my points as a responsible adult.
Nah, you were off duty at that point, and it's natural to be curious. Never lose your curiosity, I say. Your curiosity led you to the acquisition of knowledge, and that's a powerful thing,
Trix assured her. If I may ask, what exactly are you, Trix? Miss Bustier asked. He smiled at her.
I'm a Kwami. You see...
Hold on, Alia interrupted. Sorry, Trix, but we don't have the time to get into all of that right now. But, Miss Bustier, if you knew, why haven't you said anything until now? Why haven't you told our parents? I didn't say anything because I didn't want to add any unnecessary stress. You all have enough going on as it is. And as for why I didn't tell your parents, well, you kids aren't the only ones who like to watch superhero movies. I know how dangerous it can be for multiple people to know a superhero's secret identity. As much as I want to keep you all safe, I don't want to sabotage you with my good intentions.
I see.
Well, Alia sighed. Thanks for that. There was a silence between them as Trix waited for the outcome to all of this. So, what now? Alia asked. Now, I'm in a bit of a sticky situation, Miss Bustier explained. I absolutely have to punish you because you slapped Chloe. I'm not letting you out of that, and neither will Mr. Damocles. But I don't want to do anything to jeopardize you and your friend's ability to save Paris. So, I won't tell your parents. Alia's eyes lit up as a hopeful smile ran across her face. But I think the best I can do is assign you extra homework for a full month, give you detention for both of your school breaks, and have you clean up the classroom at the end of the day, without the help of your friends. That's fair, Alia agreed with negative enthusiasm.
It's okay, Alia. I'll help you with your homework,
Trix whispered so that Miss Bustier couldn't hear. Alia weakly smiled at him. And don't worry, if Hawkmoth attacks, of course I'll let you go to handle it, the teacher added. She then put on a more intimidating aura. But if I find out that you left your punishment to just go and hang out with your friends, I'll triple your workload. Understood? Both Alia and Trix's bodies went rigid as they stood at attention. Yes, ma'am! After giving them both a good scare, Miss Bustier busted out in a giggle. A real superhero and a cute tiny creature. How exciting! I'll make sure to help you all in any way I can. She beamed cheerfully. Oh, and your secret is safe with me. Trix and Alia looked at each other.
You have an interesting teacher.
Yeah, I do, Alia concurred.
I like her,
Trix announced with glee. For the first time in what felt like hours, Alia smiled as well. Same. Maybe this won't be so bad after all, Alia thought to herself. Let's look on the bright side. Now it won't be so hard coming up with an excuse to leave class if we ever need to in order to deal with Hawkmoth.
In fact, superheroes in the comics wish they had this perk. I think we lucked out.
Searching her thoughts, Miss Bustier added, "So, out of curiosity, am I allowed to know which of your friends is Cat Noir?" Alia shook her head. "Sorry, Miss Bustier. The less you know, the better. If you ever happen to get akumatized, it's best that you have as little information as possible. I hope you understand." "I do. Sorry for prying." No, I get it. I am super excited that superheroes exist and that I get to be one of them. I'm so involved with history in the making. This will be such an excellent story to tell one day. But for now, we have to keep our cool," Alia told her. "Speaking of which, please do your best to keep your own cool and not get so upset that Hawkmoth sends an Akuma your way. Yeah?" Bustier gave her a cheeky look. "Like how you kept your cool with Chloe today?" Alia blushed when reality was thrown in her face. In my defense, I knew that Hawkmoth had already attacked today and lost. He was probably off licking his wounds or something, too busy to even notice that we were all upset. She then sighed. "But yeah, you're right. I shouldn't have let Chloe affect me like that." Placing a sympathetic hand on the girl's shoulder, Bustier asked, "Is there any possibility at all of you two amending your friendship? Or at least being on more neutral terms? I know that's your goal for us, but I just don't know," Alia replied. "Well, just know that I'm on your side, as well as hers. I'm rooting for you, for all of you. I'm here to support all of my students, even the supernatural ones." She winked at the girl. "And I'll always be here to chat. Thanks, Miss Bustier." Meanwhile, Chloe sat by herself next to Marinette's locker, waiting for some authority figure to come and enforce the punishment with the appropriate cleaning supplies. She won't be allowed back to class for the next few weeks, and she couldn't go home yet, so all she could do was wait and reflect. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw movement. Turning her head to see what it was, there stood Adrian. "Hey, Chloe." She then turned away to avoid his kind eyes.
Let me guess. You hate me now, don't you?
"I could never hate you, Chloe. Do you hate me?"
"Don't be ridiculous," she said with an attitude. "But I am still mad at you."
"Yeah, I'm a bit peeved at you too," he admitted. "You did and said some messed up things." Bringing her legs into herself and hugging them, she buried her face into her thighs. "But I'm sure you got told off enough by this point. You got in trouble, didn't you?" She didn't respond. "What's the punishment?" he asked. Without saying a word, she pointed up at Marinette's vandalized locker. "Geez, you did that too? You have to clean it, don't you?" "Makes sense." Chloe gave an exasperated sigh as she brought her head up.
"It's not the only thing I have to clean up, and I'm also suspended for the next 2 weeks. Too bad. You all have to go for so long without my glorious presence. What a true bummer this place will be without my radiance."
While her words were indeed confident, there was a secret hint of desperation in her tone.
"Why are you here, Adrikins? Shouldn't you be checking in on dear sweet Marinette?"
"Marinette is fine. A little messy, but fine. I wanted to make sure that you were okay."
"After the fact,"
Chloe uttered through her teeth. "Here, let me see your cheek." And before Chloe could protest, Adrian got down to her level and gingerly put an ice pack on the wounded side of her face, instantly sending a shocking chill throughout her body. Chloe winced from the cold and pain.
"Hey, Adrian!"
"I also brought some painkillers from the nurse's office and a bottle of water if you need them," he said with concern in his tone. Realizing how insistent he was, Chloe resigned from trying to make him back off. Calming down, she remembered that Adrian immediately defended her after Alia's attack. He could have easily been on Alia's and Marinette's side, but he chose her. For once, he chose her over them. And even now, he was taking time out for her. Chloe leaned into his hand and smiled contently. Adrian returned the smile. The ice pack may have been cold, but she felt warm inside. And as for now, this was enough. The rest of the school day came and went. Marinette and her friends were allowed to return to class and resume their learning, while of course being completely distracted by thinking about the events that unfolded. Chloe, however, was stuck cleaning up the messes she made. Oh, how the hours painfully sloshed along for her. Eventually, thankfully, the end of the day arrived and everyone was already so tired. This ending was only a tease for Chloe and Alia, however, as they were forced to watch their classmates be granted their freedom while they both had their respective punishments to face. Another hour went by. Dragging themselves out of an empty school, the two of them simultaneously reached the exit. Surprised at each other's presence, they stared each other down. There wasn't necessarily any malice in their eyes, just frustrated exasperation. Years and years worth of it.
Alia!
Someone called out. It was Marinette. She, Nino, and Adrian had all waited for Alia to be done cleaning up. Upon seeing her friends, Alia's face lit up and the frustration began to wash away. They, of course, couldn't help but glance over at Chloe, who was close in proximity. Nino and Marinette frowned and looked literally anywhere else, attempting to avoid the awkward tension. No longer feeling fear, Marinette stole another quick peek at her bully, and all she saw was someone who was sad. In fact, she'd always been sad, ever since the day they met. Adrian had a lot to say in his gaze. His conflict was clear to Chloe as she made eye contact with him specifically before turning away from him in a huff. Although this time, there seemed to be a silent understanding between the two as her overall attitude didn't feel quite so resentful. Alia skipped over to them and they smiled and chatted amongst one another. A few moments later, they walked away from the school together, leaving Chloe behind. She was alone. Again. It always ended up this way, and yet she never got used to it. Lingering for several more seconds, Chloe slowly made her way home. She could have called the limo to come pick her up, but she wasn't quite in the mood to make the attempt. There was no hurry to go home. After all, with her suspension, she was about to be there a whole lot. Walking on the sidewalk and past some passerbys, Chloe was too stuck in her head to notice the whispers surrounding her and the eyes silently stalking her. After a block or two, Chloe's phone began to vibrate, followed by a peppy, catchy jingle. Chloe stopped in her tracks. She recognized that ringtone. It was assigned for one person only. Scrambling to get her phone out of her bag, she was greeted by an image of her mother as the chime continued. Mood lightening, Chloe swiped the screen.
Mommy! How are...
Claudia, I don't want to hear it, her mother Audrey said with an inconvenienced tone in her voice. She wore her sunglasses, which almost completely hid her eyes. Chloe retracted her enthusiasm.
But that's not my...
We're waiting for your father, her mother interrupted. Before too long, Mayor Bourgeois appeared on a split screen next to his wife. He gasped upon seeing Chloe, but just as he was about to speak, Audrey beat him to the punch. Do you have any idea the trouble you put your father through? And what's worse, what you put me through? Our reputations are tarnished because of you.
What are you talking about?
The fight, Corinda. That barbaric display that you put on at your school with that commoner girl. Chloe gasped as she covered her mouth in horror. Did Mr. Damocles tell them after all? Miss Bustier wasn't able to stop him?
How did you... Who told you about that?
Her mother scoffed in disgust. Did you really think that the mayor's daughter could get involved in a scuffle and have it not uploaded to the entire internet to see? I thought you were supposed to be smart. Either that, or you must take us for fools. Chloe mentally kicked herself.
That stupid video! How could I not realize that some idiot would upload it to YouTube or something? Stupid.
She desperately shook her head.
No, never.
That girl even managed to bruise your perfect face,
her father added with disappointment. Chloe, embarrassed, turned her cheek so her wound wasn't visible in the camera. The mayor's daughter is out here looking like a real hoodlum. What a disgrace, her mother grimaced.
You single-handedly jeopardized his eventual re-election. I hope you're satisfied, young lady. Audrey, dear, I'd like to think my position isn't so fragile that a couple of teenage girls could shatter it, Mayor Bourgeois reassured. Still, the journalists and other politicians won't be off my case about this for a while. Nothing some well-purchased PR couldn't fix. Don't show her mercy, Andre. How else will she learn that her actions have consequences?
Mother, that fight wasn't my fault. The other girl punched me first. I just acted in self-defense.
Another lie. Audrey's lip tightened. You shouted like a crazy person and lunged out like a wild animal. The other girl hit you first, sure, but your response was anything but respectable or graceful. Chloe sunk into her shrugged shoulders. Each and every word coming from her mother stung more than any slap ever could. And here I thought you matured from the antics of your childhood. You're still as wild and unstable as ever. Chloe held back tears.
I'm not unstable.
Could have fooled me.
Mommy, I'm sorry.
Her lips trembled as she found it getting harder and harder to not cry. Chloe never felt more like a child than at this moment. Yes, you are, Audrey coldly replied. As if it wasn't bad enough that you got into a fight, but you had the audacity to not even win. Truly a pathetic performance. Tell me, daughter, who was the peasant that tussled with you? I'll make sure to clean up your mess by firing her parents from wherever it is they work. Completely put on the spot, Chloe fidgeted with the hem of her cardigan. She remembered her threat to Alia from earlier. Far be it from her to go back on her word.
It was all Marinette's fault that all of this even happened. Alia chose her side. She always chooses her side. Alia, I know you're not like this of your own free will. That Baker girl brainwashed you. Even still, you must be punished. You must be punished.
There was a flash in Chloe's mind of a much younger Alia rolling around on the ground, covering both eyes while crying profusely as she lay in a chemically puddle of blue. She then remembered the look on Alia's mom's face, how disturbed and fearful she was. But before that fear was such warmth and kindness. Oh, how Chloe cherished that smile she used to be shown. Chloe's whole body cringed. Well, what's her name? Audrey's voice snapped Chloe out of her memories. The young girl hesitated.
I'm not sure. She was just...
Chloe took a deep breath and put on her entitled facade as she spoke with her typical snobbishness.
She was just some nobody who couldn't take a joke. I don't care to learn the names of such peasants who are beneath me. Ugh. Still sickens me how she even breathed the same air as me. Honestly, Mother, she's not worth remembering.
Chloe puckered her lips pretentiously. That may be true, but I demand justice, Audrey retorted, echoing Chloe's earlier sentiment towards the school authorities.
I promise you she's getting punished. I made sure that the school went after her. Just ask if you don't believe me. I wouldn't bother, though. She already lives the pathetic life of a poor person. Society will make sure she stays in her place.
Audrey's frown deepened as Chloe's eyes locked onto her mother's image. She made sure that her composure didn't fail her at that moment. It wasn't too long before Audrey relented.
Fine, I'll let it go. But don't say I'm not a loving and generous person.
You're lucky I'm so exceptional that I can bounce back from this blemish to my name. Do you have anything left to say, dear? She addressed her husband, who was busy talking to someone off camera. Dear? Sorry, Audrey. I'm being called into a meeting.
Of course. Go on, then. We'll chat later.
Mayor Bourgeois hung up and his screen disappeared. Seeing that her father had left, Chloe began to ask,
So, Mother, I was wondering...
I'm hanging up now, Connie. There's no time for idle chit-chat. I said what I wanted to say. Losing the ability to keep up the act, Chloe's voice trembled a bit.
But we haven't spoken for 3 months.
Revolted by her daughter's emotions, Audrey said, Don't look so sad. It's not becoming of a bourgeois.
Who are you talking to, Mom?
Said a voice in the background. The person excitedly gasped.
Is that Chloe?
An older teenager who had a similar face to Chloe, although a bit slimmer, who also had bright blonde hair and charming freckles, made her way past Mrs. Bourgeois and smiled into the camera.
Hi, baby sister. I'm so happy to see you. You're as pretty as ever. How are you?
Chloe grimaced and narrowed her eyes at the girl.
Ugh. Zoe Lee. You're there too, huh? Of course I am, silly. Oh my goodness.
With concern, Zoe Lee swiped the phone from their mother and put her face closer to the screen to inspect what she saw.
What happened to your cheek? Are you okay? Mom, Chloe's hurt. Do you know about this?
Unfortunately. Zoe Lee, dear, hand Mommy the phone. We have a photo shoot to attend. We're already late.
But, Mom,
the girl pouted. Now. Zoe Lee sighed and spoke to her sister.
See you later, Chloe. Love you. Miss you.
The call spontaneously ended. For a few lingering moments, Chloe continued to look at the face of her phone. It was a picture of a much younger Chloe and Adrian hugging each other. She blinked and tears fell onto the screen. Flashback to when Chloe was a small child, no older than preschool age. The young Chloe quickly ran through a hallway and as soon as she reached a door, kicked it open with all of her might.
Leah!
She shouted. On the other side was another little girl with dark wavy brown hair and big hazel eyes. The little girl, who was coloring at a miniature table, jumped as soon as the door slammed open, accidentally breaking her crayon.
Chloe, that scared me. And, oh man, my crayon. Oh, my daddy will buy you a new crayon, even bigger than that one. I saw one that's as big as your head, Chloe exclaimed. Really? Can I get one in orange? I'll get you as many colors as you want. You passed the test after all. What test? I scared you and you didn't cry. You even broke your crayon and you didn't cry. You get a prize for being so tough.
The other girl giggled and puffed out her chest.
That's because I am tough. No one is tougher than Alia Césaire. And no one more pretty than Chloe Bourgeois,
said Chloe, adding on to the hype. Alia then gasped.
I don't believe it. What? That I'm pretty?
Chloe asked.
No! Don't you see? Our names are the alphabet. A for Alia, B for Bourgeois, and C for Césaire and Chloe.
With a huge smile, her eyes widened.
We must be magic. Well, yeah,
Chloe agreed as she threw her hands in the air in praise.
We're magical. That's why we are so exceptional.
Alia mirrored her friend's pose.
Yeah, we are exceptional. No, not that. Exceptional,
Chloe corrected.
No, exceptional. What does that word mean? It sounds like you made it up. I didn't make it up. I heard my mommy say that she and Zoe Lee are exceptional. It means super mega awesome fantastic. It's the best word ever. Oh wow. And because I'm her daughter, I'm exceptional too.
Chloe twirled around happily.
Oh man.
Alia's shoulders fell.
I'm not a bourgeois, so I guess I'm not that. I'm not that. Don't be silly, Leah. You're my bestie, so of course you're exceptional too.
Really? Chloe nodded.
Yay!
The two girls then held hands as they jumped around in a circle singing,
We're exceptional, we're exceptional.
Alia, of course, still struggled to say the word. What's all the commotion in here? Asked Marlena, Alia's mom, who calmly came into the room, one hand behind her back. She was amused upon looking at the sight.
Mommy, Chloe and I are exceptional.
Giggling, her mom said, Do you mean exceptional?
Yeah, that.
With a proud look on her face, Chloe added,
I taught her that word.
Marlena patted Chloe on her head and gave her a comforting smile. Well, no wonder. You are exceptionally bright after all. It wouldn't shock me if you grew up to become a living dictionary. Chloe's body went rigid from shock.
Is that possible? No, you're not made out of paper, so you can't be a book,
Alia said.
Yeah, Mama Lena. I'm not made out of paper.
Puffing her cheeks, Chloe gave Alia's mom a slightly frustrated look. The little girl looked so cute that Marlena couldn't help but giggle. She gathered the small blonde girl into a hug with her free arm.
Ooh, Chloe, you're just so cute. Well, yeah, I know.
Tugging her mom's shirt, Alia asked,
Hey, I'm cute too, right?
Extending her arm, Alia's mom scooped her daughter into the hug with her friend. Of course, you're my tough, adorable little girl. But there's only one birthday girl today, she said as she released the children. Chloe bounced up and down and clapped.
Oh, it's me. It's my birthday.
Uh-huh. And your mother sent your present over to me. Gasping, Chloe held her cheeks, attempting to contain her excitement.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Revealing her hidden arm, Marlena introduced Chloe to a small stuffed yellow bear with white button eyes and whose stomach had black and white stripes. Alia and her mom then simultaneously exclaimed, "Happy birthday, Chloe!" With a wide, open, happy mouth, Chloe took hold of her bear and gazed upon it with nothing but adoration. She hugged it so tightly you'd think the stuffing would pop out. But the integrity of the bear remained sturdy as it absorbed the fullness of her love.
My mommy gave this to me. My mommy loves me so much.
For a quick moment, Marlena smiled sadly before bringing back her previous enthusiasm. She then asked, "All right, who's ready for some birthday pasta?"
Me! I'm super hungry. I am. Mama Lena makes the best food ever.
The flashback ends. Chloe continued to look at her phone screen. Why am I such a screw-up? She asked herself. Noticing the color change in the shadows and setting, it was clear that nighttime would come sooner rather than later. I don't want to go home right now. But then, where else can I go? Unlocking her phone, Chloe scrolled through her very limited contacts. A certain name caught her eye. She froze, contemplating whether or not this was a good idea. Swallowing her pride, Chloe gulped and pressed the call button. After a few rings, the caller picked up.
Hello?
Hi. Is this Luca? It's me, Chloe Bourgeois. I need a friend right now.
A little time later, on the other side of town, Alia sat on the couch in her living room, staring up at her parents, who stood before her with arms crossed, ready to discipline their child. The moment she got home, her parents pulled her in and immediately inspected her, making sure she was all right. Her twin little sisters, Ella and Etta, followed them around, asking a slew of questions such as if Alia broke anything, if she won the fight, and if she still gets dessert tonight even though she got into a fight. Nora, her older sister by a few years, a professional boxer in the making, said, while understandably concerned, "I can get behind self-defense, but you struck first. What did that bourgeois girl even do to you to make you that mad?" Fortunately, the siblings were shooed away to their rooms to give Alia and her parents some space to breathe. Her parents gave her another cold pack for her bruised cheek as well as some topical ointment. It was a whirlwind of parental concern that Alia couldn't properly mentally prepare for. Safe to say that the whole family somehow knew about the fight. Of course they did. Social media existed after all. But after all the fussing over her was done, it was time to face the music. "So, you guys mentioned a video?" "Alia Césaire, don't play with us. You know exactly what you did," her mother authoritatively said. "We're glad that you're all right, but striking a classmate, the daughter of your mother's boss no less, was unacceptable," her father Otis chastised. "That's not usually like you, Alia. I know you two don't see eye to eye anymore, but you usually keep a cooler head than that. What happened?" Alia sighed as she sat back, completely depleted of energy. She has already been chewed out 2.5 times that day. She got the picture. She made a mistake. Can the world please move on? Such a sentiment couldn't be expressed to her parents, however. At least, not with that level of disrespect. On the way home from school, Alia and her friends had the epiphany that at some point or another, her mother and father would find out about the fight. It was inevitable. A classmate striking the mayor's daughter? She'd be a fool to think that this could be kept a secret.
And she was exactly that type of fool, since she thought that telling Miss Bustier to stay quiet would actually accomplish anything. All that did was potentially make her teacher look bad for lying by omission. Alia would have to pull some pretty impressive maneuvers to avoid losing her freedoms until adulthood. It was upon pondering this that Nino said, "You know, I have kind of a silly idea." Hope reflecting on her eyes, Alia replied, "Silly and brilliant are not mutually exclusive. Tell me what you got." Fast forward to the present moment, and Alia's parents stood there, expecting an answer. Finally, Alia resolved to say, "It's complicated, but I promise that it's not what you think."
"We're listening," her father said.
Just as Alia opened her mouth to speak, there was a knock on the window. The family went silent as they turned to face the origin of the sound. "Oh wow, is that who I think it is?" Marlena walked over to the window and opened it up. Ladybug herself was perched on the Césaire family's windowsill. "I'm here as well," Cat Noir said, hanging upside down from outside of the same window.
Would you mind if we came in?
Ladybug asked. "No, not at all. Please, come in." Without skipping a beat, the two heroes gracefully made their way into the Césaire home. As if on cue, Alia's siblings excitedly rushed into the room, giving evidence that they had been keeping an eye on the situation with their sister ever since getting dismissed. Almost knocking over their parents, they entered the heroes' space with awe and intrigue. The twins, of course, bombarded them with questions.
Wow, the real Ladybug and Cat Noir. Am I dreaming?
Probably not.
If you're a ladybug, where's your wings? I don't have any, unfortunately. Are those cat ears for real?
Well, they're really magical, Cat responded.
Can you move them like a real cat?
Sort of. I never really thought about it.
If you two are heroes, why do your faces look so scary?
The girls referred to how their transformation makes their more human features, notably their faces, more shadowy and alien, taking away their mouths and leaving them only with glowing eyes to convey emotion.
It's just the magic. I promise that we're super good. Have you two been good?
Ladybug leaned over, her eyes smiling.
Yep, we're super duper good,
they responded. "You two are shorter than I thought you'd be," Nora commented. "Not much muscle definition either. How are you both so strong and agile?" "We're just awesome like that," Cat Noir told her with gusto. "Hey, Alia," Nora called over to her little sis, who was just casually sitting on the couch with an amused expression. She blinked at Nora with curiosity. "I'm surprised at how calm you are right now. I'd expect you to be over the moon with real superheroes in our house. Isn't your blog all about them?" With her suspicious behavior being brought to light, Alia realized her sister was right, and she perked up. "Oh, are you kidding me? Of course I'm excited. I was just so in awe that I couldn't move. Can you believe it? Paris's heroes are in our house. I'm just so flabbergasted." Cat Noir snickered from her performance, and Ladybug elbowed and shushed him. Patting herself down, Alia said, "Oh shoot, I don't even have my phone. Let me go get it for an interview." "Sorry, citizen. We aren't here for interviews. We're on a mission," Cat said in a stereotypically macho hero voice. Ladybug placed a hand on his shoulder.
Reel it back a bit, kitty.
"What exactly is your mission?" Alia's mom asked.
The truth is that we came to make sure that your daughter was all right and that she wouldn't get in trouble for something she didn't do,
Ladybug told them. "What? You mean the fight at her school? How do you know about that? Did you see the video online?" "Well, yeah, it was hard not to, but we were also sort of there," Cat admitted. "Why were you randomly at their school? Are you two students there or something?" Nora asked. That question made Ladybug nervous. Her speech sped up a bit to zoom past the potential pitfall.
No. Magical beings like us don't go to school. We were just patrolling. I mean, at first we were patrolling, but then..."
"If you're heroes, why didn't you stop the fight from happening? Isn't keeping the peace your responsibility?"
Alia's dad asked with frustration in his voice.
"Please, sir. That's what we're trying to explain."
"Your daughter was the victim of an Akuma attack," Cat continued, trying to sound serious. The parents gasped.
What?
Are you sure? We didn't hear anything about this.
It's probably because it wasn't obvious. Unlike Hawkmoth's usual attacks, this one was subtle. We only found out about it after a whole bunch of incidents in town.
What kind of incidents? Nora asked, skeptical of the report she was hearing.
Oh, there were a lot of people reportedly engaging in unnecessary risks all over the place.
Yeah, like people trying to flip out of trees, dumping water on their bosses, civilian cars driving over makeshift slopes. You can imagine the chaos. All of that was happening? How come we didn't hear about it? To be fair, in as big a city as Paris, some chaos is expected to some degree. As much as I love this place, no city's perfect, Kat explained. So it was easy to just write all of that off as typical shenanigans.
But then things got crazy. Crazier, I guess. Not to mention the random green particles people were seeing.
Green particles? Alia then spoke up.
Oh yeah, I do remember seeing some weird green stuff before confronting Chloe.
Kat leaned over towards her father and shielded his own mouth as if telling a secret. In a hushed tone, he said, "Here's your test to see if your daughter was involved or not." He then addressed Alia. "Did a part of your body hurt as well after seeing the particles?"
My body? Oh, yeah. It was so weird. The back of my neck hurt out of nowhere. You can even ask Marinette and Nino. I was complaining about it and everything.
That proves it. All of the victims who smelled the particles had a small frog footprint on the back of their necks, and it stung a little.
Ladybug gave him a funny look before chiming in.
So, if we add up everything that happened, everyone who smelled the, green particles got that weird tattoo on their necks and started to take a lot of unnecessary risks. The bad people made Alia do something bad? Ella asked as she tugged on Ladybug's cape.
Ladybug nodded.
Yeah, seems that way. I mean, come on, ask yourselves, does Alia here seem like the type of person who would slap someone? I haven't known her for long, but she seems really nice to me. Really seems like she knows how to stay calm under pressure. Honestly, she seems super reliable, especially under pressure.
Touched by her words, Alia gave the superhero a soft smile. However, the mood was ruined when Etta blurted out,
"What did the bad guy look like?"
"What?"
I said, what did he look like? Oh, he...
"Like a small child dressed up as a frog," Cat Noir exclaimed. The room went silent and everyone just stared at him. At this point, Alia feared that this response was too goofy to be believed.
No, I must trust the process. Stick to the plan.
Eventually, someone spoke up. "That's not very intimidating," Nora pointed out. "Who says that the akumatized victims have to be intimidating? They just have to be effective," Kat answered in a somewhat sassy tone. Realizing this conversation could easily get derailed, Ladybug tried to end things quickly.
Anyway, we just wanted to come over and shed some light on the situation, so please don't be hard on your daughter.
Parents letting out an exasperated and relieved exhale, the tension in the room seemed to steadily evaporate away. Shoulders slumping, a cloud of guilt seemed to hover over them. Mrs. Césaire slid on over beside Alia and gave her a reassuring side hug. "We do have a really wonderful and smart daughter. We didn't need superheroes to come in and tell us that, but we appreciate it nonetheless." Their heads affectionately rubbed against one another. "I knew something was up," Nora said, nodding to herself, smiling with pride. "My sister is better than that." "We're sorry, Alia, for doubting you. We should have automatically known that you'd never hurt anyone like that. Not on purpose, anyway. After hearing about the commotion of the day, we're just grateful that you're home safe and sound. Can you ever forgive us?" Both parents watched her, waiting and hoping for a favorable response. This is exactly the outcome that Alia wanted. She successfully avoided getting into serious trouble, and she could continue being Rena Rouge. It was a happy ending. Except, this didn't feel right. at all. Having to lie to her loved ones felt awful. She had super amazing parents who were just doing their best, and she was deceiving them. It was for the greater good, sure, but it left a bad taste in her mouth to know how easily she could abuse this advantage she had over them. Alia did, in fact, hit Chloe. It was wrong. Deserved? Probably. But 2 wrongs don't make a right. Such a simple lesson that even kindergartners learn. And yet... It's not like I'm not getting punished. Miss Bustier made sure of that. But still, one day I hope to tell you both. I hope to tell all of you. But not now. Don't be ridiculous. Of course I forgive you, Alia told them. I'd be on my case too if I were my parent. So, it's no big. Water under the bridge, yeah? She gave both of her parents a hug. Looking on at the scene, the superheroes both smiled with a sense of accomplishment. Well, it's time for us to go. I'm glad everything worked out, Ladybug said. Catch you guys later. Cat saluted them, and they made their way to the window they entered from. Wait, hold on, you guys, Alia called out. The heroes stopped and looked back at her. Can we at least get a group photo? She gave them a smug look. Rolling their eyes, Ladybug and Cat lightheartedly shook their heads while giving coy grins. Cat turned to Ladybug. It's up to you, m'lady. His partner sighed. All right, let's do it. Without hesitation, and with her inner fangirl alive and well, Alia zipped to her room to grab her phone and a tripod. Gathering her excited family together, she placed everyone in the perfect spot for the perfect photo. Ladybug and Cat Noir posed with them, each with one of the twins hanging off their arms.
Hey, wait a second. Wasn't there another superhero? Asked Ella. Yeah, where's the fox girl?
Beginning to sweat, Cat Noir, Ladybug, and Alia all glanced at one another.
She unfortunately couldn't make it,
Ladybug told them with shakiness in her voice. Get ready, everyone, Alia announced. Smile and say, Froggy. The cheerful group smiled, followed by a bright flash. A couple hours later, Alia sat in her room on her bed, chatting with her friends on her phone. Marinette, Nino, and Adrian could all be seen on her screen. Trix floated around nearby. Sounds like it was pretty fun, Nino commented, completely entertained. Yeah, in retrospect, I guess you could say that. But, smile dropping, Alia looked down and away.
I know it wasn't easy to lie like that, Marinette said, completely sympathetic to her friend's troubles. I saw the look on your face earlier. I hate the lies as well. My own problematic decisions makes me question if I'm worthy of being a hero. But it helps to have someone there by my side to help put things into perspective.
Tiki levitated into view and hugged Marinette's cheek as the two smiled contently. I getcha. Being a hero is great, and I know it comes with some level of deception. I accept that. I just don't think I'll ever feel good about that part, Alia admitted.
And that's part of what makes you a good hero, Trix told her. I don't think I'd feel safe being saved by someone who's comfortable with lying. Your intentions are always good, Alia. You may make mistakes, but that's part of the human experience, is it not? You pick yourself up and move on as a better person than you were before. I think you'll be just fine.
Thinking about what he said, Alia grinned and held up her hand so that Trix could rest in her palm. You know what, Trix? I think I got paired with the coolest Kwame.
You know it,
he cheered.
Hey, I'm right here.
Plag aggressively flew in front of Adrian's face.
I won't stand for this slander.
Chuckling nervously, Adrian tried to settle him down by presenting him with a piece of cheese. You're awesome too, Plag. I couldn't see myself with any other Kwame. Just let Trix have this one, okay? With the aroma of the cheese rising up into his nostrils, Plag relented as he grabbed the snack.
Fine, I'll let it go this time. But that's only because I like you, kid.
The small cat creature nibbled down. Adrian patted him on the head. I guess you could say there's some benefit to my dad being Hawkmoth. I have less people I have to lie to. Yeah, but is your situation honestly better? Nino asked. He then shook his head. But you know what? I won't take this victory from you. I'm glad you could see a silver lining, dude. By the way, Agrest, how was your run-in with Chloe? The atmosphere in the house must be pretty awkward, Alia said.
Actually, not at all. Chloe never came home. Stomach dropping, Alia immediately leaned forward, grasping her phone with both hands. What? Seeing her distress, Adrian elaborated. Don't worry, she's okay. She texted saying she's staying at a friend's house. A friend? Chloe has a friend? Relaxing her body, Alia sat back as relief flooded over her. Alright, I've got to know, Nino commented. She didn't say who it was, but I'm glad she has someone she can rely on. Adrian then warmly smiled at Alia. Thanks for worrying about her. Face heating up in embarrassment, Alia was repelled. As if. I was just making sure that you were okay. You know, since you care about your sister, she mocked with a devious grin. The friends all joined in on the jovial moment. Eventually, Alia looked over at the clock in her room. This triggered a yawn. Oh, alright guys, it's getting late. I'll see y'all tomorrow. As they all said their goodbyes, Alia told them at the last moment, Oh, by the way, Miss Bustier knows our secret identities as superheroes. She playfully stuck her tongue out at them. Panic and confusion seeping in, they started to question her. Wait, what? She then pressed the end call button and smiled, patting herself on the back. I may be a superhero, but that doesn't mean I can't be a well-meaning troll from time to time. Both Alia and Trix snickered together. Pressing her back against the bed's headboard, Alia's laugh tapered off as she stared up at the ceiling, reflecting about many things, such as Chloe's threat to get her mother fired. The way Alia's mom spoke today implied that she was worried about losing her job and that nothing concrete actually happened. No doubt the parental bourgeois found out about the fight quite quickly, considering the mayor's daughter was involved. Their prestigious name was potentially at stake, and Chloe's mother Audrey was known for her impulsiveness. So why haven't they reacted and retaliated against Alia's family? Maybe, just maybe, Chloe didn't say anything to them. Even if that was the case, they still should have recognized by the video that Chloe got hurt. So why didn't they do anything about it? Don't they care? Don't they care about her at all? Flashback to the same day when Alia and Chloe were small children. After being promised yummy food, Chloe skipped to the kitchen of the Césaire household, leaving Alia alone with her mother.
Mommy? We bought that bear for Louie. I picked it out. Why did you tell her that her mommy bought it? Isn't lying bad?
Smiling sadly, Marlena squatted down to her daughter's height and placed a hand on her shoulder. Yes, lying is bad. And more times than not, they get found out and people can get hurt, even with well-meaning lies. But Chloe and her family are going through something, and she really needs to feel super loved right now. At the moment, this lie is, unfortunately, better than her reality. And I'm almost certain that Audrey won't hesitate to take credit for something that makes her look good. So I just really want to protect Chloe's smile. Alia tilted her head in confusion.
I don't know what you mean. Doesn't her mommy and daddy love her? And her sister?
With subtle somberness in her eyes, Marlena tried to keep a positive front. Zoe Lee definitely does. She adores her little sister. But as for their parents, I'm sure they do. Deep down.
Well, if it's that deep, let's dig for it. We'll find that love and give it to Loie. She might even like that better than her new bear.
Embracing her child, Mrs. Césaire held back tears. You're such a good girl, Alia. Chloe is lucky to have you as a friend. Always look out for each other, alright? Alia nodded happily.
Okay.
Returning to the present, Alia pondered on that thought. She sighed in regret. Let's now take a moment to unveil the tragic tale of two teenagers whose bond seemingly shattered. One is a spoiled rich girl with an overinflated sense of importance who hides her intense insecurities. The other is a reliable and down-to-earth journalist in the making who has a miraculous secret. The rich girl would demean the journalist and her friends, while specifically targeting the journalist's best friend, tormenting her when the opportunity would arise. There's years of bad blood to sift through, and differing opinions on whose fault it all is. And yet, at the heart of it all, there's a glimmer of regret. For you see, these two teens weren't always enemies. Once upon a time, there was a very young child from an upper-class family named Chloe Bourgeois. She was the youngest daughter of a popular politician named Andre and the director of a renowned fashion magazine named Audrey. Zoe Lee, her older sister by 3 years, is the golden child of the family. She was the planned child who was every bit poised, kind, beautiful, and full of potential. Chloe herself was not expected, so she wasn't welcomed with very warm arms in one case, and with the other, a complete inability to properly parent. Nevertheless, she was spoiled rotten and had expectations put on her early on. The four of them all lived in a very prestigious hotel in Paris that was well known in high society. In this hotel was a very gifted chef named Marlena Césaire. Her food was beloved, and so her services were sought by the likes of the Bourgeois family. The Bourgeois, of course, took pride in the chef that added to the reputation of their establishment and had a good relationship with her and her family. Marlena just so happened to have a young daughter named Alia around the same age as Chloe. Alia lived in a modest, loving home with her older sister Nora, her father Otis, and mother, where she was encouraged to try her best and enjoy what life had to offer. Eventually, the two families introduced their small daughters, mostly for Audrey to have a means of having someone else watch Chloe, and the two immediately hit it off. Well, so to speak.
Bow to your princess.
Chloe told the other girl upon meeting her.
Why would I bow to you? You don't look very princessy.
Alia would reply.
Well, I am, so you have to bow. Nah. But how about a high five?
Alia held up her hand in the air towards the girl with a big smile. Taken aback from the audacity, Chloe hesitantly reached up to oblige.
What kind of high five is that? Do it again like you mean it. Real princesses know how to high five,
Alia criticized. Puffing her cheeks in frustration, Chloe spun around to wind herself up and put all of her force into a powerful high five, one that Alia didn't anticipate. With Chloe's unexpected force forward, Alia lost her footing and fell backwards with Chloe landing on top of her. In the background, Alia's parents were amused and recorded this event on a camera. Meanwhile, Audrey was tapping her toes and glancing at her watch. Giggling, Alia said,
Now that's more like it. I guess you are a princess after all. See, I told ya. Wanna go play? Yeah.
And so the two became best friends. They were inseparable, with Chloe practically becoming a part of Alia's family since she spent most of her time with the Césaires. Chloe would insist on her royalty, and Alia would indulge her on this fantasy ride since she found the pretend play to be fun. Quite quickly, the girls adopted nicknames for each other, Leah and Loie, both loving how the second letter of their name started with an L. Alia, in fact, didn't believe Chloe when Chloe tried to explain that there is an H after the C, since it was too silent to be noticed. It wasn't too long until Chloe went from being babysat by nannies to attending Alia's preschool. The girl was nowhere close to being shy. Upon arriving in the class, she immediately announced her presence.
Stop what you're doing. Your princess has arrived.
All of the other kids just stared at her, understandably confused. But Alia didn't hesitate to shout out,
Hey, that's my best friend.
And from there on out, Alia and Chloe spent every moment of their school days together. For over a year, they learned and played, building core memories that will last for years to come. They would eventually graduate and attend the same kindergarten. Everything seemed like all was right in the world. Until one fateful day. There was a new student in class, a very shy girl named Marinette Dupin Chang. She'd hide behind the teacher and cry when the other students got too loud, or too close. Both her parents and the teacher tried to encourage her to mingle and introduce herself, but she was too afraid, only crying more when her parents had to leave. Chloe was annoyed by the crying child, whereas Alia was excited by the prospect of a new friend. Parents leaving her with a box of cupcakes, Marinette got rushed by a mob of confection-loving students, only freaking her out more. Being the bringer of sweets, Marinette was automatically on everyone's good side. But the influx of loud attention led to the blue-haired girl crying and wailing once more. Alia and Chloe approached her.
Why did that make you cry?
Chloe asked, failing to understand.
I love getting attention like that. You know, you cry a lot. Are you sure you're a big kid?
Marinette didn't answer. Patting her on the head, Alia said,
There. Are you okay, Marinette?
She then gave the new girl a hug before helping her up. Meanwhile, Chloe looked on at this whole interaction with a disapproving frown. Sensing her kindness and feeling a wave of comfort, Marinette looked at Alia with her big blue eyes, still sniffling, but calming down.
Marinette.
What?
My name is Marinette, not Marinette. Oh, so you can talk,
Chloe commented.
I'm Alia, and this is my bestie Chloe, although we call each other Leah and Loie.
After Alia gestured to her, Chloe gave her new acquaintance a slight bow and curtsy.
A princess must always greet her subjects with grace,
the small blonde girl said sweetly. Marinette's eyes lit up.
You're a princess? Well, yeah. Isn't it obvious? And one day, I'll be queen. Bow before me,
Chloe demanded. A little confused, Marinette obliged, and Alia looked on with a smile. With a grin of superiority, Chloe held out her hand to the girl.
Now, kiss the back of my hand. Why? Because that's what you do when you meet someone royal. Don't your mommy or daddy ever read you fairy tales? Well, yes, but I don't want to kiss your hand. It's yucky.
Offended, Chloe stomped her foot down and puffed up her cheeks.
I'm not yucky. I'm super clean, pretty, and exceptional. Don't be ridiculous. Huh, that's a new word, Alia noted. It sounds as long as that other one. Ridiculous.
Exasperated, Chloe turned to her friend.
No, Leah, it's ridiculous. It's like the opposite of exceptional. It means lame, bad, weird, and awful.
She pointed to Marinette.
Just like you.
Upon hearing the insult, Marinette's eyes began to water again.
Wait, don't cry again.
Alia hugged Marinette once more.
Loie, don't say mean things to Marinette. She cries easily. Say you're sorry.
Rolling her eyes, Chloe sighed.
Fine, I'm sorry. But she should say sorry too for saying I'm yucky. I'm sorry. I just don't want to kiss your hand. I only kiss my mama and my papa and my Grammy and Grandpa and... Okay, you only kiss family. I get it.
Chloe flipped her hair.
Just tell me I'm pretty and I'll forgive you.
Still unsure what to do, Marinette looked over at Alia, who grinned and nodded to her. Giving in to the demand, Marinette said,
You're pretty? Yay, you're not ridiculous anymore.
Chloe took hold of Marinette's hand and led her over to the dollhouse.
Let's play.
And so, the three girls prepared to play with dolls. But when Marinette wanted to play with Chloe's favorite mommy doll, Chloe refused and preferred that Marinette played with the baby doll since she cried so much. When Chloe wouldn't budge, Marinette cried and the teacher came over, telling Chloe to share. When Chloe refused, the teacher threatened to take the dolls from her completely. Enraged, Chloe released custody of the doll by spiking it, before pushing Marinette down to the ground, making her land on her bottom with a thud. Naturally, Chloe got in trouble for this and was put on timeout. In the midst of the chaos, Alia was stunned and didn't know how to react. It was so weird. Chloe had her spicy moments, but she had never been hostile like that before. It worried Alia, and at the same time, it made her sad to see Chloe get punished. Instinctively, and with purpose, Alia tried to tiptoe over to her best friend, but it only took a few steps before the teacher blocked her path. Downcast, Alia paused and hung her head low. She didn't know what to do without Chloe, but she did know that she would get in trouble if she tried to talk to Chloe again. So, instead, she joined in with her classmates and teacher to try and cheer up Marinette. Peering over her shoulder, Chloe watched on with contempt as the new girl cried and got all of the attention. It was a very long 10 minutes. When the punishment was over, Chloe was led over to Marinette, who was playing with Alia, in order to apologize. But after doing so, Marinette cowered away from her, making Chloe even more annoyed and frustrated. So, in a huff, she went to play something else and Alia followed suit. For the rest of the day, Chloe and Alia kept their distance from Marinette. Chloe for obvious reasons, and Alia cared more about her friend than the new girl, despite her instincts saying how badly she wanted to get to know her. And so the students and their teacher went through their schedule. Playtime, snack, story time, arts and crafts, playtime again, lunch, music, and then it was time to go home. Much to everyone's surprise, Audrey Bourgeois came in to fetch her daughter, something she never did. With her celebrity status, there were, of course, some starstruck adults who couldn't help but stare. She'd wave and smile at them for appearance's sake, but largely didn't interact with the unworthy. Along with her was Chloe's older sister Zoe Lee, who zoomed past the doors and scooped up her baby sister into a giant bear hug, much to the small child's dismay. Zoe Lee rained onto her a barrage of kisses, to which Chloe tried to escape. Alia just giggled at the sight. Taking Audrey aside, the teacher reported to her what Chloe did that day. "Impossible," Audrey responded. "My daughter is a bourgeois. She wouldn't dare do something so uncouth. You must have seen the situation wrong." Exasperated, the teacher tried to explain. "No, Mrs. Bourgeois, I didn't see anything wrong. Chloe got mad that she couldn't keep her doll and she pushed the poor girl. It's actually a pretty common thing for some children her age to have some rare or occasional mildly aggressive behaviors when they don't know how to regulate their emotions. This isn't a slight against you or your family or even Chloe. She just has to learn to control her emotions better, which most people tend to do with the right guidance." "How dare you even consider my daughter to be anywhere close to, common? She may not be as exceptional as me or her sister, but she's not so lowly as to be compared with her commoner peers." Audrey then stuck her nose up high in a condescending manner. Lightly groaning, the teacher would continue to try and convince the woman of the reality of the situation. But in the middle of this explanation, Audrey caught sight of something. She saw Marinette holding up her arts and crafts project and showing it to her parents. Gasping, Audrey lightly shoved aside the teacher and approached the small girl. "Oh my! How extraordinary!" she said upon seeing the artwork. Scared, Marinette held her piece down and attempted to back away slowly. "Did you make this?" Audrey asked her, pointing to the project. It was a piece of vibrant construction paper with various colors of square tissue paper glued onto it in a randomized fashion. "Isn't it just adorable?" Marinette's mom asked. "It isn't just adorable. It is fabulous." Marinette's mom tried to get Marinette to say thank you, but she wouldn't talk. Something about Audrey made her uneasy. "Who's your kid?" Marinette's dad asked. Audrey waved him off. "That doesn't matter. What matters is the hidden talent of this young girl. Look at that design. So bold, so daring, so different. This could be the next big thing." By this point, Chloe noticed her mom talking about Marinette and her art project. Scowling, she managed to squeeze away from Zoe Lee, picked up her own completed art, and made her way over to them. "What an utterly exceptional young girl. Very astute, not to mention creative. You have a very bright future ahead of you." Audrey then patted Marinette on the head, not picking up on how uncomfortable the girl was. Finally reaching them, Chloe held up her own art, which was along the same lines as Marinette's.
Mommy, look! I'm exceptional too!
The woman, now frowning upon hearing her daughter's voice, looked on in disappointment at her daughter's creation. "Right now, the only thing exceptional about you, my dear, is your sister and your fabulous mother." Keep working hard and maybe you'll get there. An artist, you are not. Feeling a wave of depression, Chloe's whole body seemed to sink as she allowed her artwork to fall out of her hands. Fortunately, Marinette's parents got mad at Audrey on Chloe's behalf and were so ready to tell Audrey off. However, the teacher interjected, attempting to tell Audrey that all of the kids essentially did the same project and they were all special in their own way. Audrey vehemently disagreed. Alia also accidentally let it slip that she liked how Marinette's picture looked the most, but then added that she liked Chloe's second best. Feeling betrayed, Chloe prepared to start an argument, but was interrupted by Marinette's parents being amused by Alia, who introduced herself to them and said that she thinks Marinette is nice. She also thanked them for the cupcakes, which were super yummy. Feeling a wave of relief, Marinette's parents shed a single tear, knowing that their daughter made her first friend. So much was happening at that moment, and Chloe just stood in disbelief. Why was everyone giving this random blue-haired girl so much attention? Why was Chloe's own mother fawning over this girl? More than that, why was Alia saying such nice things about her? Marinette wasn't nice. She was annoying. She was a crybaby. What was going on? Unfortunately, Zoe Lee was too unintentionally distracted watching and cooing at the class pet guinea pig to notice that her little sister needed attention and love at that moment. So when Chloe reached the tipping point of her frustration, she reached over and ripped Marinette's art project in half and tossed the pieces out of her hands. Marinette, of course, cried, and her parents tried to console her. The teacher chastised Chloe, and so did her mother. "Chloe, you foolish, foolish girl! How could you?" This action absolutely disgusted Audrey, who was beginning to believe the teacher's report from earlier. More than anything, Audrey lamented the loss of what she considered to be great art. She picked up the pieces and tried to see if it was repairable while maintaining its beauty. Even Alia was upset by this point.
Why are you such a meanie today, Loie? I didn't like that at all. It was the ugliest thing I ever saw.
Ugly? Ugly. Ugly. That word echoed in Chloe's mind, even after her mother grabbed her wrist and dragged her away from the school and into the limousine, her sister trailing closely behind. It was all she could hear, even with Audrey's disapproving speech being recited before her all the way home. From that moment, up until dinner, Chloe seemed to shut down as her developing brain attempted to process literally everything that happened that day. She didn't speak to anyone, and she didn't play on her own or watch TV. She just sat or stood motionless, barely blinking and barely taking in any other stimulus that was before her. Eventually, at dinner, during which her whole family was present, she began to unthaw as she finally asked,
If a person is bad, they need to be punished, right?
"Yes, as you should be," Audrey confirmed, not even giving the girl eye contact. "Isn't that right, dear?" Mr. Bourgeois agreed between bites. "No new clothes for a month, young lady. And no going off to play with that young Césaire girl. At least until next week." Chloe didn't even hear the extent of her consequences. All she heard was the confirmation that punishment was justified if someone did something they weren't supposed to do. Marinette was a crybaby, so Chloe couldn't punish her. Chloe would only get into trouble again because everyone would run towards Marinette the moment she cried. Audrey couldn't be punished. She respected her mom too much and sort of feared her. The teacher couldn't be punished. Once again, Chloe would only get into trouble, and it was harder to do things to adults anyway. That only left one person, Alia. Alia betrayed her that day. She played with Marinette. She hugged Marinette. She said Marinette's art was better than hers. She called Chloe a meanie, and she said she was ugly. Alia shouldn't lie like that. Alia was the toughest kid that Chloe knew. She never cried, and she always laughed stuff off. If Chloe punished her, Alia might be a bit grumpy, but she'd get over it. And she'd never tell on her because they were besties. Best friends don't tell. That's what she was always taught. Giving it some thought, Chloe remembered a video she saw about a dog getting sprayed in the face with a spray bottle after it was chewing up its owner's shoe. That seemed fitting. Looking around her home, Chloe searched and searched each cabinet until she was able to sneak into one particular place that held a bunch of cleaning supplies. She saw a squirt bottle with a red nozzle top and a blue liquid on the inside. She couldn't read what the label said, but it seemed like it would do the trick. Perfect. Slipping back into her room, Chloe hid the spray bottle in her backpack. The next day, with a smug and confident grin, Chloe was dropped off to her kindergarten class. The teacher greeted her and asked if today was going to be a better day. Chloe cheerfully agreed. As opposed to yesterday, Marinette was already in the room playing, but the moment she saw Chloe, she turned her back to her and avoided looking at her entirely. Her movements became more rigid as nerves welled up. Chloe was irritated at the sight of the girl, but paid her no mind. When Alia arrived, her mother was there with her. Placing her hands on her hips, Marlena Césaire said hi to Chloe. "Well, hello, Miss Bourgeois."
Hi, Mama Lena.
"I heard you made some mistakes yesterday with the new girl." Marlena squatted down to Chloe's height. "You know, it's okay to be mad about something, but it's not okay to hurt others. You know that, right?"
Yes, Mama Lena.
"So, next time you're angry or want attention, just say something, all right? You know I don't want you to get into trouble. Be the bright, beautiful girl I know you are." She patted her head affectionately. Marlena then gave Alia a kiss and hug before leaving. Alia, a bit hesitant, asked Chloe if she was feeling better today and if that meanie stuff was all gone. Chloe confirmed that it was. Relieved, the two girls went to go play together and all seemed like it was fine. Until recess. The children all went to play outside in the yard. Hiding the squirt bottle in her shirt, Chloe told Alia that she had something cool she wanted to show her and that it was a secret. Believing her, Alia took Chloe by the hand and the two girls hid behind a bush.
Okay, what is it?
Alia whispered as she leaned in towards her friend. Chloe revealed the spray bottle.
What's that? You are a bad girl, Leah. So now I have to punish you.
Without warning, Chloe began to squirt Alia in the face repeatedly with the mysterious blue liquid. The moment the substance got into her eyes, it stung and burned beyond comprehension. As Chloe continued to spray, Alia slapped her hands over her eyes and screamed out in bloody murder as she fell backwards in pain, shouting for Chloe to stop. The strong chemical stench was coming through loud and clear by this point, but the young rich girl was undeterred. She continued to spray, reminding Alia that she was very bad even as she rolled side to side like a distressed animal. Feeling that it was taking too long for the bottle to be empty, Chloe untwisted the top and dumped the whole thing onto Alia's face, getting some of the liquid into her poor friend's mouth, causing her to begin choking and gagging as she lay in the smelly blue puddle. By this point, some of the other kids came to investigate, but by the severity of Alia's screams, some adults came over and looked on in horror as they saw Alia writhing in pain. Seeing the bottle in Chloe's possession, they smacked it out of her hand and pulled her away, attempting to tend to Alia, who seemed to have lost consciousness at this point and wasn't breathing, and whose mouth was foaming up. Snapping into reality, Chloe finally realized what had happened. Alia was crying. Her tears had mixed with the solution and ran down as blue streams down her cheeks. She wasn't moving.
Leah?
Everything that happened next was a confused, chaotic blur. There was a large crowd, kids crying, adults trying to resuscitate Alia, a siren, red-blue lights, some men and women in unfamiliar suits, Alia breathing again, but not waking up. They took her away very quickly. It was too much for Chloe, and she didn't understand everything. But one thing she did know, she messed up. Parents were called. The Césaires were horrified and sick to their stomachs as they rushed to the side of their small child who was in critical condition. The bourgeois were forced to abandon their work for the day and be slammed by the consequences of their daughter's actions. They were severely scolded for not having eyes on Chloe and letting her even have access to such strong cleaning fluid and not checking her belongings. Charges were threatened against them for Alia's hospital bills, not to mention the emotional toll on the Césaires. It was so much. Too much. And at the center of it all was Chloe. Eventually, slowly, but surely, things slowed down a bit and everyone had a chance to breathe. Alia was in stable condition and resting at the hospital. Her eyes were wrapped with bandages, and it was suspected that her perfect vision was gone forever. She'd have to wear corrective lenses for the rest of her life. The insides of her nostrils, vocal cords, and lungs were also damaged, but those were expected to heal within a few weeks. All things considered, and despite the scariness and drama, Alia was going to physically be mostly alright. The same couldn't exactly be said about her emotional and mental state. There was a bit of a rift between the Césaires and Bourgeois after this incident, which was to be expected. Marlena took an understandable leave from work, but didn't necessarily indicate that she would quit. Right now, she just needed to take care of her little girl. She and her husband both knew deep in their heart that Chloe didn't mean to hurt Alia, nor did they think that Chloe 100% knew what was going on, considering she was only 5. But they couldn't act like everything was alright. More than anything, they blamed the neglect of Chloe's parents. There was a significant lack of care in her upbringing that led to this. It sickened them. One day, Chloe, accompanied by one of her butlers, came to visit Alia in the hospital with a bouquet of elegant orange flowers. She figured it would cheer her up. Against their better judgment, the Césaire parents allowed Chloe into the room. Alia's eyes were still covered with bandages as she laid upright in the bed. Her older sister Nora was sitting on a seat across the room, playing on a portable video game device. She wanted to say something nasty to Chloe, but her parents instantly gave her a "don't you dare" look. Chloe approached the bed.
Leah? Are you awake? I brought you these flowers. They're very pretty and smell nice. I know how much you like orange.
But as Alia recognized Chloe's voice, she started to scream and tears escaped from the bottom of the wraps. She wailed and shook in her bed as her parents tried to calm her down. Shh. You're okay, Alia. It's okay. Marlena turned to Chloe. Chloe, sweetie, I think you should go. Thank you for the flowers. It means a lot. Alia will love them once she's feeling better. Marlena tried to give Chloe a smile, but it was shaky, unstable, weak, fake. Alia's father Otis came around and took the flowers from Chloe, giving her a slight bow before returning to his daughter's side. Knowing their time there was over, the butler tried to shepherd Chloe out of the room. Broken-hearted, at first, she accepted this gesture and slowly turned to leave. But then something welled up inside of her and she shouted,
I'm so sorry, Alia. I'm so sorry. You're my best friend. Please forgive me. I'm so sorry. I love you. Please still be my friend.
But all Alia could do was cry and whimper. Her own tears blurring her vision, Chloe wiped them away with her palms in the back of her hands before running out of the room. That night, while the Bourgeois family sat down to eat dinner, Chloe was melancholic and lethargically picking at her food. Her world had begun to crumble, and things were only about to get worse. Tomorrow, I'm moving to New York with Zoe Lee, Audrey announced.
What?
Chloe looked up at her mother in disbelief. You heard me. There's business I have to attend to, and my brand can better grow when I'm actually living near the central hub of my empire. Seeing Chloe's surprise, Audrey turned to Andre. I thought you told her about this. Eyes widening and darting between his wife and youngest daughter, Andre cleared his throat. My apologies. I got so busy that it slipped my mind. Annoyed, Audrey scoffed. Great. Now I have to deal with this. Well, I guess her finding out now will make this slightly easier, as she'll be less disappointed.
Where's New York? Is it far away?
Quite. It's a whole ocean away, so you can't walk there or take a limo.
But why are you leaving? And why is Zoe Lee going? Can I go?
I already said why. Zoe Lee is in a very sensitive moment in her fabulous career development, and there are excellent opportunities for her in New York, so of course she's coming with me. And no, you can't go because of your recent deplorable behaviors. I considered letting you come along, but now I realize you aren't ready. Slamming her hands on the table, Chloe exclaimed,
I am ready!
See? That's exactly what I mean. You're acting like a brat and I don't accept that. I refuse to deal with that.
Mommy, Please.
Chloe began to get choked up by her tears.
You told me before that we were bringing Chloe, Mommy. I want Chloe there too. I'll be lonely without her. You said she could come with me.
Zoe Lee added. Things change, Zoe Lee. You'll have to accept that. It's a part of life. Besides, you'll have plenty of people around you. You won't be lonely. In fact, you'll be too busy to be lonely. Becoming upset herself, Zoe Lee tried to bargain with her mother, asking why the whole family can't just go to New York so they all can stay together. Audrey explained that Andre was growing in political power in Paris and needed to keep it that way. Zoe Lee continued her plight, but it was to no avail. Audrey was adamant and Zoe Lee was unwilling to fight her. Defeated, Zoe Lee whispered,
I'm sorry, Chloe.
And so, it was settled. Zoe Lee and Audrey left out on a flight that night. Chloe barely had any time to say goodbye and was left feeling completely broken and empty. Something broke inside of her that she couldn't even bring herself to cry anymore. When did everything go wrong? Oh, she knew. When Marinette Dupanchang arrived at her school. It was all her fault. Everything was her fault. Chloe lost everything. No one else deserved punishment more than Marinette. Chloe no longer cared if she got into trouble. She just wanted revenge. On her first day back to school after all of that drama, Chloe was alone without Alia there. She was on her own. The whole world had vanished and all she could see was Marinette. All she could hear was Marinette. Chloe robotically walked over to Marinette, who was building with some blocks. She stood over her, menacingly, not showing any indication of emotion. The teacher instantly knew that something bad was going to happen the moment she saw the two girls next to each other. But it was too late. Chloe lunged at Marinette, slamming her to the ground, biting her arm hard in 3 different spots to the point of drawing blood, and slamming a fist down onto her face before pulling her hair. Marinette screamed as she tried to fight off Chloe. The teacher instantly swiped Chloe off of her and called her caretakers to come take Chloe home. Chloe had been expelled. And the rest is history. Chloe was forced to go into therapy for a while, and so was Marinette and Alia. Audrey was less than thrilled about the happenings with her daughter, but was even more convinced that she made the right decision to leave Chloe behind. Marlena decided to continue to work for the bourgeois as the head chef of their hotel, only because she had made good money and a good life for her family there, and didn't want to jeopardize that. The Césaires did, in fact, however, cut their friendly ties with the bourgeois and were only in a strictly professional relationship. Alia, now with glasses, eventually returned to her kindergarten without Chloe. Her and Marinette became close, and it wasn't long before they were best friends. They'd continue to go to the same school as each other as they got older. As for Chloe, she was to be homeschooled for a while and given personal tutors. During this time, she was always by herself and didn't have any friends or anyone to talk to other than her teddy bear. It was about halfway through first grade before she was introduced to Adrien Agreste through the connection between her mother and his father, Gabriel Agreste, who was a famous fashion designer. Audrey, although awful, recognized that her daughter needed social interaction with kids her age if she was to grow up somewhat decently. So once she caught wind that Gabriel had a kid around her daughter's age, she set them up. Upon meeting Chloe, Adrien's mother Emily became elated as she lifted the girl into her arms and hugged her.
Oh, she's absolutely darling. Audrey, how could you ever leave someone so adorable behind?
Quite easily, actually. Audrey blatantly replied to her through a tablet screen from her location in New York. Said tablet was being held up by Gabriel's assistant Natalie. Audrey continued, "You're welcome to borrow her whenever you want."
Audrey!
Emily did her best to cover Chloe's ears.
You can't just lend out children like that,
Emily disapprovingly told her.
You'll make Chloe feel bad.
You raise your kid your way, and I'll raise mine my way. In any case, I'm not here to be lectured, Emily. I just wanted to make sure everything went smoothly. Gabriel, this is okay with you? Yes, it should be fine. With how much we travel, Emily and I were thinking that Adrien needed a friend. We are truly grateful for this opportunity. Audrey smirked. Now that's the kind of humility and reverence I like to see. It's always a pleasure to see you, Gabriel. Ta-ta for now. She then logged off without saying goodbye to Chloe. Grimacing, Emily told her husband, "I don't know why you humor her. It only feeds her ego and she's not learning anything." Gabriel shrugged. "Audrey Bourgeois is not worth the trouble. She's brilliant at what she does, but not at much else." The man then softened as he looked down at Chloe, who was still hanging out in his wife's arms. He lightly stroked the little girl's cheek as he grinned at her.
"I'm sorry your mother's like that, little one."
Emily smiled at her too and gave her another hug. "Ooh, I always wanted a son and a daughter. And she looks like she could be ours too. Don't you think so, Natalie?" "Yes, madam. She looks like a perfect combination of you both," Natalie encouraged. Emily put on a wide grin with the confirmation. "She's perfect for Adrian." Chloe didn't quite understand anything that was happening, and she was still kind of numb at this point, but something about Emily's hugs made her feel cozy. This feeling was so foreign to her that she had forgotten it existed. Chloe melted into the hug. The experience was then interrupted by little boy Adrian, who soon tapped his mom's leg.
Mommy? Is that my new friend?
Giving him a coy grin, Emily nodded in turn so that Chloe could properly see him. "Adrian, this is Chloe. Chloe, this is my son Adrian. You two are going to be the best of friends. At least, I hope you will. Chloe, the three of us go many places in the world, and we want you to come with us sometimes. Would you like that?"
I don't know.
With a sympathetic sigh, Emily put the girl down so that the two kids could face one another.
"Make sure you're a gentleman, Adrian,"
Gabriel told his son. Adrian nodded as he extended his hand out and gave Chloe a friendly smile. "Hi, I'm Adrian." Remembering the disaster of the last time she met a new kid, Chloe rejected Adrian and turned away from him, not even giving him so much as a hello. Not sure what he did wrong, Adrian asked,
Are you mad at me? Oh, you have really shiny hair. It's really pretty. And so is your dress.
Pretty. This specific trigger word finally caused Chloe to emote in surprise. She fidgeted with her ponytail.
You think I'm pretty? Yeah, super pretty. I think you're the prettiest girl. Well, other than my mommy, I mean.
Emily and Gabriel both smiled knowingly to one another.
Okay, I'll take it.
Take what? Adrian asked. Zipping around, Chloe instantly slid into his personal space and looked him right in the eye.
Do you have any other friends?
Blinking in confusion, Adrian answered with a bit of sadness in his voice. No, not really. Upon hearing that, Chloe grinned widely like a Cheshire cat.
Great! Then you're my best friend forever. My Adrikins.
And so, Chloe and Adrian became the best of friends. The ogress would often bring Chloe along on their trips, allowing her to see much of the world. Her genius was starting to become more prevalent to her tutors at this point, but in order to stay with Adrian, she refused to accelerate her education. And way too often, whenever Chloe was home, her father Andre would try to compensate for his lack of paternal skills by buying Chloe either whatever she wanted or any expensive thing he thought would appease her. It was the easiest thing for him to do, not only to stay on his daughter's good side, but also keep her out of trouble and pacified. In time, the therapy stopped and Chloe was deemed ready to go back to regular school for 2nd grade. At least part-time. No one expected for her to end up right back in a class with Marinette and Alia. The tension was immediately very thick as none of the girls properly knew how to handle this confrontation. Chloe was a bit nervous. Understandably so, considering she couldn't help but notice the new glasses that were previously never on Alia's face. It didn't take much to put 2 and 2 together to realize why the sudden need for them. Guilt aside, she was happy to see Alia and wanted to make amends, but the moment she got too close to them, Alia tearfully snapped and yelled at Chloe, telling her to back off, all while shielding Marinette with her own body. Understanding that this was how things were, Chloe held back her instinctual response to lash out and walked away. This was the year that Nino was introduced to everyone. The moment he joined the class, Chloe attempted to claim him as her friend, and he humored her for a little while. But Nino quite quickly realized that she was too bossy, so he went over to hang out with Alia and Marinette instead. He really liked Alia's glasses, as he wore glasses too. This caused something to snap in Chloe, as she momentarily forgot what she learned in therapy, and once again rushed over to Marinette to begin assaulting her with slaps and kicks that would eventually result in bruises. So of course Chloe was kicked out of the class and took the rest of the year off from public school and resumed her full-time homeschooling with Adrian. From then on, when the time came once again for Chloe to physically attend school, she and Marinette specifically were not allowed in the same class. In fact, it was highly discouraged from them interacting at all. Her being around Alia also seemed a little iffy, but Chloe wasn't as overly hostile towards her. As she got older, Chloe steadily calmed down and her attacks on Marinette became less frequent as the two didn't cross paths much. Occasionally, she would engage in a cruel prank or two if she was in the mood, and only doing so if she could get away with it and not get into trouble. But more than anything, Chloe was just nasty to her and insulted her whenever she was motivated. This negativity would extend to Nino and Alia too, but not as extreme. Meanwhile, Chloe would keep Adrian to herself, with her being his only friend for years and years. Despite her clinginess and air of superiority, Adrian loved her like a sister, for only he knew the gentleness and mindfulness she was indeed capable of. And now we find ourselves in the present day. All parties are now 14 years old, go to the same school, and, due to the overconfidence of their well-meaning teacher Miss Bustier, reside in the same classroom. Stuff continues to happen and everything is still a mess. Hopefully something changes soon. The reality of the situation, though, is that right now, there is a maniacal supervillain with superpowers who is willing to hurt other people and destroy the world, all to bring his wife back to life. So until that is dealt with, fixing the deep rift between a group of teenagers, unfortunately, does not take precedence at the current moment, especially when some of those teenagers have to deal with said madman. The bonds that have been severed will have to wait just a little while longer before they can properly mend. If they can properly mend. But what if, by chance, it is these bonds, and others, that therein lie the secrets to victory? Only time will tell. But as for now, that's all there is. There isn't any more.